Unstoppable Stilezzi here, and today we are starting the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Player Killers Clan Tournament Round of 64. Yeah. So last night I covered all the preliminary games that I wanted to cover. Now we're actually getting into the meat of the tournament, the round of 64. So basically in this section of the tournament what happens is we got 64 players left in the tournament. Unfortunately, not me. So if you wanted to see me play some more, you're unfortunately going to cry because I won't be there. You're going to have to mourn my existence in the tournament because I got knocked out. So the 64 players that are in the tournament are going to engage in best of 3 series. So the preliminary was all best of 1. So just a single game to determine if you won or lost, and you did against a bunch of people. Now what's going to happen is 2 players are now going to compete in a best out of 3, and the winner of the best out of 3 moves on to the next stage of the tournament. So now it's starting to look like an actual bracket instead of what it was before. Yeah. And then the round of 32 will also be a best out of 3 from what I heard. So get used to the best out of 3 format for now. I think as time goes on, though, it'll probably increase to a best out of 5, maybe a best out of 7. So, yeah, the series will get longer and longer the deeper we get into this event, so that'll be quite good. All I have to do before we can start is share the Discord servers, the link to the stream, so they can join us and enjoy our games together. Yeah. I believe the round of 32 has actually already started, so it's very imperative that we get through all of these round of 64 games very quickly so that we can start looking at round 32 as much as possible, as quick as possible, I should say, because I want to get through all these games if we possibly can. So you might notice I'll probably cut off some of the streams I normally do just so we can get through these games a bit quicker. Once it gets to the later portions of the tournament, as we get to like the round of 16 and so forth, we probably will have to cover this less and less. But definitely when there's so many players here, we're going to be sitting here yapping about games all day and night, it feels like, because these are some pretty powerful players going up against each other. And as we go deeper and deeper into this tournament, the remaining players are going to be more and more powerful, more and more insane. So yeah, definitely get ready for that, because we're gonna have a ton of insane series here, just to tell you, big time. Yep. All right, so let me see where we're at. Got a lot of servers to share with still, so get your soda pop, your popcorn, your pizza, your hot dog, your hamburger, whatever you need, because we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for a good amount of time. So if you want to see this event, be ready to fill yourself up with lots of yummy junk food, because you're probably going to need it. Yeah, absolutely you're going to need it. So, yeah, big time. But yeah, it should be good either way, though, because I've been covering this tournament for a while, as you know, and the games have all been pretty crisp and informative in the content. So I'm assuming as time goes on, the games will become better and better and better as we have better opponents battling each other. Definitely. And no longer will we have to deal with the bad gameplay from people like Unstoppable Stilezzi and stuff. Ouch. Even I was critical of myself in that tournament, so yeah, it's good that we finally get some real good competition to watch here, which is great. Yeah, it truly is swell. Absolutely swell. So yeah, let me see. This server would be good. This one would be good. Just going through mental notes. And I did download all the games already and post them into Definitive Edition 3, so don't worry about that. That part's already solved, so just stay with me for a few more moments and we should be ready to start them up very quickly. Yep. Yep, almost done. Moving at lightning speed. Unlimited power. Yeah, unlimited power is right. Yeah, too bad you can't use Force Lightning in Age of Empires 3. I'm sure things would go a lot easier if you could. Yeah, absolutely. It would go a lot easier that way. Yeah, And let's scroll up, up and away. Alright, I think we're through the last ones now. Alright, just let me do these ones real quick and we should be all set to go. Oh, I missed one. I actually missed two of them that I wanted to do. Yeah, let me do those ones as well. Alright, now. That one as well. Yep, that one too. Yep. If only I had an AI companion to do it with. Yeah. Wish I could promote one right now that could do it, but unfortunately I don't have one, so I have to do it the old school way of copying and pasting. Click, 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 click. Yeah, it's very fun. It's very entertaining. Knocks my socks right off doing it. Alright, two more servers and we're all set to go. Alright, so we really are done now. Alright, very, very good. So now I'm going to pull up the record games and we're going to look at them all together, okay? So that should be good, right? Hopefully. And that's a scam call, so these people need to make themselves scarce somehow. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you need to go away, brother. Stop calling my house. I don't want your whatever stuff you're selling, really. Just go away. Adios, amigos. Go away. No comprende. Alright. So, let's close up Chrome. So, we don't have any issues with lag. Very good. Okay. Let's begin now. Alright. Hey, good job. Oh, awesome to see you here, McJim. McJim was one of the participants of this tournament, by the way. So, good job with your performance in the tournament. I enjoyed watching your stuff. So, yep, here we go. Record games. Let's sort it by time. So, it'll be nicely organized into a list that we can scroll down to infinity and beyond. There we go. So, where do we start? Conveniently, everybody named it RO64, so we actually know where we're at here, which is great. Let's see where we start here. Let's see. Okay, so these are the first ones here. King Osmane versus Wezi. Let's start with this. We'll start with G1 and then go to G2. These ones, I don't know which order they're in, so I'm going to assume that they are going to be... Oh, okay. Let's do these ones. King Osmane versus Wezi. So if you didn't read the description, first map is going to be Great Plains, second map is going to be Saguenay, and the last one, if there is a tiebreaker, will be on Mongolia. Just so you know, those are the three maps we're looking at. Great Plains was the same map that we had for the preliminaries, so guess what? You get to see more Great Plains gameplay, I guess. Yay! Alright, so what do we got here? Wezi is playing as Mexico, and King of Osmane is going as the British. So we got a British fighting the Mexicans. Now, this one could go pretty interesting, I think. Obviously, British are always going to be a very strong contender in 1 versus 1, because they get tons of extra villagers from these things called manor houses. You build a house, you get a free villager. See, that one just popped right out like that. And it's all really about balancing your greed to get as much vills out as possible, and preparing a substantial military. Usually in these matchups, the British will try to go towards Age 2 and try to compete with musketeers. And then as time goes on, they might add longbowmen, they might add hussars in. And just keep growing and growing like a big, giant disease. Yeah. Mexico, on the other hand, they go for a very different variety of strategies. They might try to play the standard way, or they might try to do a revolution of some kind. Well, it looks like the Mexico did get a trading post, which tells me, they might be going for a revolution. Because with revolutions, you get a ton of really powerful cards, and thus you need a little bit more XP to make it time a lot better. So what a better way to do it than building a train post, right? Yeah. So first card Mexico gets will be the Hacienda and 2 Villager card, otherwise known as El Gondiga de Granditas. So you get a Hacienda and 2 Settlers. From what we've learned behavior-wise in this tournament, everyone tends to take their hacienda and stick it snap dab in the middle of the map right around this spot. That way you can deliver your shipments closer to your enemy. It gives you a bit of map control that you could put potentially vills on this mine or hunts and essentially garrison them as needed over there. And another scam call, so go away, you bunch of Muppets. Leave us alone. Alright, so hacienda is building right now, and what will the agent be? Macoacan. Oh, nice. Nice choice there. And British will be going up with the governor, right? Hello, governor. And goodbye, scam caller. But bye forever, if only. Okay, so going to governor. Governor is the best option for the Brits because it helps them establish a stronger forward base with their barracks, because they'll have a tower there providing a nice range attack, which is quite nice. Also, that 200 gold gives you a nice bit of starting coin to start a line of musketeers with. Because in the transition from age 1 to 2 as Brits, first thing you're going to do, stick all your villas on wood. That way you can build as many manor houses as possible. And to boost it even further, typically, as you see here, Brits will get gang saw, which is the first wood chopping technology at the market. That way you can eke out as many manor houses as possible and thus get extra villagers, right? So far the Brit is up 2 villagers with 2 manor houses, but they could pretty grow it. Well, let me put it this way. If the Brit can stay on wood longer, they can often get a quick free 7 to 9 vills sometimes. It's quite insane. And then obviously in age 2, as they continue to fight, they're going to get more and more villagers as they build up more of those manor houses whenever they get that magic number of 135 wood to afford one. So yeah, it's quite good to be the British, you know. Whenever you get that magic number of 135 wood, build a manor house, get an extra villager. It's just so simple. It's as simple as that. It's elementary. Alright, so getting an outpost, it looks like. Picking up the gold. Gonna build the barracks first to maintain enough pressure and defense with musketeers. And then we'll ship in the 700 wood. Then we'll see what he does with that wood. Will he go for a stable as well? Will he get another barracks? And whatever he doesn't use for that sort of stuff will probably go into more manor houses for more extra vills. Right, so what is Mexico's plan? So Mexico has produced about 2 soldados. They're shipping in 700 coin. Right, they're shipping in 700 coin. So, what will they do exactly? Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out here. I think the last time I've seen someone go with this state age up as Mexico, they did go for an all-in sort of soldado push of some kind. Question is, will they just start with soldados and then revolt into Central America, or what? Yeah, so a lot of crates here. We got the 700 wood. Going for Central America, right? Yep, Central America, I guessed it. There's a reason why you would train some soldados as Mexico before doing a Central America revolt, because there's actually a powerful card that Mexico gets with the Central America revolt. Gives you a number of soldados, and essentially gives you a free P-tard with every card you send after that point, including the card itself. It's actually this card right here called Santa Maria's Fire. Gives you 4 soldados. That alone is pretty good. Also gives you a free P-tard with the card. A nice siege trooper you can blow something up with. Right? And for the rest of the game, every card after that will give you another P-tard that you can blow something up with. It's quite good. It's a lot of sieging power. Gives you a lot of control over your enemy. Right? Just make sure that the P-tard does not get picked off by the British Musketeers, and you should be all set there. Alright, so we're looking at about 6 soldados right now. Pretty good number. Another one in queue right now. So, Mexico player is chugging along. And also remember, when you do a Central America revolt this Mexico, you get about 8 free villagers from that revolt. So, tons of economy. It's a really nice way to bump your settler numbers up to be more comparable to the Brits, who are already looking at how many free villas they have. 3, 5, 7, 8. So, kind of gives you the similar economy to the Brits at this stage, since you're kind of on the same build count. Oh yeah, taking out the outpost first, good move. However, the Brits do get their longbowmen out, He shipped in about 6 longbowmen there, while queuing up more muskets. They will do a few hussars as well. Now, I don't think you need hussars right now as the Brits. You mostly just need to get musket longbow combination, because that's really going to be the main threat from a Central America revolt typically. Oh, but he's considering this card, the Infinite One Falconet card that the Central America revolt has. Yeah, this one is a pretty dangerous one. So what it does is it costs about 100 gold, pretty cheap price, in a shipment obviously since it's a card. Gives you a Falconet and a Petard because you sent Santa Maria's Fire. So you're getting another Siege Trooper and a cannon. And with all the vills that you do have on the map, you just constantly churn out more and more soldados as your backbone unit. With a whopping 30, 36, 39 range attack, good anti-cav. So really, you're just stacking soldados constantly, so the Falconets can do their job, and then the Petards can find isolated targets to take a snipe at. Right now, I think the Longbowman should be able to intervene here and get the Petard. Yep, a good player can usually block those Petards off, but they're still a pretty worrying thing for you. Okay, so the soldados do a pretty... Oh, they extend forward, but they forget that the Hussars swooped around them. That's not good. Okay, so... Ooh, threw a settler in or two as well. Interesting. So, first thing you're going to want to do, probably kite away these Hussars so they don't snare, and try to get out of there. Right? The Brit player is going to try to pursue you, though, because they really don't want to give you time to get another Falconet, because that's just a bad disadvantage. So, Brits are going to push right now with the timing attack, so that they can catch this Mexico off guard and drain him of his army before the Falconet arrives. Another batch of Hussars by the Brit player to deal with that artillery. 4 soldados are arriving right now. Right, but the Falconet has still not came yet, so it's really open season for the Brit player to take these heavy infantry out, so the Falconet has like no protection at all. You might have to... Oh, no. See, that's what the Brit player was counting on. It was counting on him to spawn him up here, and there'd be no protection at all. Yeah, if it was me, I would have quickly set my military spawn back to my town center at home. But obviously, a lot going on. Probably didn't have time to do it. So that was a quick and easy win for the Brits. Just shows you the power of macro that the Brits really leverage. They get all this extra villager economy, and they just take advantage of it. Starting out with barracks, and then they gradually go barracks stable. And then at that point, it's really tough to come back from that as the opponent, no matter what you're doing as a strategy. So that was a very nice demonstration by... King Osmane there. Right, so now we're going to see their game number 2 now, on Saguenay. First time we're seeing a map other than Great Plains in this tournament, so that's going to make you feel pretty good, right? Oh yeah, no, I'm sure you feel pretty ecstatic to finally see some new geography. Absolutely, so yeah, that should be quite nice. Alright, so this is game number 2. Here we go, game number 2. Saguenay. Classic favorite from Wars of Liberty fans around the world, because we always use this map in our tournaments as well, so it's good to see it here too. GGG out. Imagine if they just resigned right there and there, that'd be crazy. Alright, so King Osmane is now playing as Spain, and Wezi is now playing as the Hausa. Ooh, kind of an interesting combination there. Okay, so Hausa, first thing you're going to do, build a granary. Granary, free building. What things in life are free? Like nothing, but granaries are actually free, so that's good. What it does, lures in all these huntables to the granary, so you don't have to herd as much. Allows you to be a bit lazier on food economy than you normally get to be in this game. And it also boosts the nearby food gather rate too of your villagers when they're on the hunts in the herdables, which is great. And even helps you out in late game too with your farming rate, so that's quite good. So look at these villas with the little ring around them. That means that their food gather rate is increased, which is quite good. And this building also contains your hunting technologies and your farming technologies. So right around the time that Hausa sells off one of these cows at the livestock market to get some wood, they'll be able to get the very cheap village dogs tech. Doesn't cost any gold actually, just 50 wood, which is super cheap. Now the hunting rate will go up even more. It'll go from 0.92 to 0.97, which is quite good. It's a substantial number as you grow more and more vills on the food income, which is great. Yep. So we'll see what House ends up doing this game. And Spain has built their trading post in this spot. If you're not building a trading post as Spain, you're not playing Spain. You have to get a trading post as Spain. It's critical to their build. As you know, Spain gets cards a lot faster because of their civ bonus than most civs do. So the way you amplify that bounty really good is to get a trading post, so you get some really insane card timing. Spain will start out with 3 settlers, and then they follow it up with capitalism, which again right now. So because Spain can finagle in 2 cards in age 1, they get the 3 villagers first, so they're in line with everybody else macro-wise, and then they boost it up even further by getting a gold trickle, the capitalism. And this gives Spain a few options. They can either go naked fast fortress with this, which can be very powerful for Spain, or from what we've seen a lot in this tournament, the Spanish player can develop a barracks and go musketeers in age 2, because that gold trickle that they're getting now already prepares them by the time they reach the second age to get a batch of musketeers on the ground and start pushing the opponent. And they can follow it up with pikeman shipments potentially, or just a rod shipment like this, which they can totally do. Or what we see a lot, they'll actually go for 700 wood and go double barracks musketeer, which is quite fascinating. Now, one thing you're going to notice on this map, there has to be counter water options. On Great Plains, there is no water besides those tiny little ponds, right? No navy. But on this map, Saguenay, you got an expansive amount of water here with fish and whales. So you always got to have the option of counter water should your opponent go for a fish boom. And that's why you see the double caravel card here in age 2. So if your opponent decides to go for a fish boom, you can punish it with 2 caravels and force them to either defend it somehow with their dock, or obviously lose that entire economy and all the wood that went into it. Ouch. Same thing in age 3. You got the frigate here, which is an even more powerful ship to pressure your opponent's fishing economy with too, which is quite good. Alright, so governor for Spain, that's typically the age-up choice for Spain, kind of similar to the Brits we saw last game. Basically, it's great because it gives you some nice gold that can go into musketeers, could prepare you for a naked fast fortress. The possibilities are endless, and then obviously having an outpost too is always a good addition to your defense, whether you add it to your forward base or to your actual base. 700 gold coming in first. Also a church. So, I don't see a royal decree though. That's interesting. Yeah, because normally when I see a church coming up, that goes into royal decree. Yeah, and then they get the big batch of halberdiers out. Yeah, no, that's kind of surprising. 700 gold followed by 700 wood. If you ever see that card combination in that order for any civ, not just Spain, that means naked fast fortress. Get in the gold first so you can get the age up, and then send the 700 wood in for the infrastructure you need for your base. That's typically why you see that. Alright, so what House is going to do is, they got a university already, they're building up their fort, getting a war camp, they're getting a griot. Oh, nice. So griots are kind of an interesting soldier. They basically are a support unit that helps slow down the enemy's attack speed. So they have all sorts of funny instruments like horns and drums. Yeah, they just slow the enemy down and demoralize them. They're a pretty cool unit. I know Chorizo Zarate, back when he used to do a lot of Definitive Edition tournaments with us, he loved using griots. He used them to a great extent, actually, so it's kind of fun to see these guys again. So what did House send? So they 3 villagers, House of Kingdom to get a university builder. They got 700 wood, okay. And he ended up aging up with the Akan. So he's got the Akan Acobias that he can train. These guys. They're a very strong musketeer. Mainly because they have 1 splash, 1 area of effect damage, which means if your enemy's soldiers are very close to each other, there's a good chance that the Akan can actually damage multiple units at the same time, which is really powerful. It's kind of like, almost like a Grenadier, but a little bit nerfed, if that makes any sense. So yeah, it looks like the house opponent does go water. We'll go for a fish boom. They're already on about 3 fishing canoes right now, generating a ton of food. And now the house of player will get Ganansi. Now what Ganansi does is it essentially changes the way that your Akanakobias work. They no longer behave like native warriors, meaning they become a unit that will cost population space, but it means that you can train as many of them as you like now. You're not limited to just 12 of them. You could literally make your whole army of these if you want to, which is typically what the house of player wants to do, you know? It is a little tempting to have a unit that doesn't cost population, but it's even better if you can have like 50 to 100 Akanakobias running your opponent down, which is quite good. Alright, so the Spain is in age 3 now. They went up with the scout politician to get 4 hussars. They're queuing up rods. What will their first age 3 shipment be? They're going for big boy rod shipment of 9 rods. Queuing up skirmishers at the barracks. Typical move for Spain in age 3. They're moving pretty quickly. What other thing that they're doing, which is quite nice, they picked up the Cree native site, just like their opponent did. The Cree natives are a very good choice because they allow you to train a villager called the Cree Courier de Bois, the Cree CBD, and they have all the properties of the French unit. So faster gather rate, good range combat. They're a really good villager to just help you boom a little bit faster than you would on maps that don't have Cree natives on them, right? So it's very critical that you get your Cree native site when you play on Saguenay, so you can take advantage of those nice extra CBD villagers to your economy, right? Looks like the house opponent will age up to the Berbers. Very nice. So they got Akanakobias, and then they're going to get Berber camels too, which is quite good. So they're getting a lot of alliance units and a lot of emphasis on the anti-cav. Yeah. So what does Spain have right now? So they got a big mass of rods, 4 hussars, and then they already have a batch of skirms out. Now, oh wow, delivering the 2 falconets right at this forward outpost that they got from the governor. Also getting veteran on the roderos, the rods. So the Spain opponent is diversifying their military portfolio very quickly. Again, some anti-infantry, good anti-cavalry, some good mobility in their army, so they're preparing for all sorts of stuff. Now, what's really going to boost up the Hausa is their well-established fish boom up here that they got. Now, what's going to happen is, I believe, is once these hussars figure out that there's a dock over here, they're essentially going to send their counter water card, probably the frigate in an age 3, to just mop up all those boats and strip Hausa of that critical food source. It's probably going to be something that's going to occur. And so you got the Griot here supporting his army. The Akanakobias are utilizing their wonderful splash attack now. Look at that. Whoa. Ooh, look at that. The Berber camels connect with the falconets. This is great. These camels actually have multipliers against artillery, so they're very powerful against artillery units. They're also good against cav units. You should always consider Berber camels to be sort of like a melee dragoon, because they have counter heavy cavalry and counter artillery multipliers in melee. So basically a melee dragoon. Thus they were able to clean up the hussars, and they were able to clean up the artillery rather fast. Alright, and now the outpost is being attacked. Spain will take advantage of its 20 range with the skirms and try to kite as much of these troops as possible, and maybe even deter them from staying there. Right, some reinforcing rods are arriving as well. More Akanakobias queuing up for the House of Player there. Yep, these hussars should be cleaned up rather quickly, right? Okay, so going for the secondary rod shipment there. A whopping 8 rods, and then going to ship in the big boy 5 Lancer shipment. This will be some very strong anti-infantry to fight the roderos with, basically. Yeah, so that should be quite good.
Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? ¡Preparado! ¿Qué me
Sí.
Sí.
Wani umarni za ka bayar?
عليت الحتمينك
Aïta Dimbaranemin.
umarni?
Me kake so?
Ina sauraro. Zan yi Zanguka akai hari.
Cire.
What you saw right there was the power of the area of effect damage on these Echinocobias. They have that one splash, and by the time you reach Industrial Age, their range attack goes up by about 30, which is quite good. Quite powerful, actually. Yeah. What the Spain has been trying to do has been going a combination of Dragoon Skirmisher and trying to leverage their big mass of Roderos as sort of like a frontal sort of meat shield to run into the caveats. You notice that the House opponent did send in a nice shipment of the Kanori Guard. These are basically a mercenary Dragoon that the Hausa can ship in. They're quite good because, as you know, the Hausa are limited to a one-pop, very weak Dragoon unit. So if you want like a more traditional, very strong Dragoon soldier, you have to ship in the Kanori to get that. Looks like the fight has been very successful for the Hausa opponent. And yep, let's see what these Kanori Guard do. They're attacking the Dragoons there, very good. So, oh man, look at the good micro by the Spain player and getting rid of those Kanori Guards. Quite nice, actually. Yep, very nice. And the Hausa also aged up with the Yoruba, which gives them access to the two native warriors that the Yoruba have. The Oyo Legionary, basically a Javelineer, and then their ESO cavalry. Basically, this cavalry that loses HP over time like a Minuteman, and as it loses HP, it starts to attack faster and faster with its rate of fire. So, some very interesting troops there. Oh, wow, look at that. Another batch of natives. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Sending native treaties in Age 4. Granting them all sorts of troops. They got their Echinocobias, they got their Berber camels, they got all the Oyo units from the Yoruba, and then they get the Cree, because they're allied to the Cree. So, getting an Age 4 native treaties like that, very big for House. Gives you 5 different weight native warriors all at the same time, which is great. Just enough to hopefully hold off against all these skirms here. Yeah. Look at the Explorer, too. The Explorer's doing a good job meat shielding as well. Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Look at all the skirms he's losing. This is big. So what is Spain up to? We noticed that Spain did send the Marvelous Year a little while ago, which boosts up their economy significantly for about 365 seconds. 1 second for each year. Day of the year, basically, 365. So that has expired now. So now Spain is trying to keep up and gradually grow their economy. They are going to get the stagecoach now, so they are going to begin some resources from the trade route to catch up a little bit, because it looks like this whole skirmisher dragoon combination is not like outright winning. I mean, it's keeping it toe-to-toe, but it's not winning, so he's got to figure something out here. Oh man, yep, he just lost a few skirms there for free because he was moving and didn't shoot back. Alright, now he's pursuing with the skirms. Thankfully, these Cree trackers have a ton of HP, so they're very tanky. They can take a few shots from a skirm, which is quite good. Spain coming in with another 10 reinforcing skirmishes now. Your Hausa needs to think of a reinforcement fast, so they're going to get some more ESO riders to reinforce the position, and they're going to hunt them down now, which we see right here. So, yep, these are the ESO riders. Very scary troop as they lose their HP. That rate of attack, see the rate of attack going down? That means that it's actually attacking faster and faster as it gets weaker. So, very dangerous cavalry to send at your opponent, basically. Yep, very nice. Also made a few levied bowmen as well from the house there, using some influence to help defend the area, which is a pretty good idea as well. Alright, so let's see what he's got now. What will the house do now to try to push ahead? Because it seems like what the problem is that now Spain's economy is so solid right now that they can actually keep up this skirmisher dragoon game. And they also use their counter water cards of the 2 caravels and the frigate in H2 and 3 to wipe out the entire Hausa fishing economy, which is huge. Because they were really relying on that for their military. And that's why you're sort of seeing the Hausa players scramble a bit to come up with what they're going to get for military. Because now they lost that huge food resource. And now the Hausa opponent is completely starved and will lose against Spain. So King of Osmane has won 2-0 against his opponent Wezi. So King of Osmane is the first victor that we have seen for this round of 64. Very, very nice. So now we'll go to the next series and see which one we got now. Let's go up, and away, and find which one it is now. Alright, so now we're going to be looking at Phoenix versus Giant Turtle. Oh, nice. So I believe it's this one first and then this one. So see Phoenix versus Giant Turtle. Should be a pretty good series. We've seen Phoenix play very strongly as the Brits during the tournament, so this should be pretty... Alright, so this is the second one. Let's see the first one first. Alright? Yeah. If we can't find the Great Plains game, I'll just search the website real quick, download, and then we'll look at that one really fast. Let me scroll up here. This should be good. Alright, so it's this one then. Okay. Very good. Okay. Let's do this one. Oh, okay. So we got Phoenix playing as British, and then Giant Turtle playing as the Inca. So we got an Inca versus British. Always a fun matchup to see. Basically, both civs have very strong houses, right? The Incas got the Concha house, which trickles food, and then the Brits get the Manor house, which gives you a free villager. So, 2 civs have really lived to build a ton of houses, a lot of real estate. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Inca can beat the Brits or vice versa. One thing that the Inca is doing, which we see a lot of builders of Inca do, build a Tombo. Tombo is just a stronger trading post that already starts out with a range attack on it. So it costs about 250 wood, right, for a Tombo. So you need a little bit of extra wood to afford it. And then you also have to build your Concha house, so you can get some population and then get a trickle of about 0.6 food per second. So yeah, it will be very nice to see here if the Inca can hold off the Brits here. It also depends a little bit on what the Inca's game plan is going to be. Are they going to fight it out in H2, or are they going to go for a fast fortress? We've seen a ton of Inca fast fortresses for this tournament. We've seen a ton of people try to go for that quick age up, and then go for some very powerful Huarica fighters, going for some of those more elite troops later on. So we'll have to see. Is that what the Inca are going to do? Or are they going to try to fight out with Jungle Bowman early on to try to beat the Musketeers of the Brits? We'll see. From what we remember from this tournament, Phoenix has been a very powerful Brits player. He knows how to build up his manor house numbers very quickly, and then overwhelm his opponent with 2 or more barracks and then a stable. So he's a very formidable opponent here. Right, so Phoenix is getting his first food treasure over there, it looks like, near his base. He's got about 400 food right now, about halfway to aging up, which is quite good. In terms of his deck, pretty normal deck, honestly. You know, you got your 3 villager card here, and if you do happen to get enough XP to get a second shipment in age 1, you can go for the 2 villager card after that. Right, it's also an infinite card, so if you run out of all the other cards in your deck, you can at least send this thing, which is always a good backup. Yep. Everything else looks pretty standard British 1v1, so nothing too much to say there. And let's see. Alright, so Brits are aging up with the Governor. Yep, the Governor. 200 gold in the tower. Inca should be able to age up rather soon. right about now. Alright, going up with the wise woman. Very nice. So that's usually the politician you want to go for first with the Incas, because the wise woman will give you some free wood chopping technologies. Yeah, very useful. Gives you a very nice starting economy, which helps you to build your very important building, the Concha House. Since these houses actually cost 170 wood. A lot more expensive than the manor house. A manor house for the Brits, to get a free villager, costs about 135 wood. Right over here. We're actually 141 now. They actually nerfed it a bit in Definitive Edition, by the way. So it's even more expensive now. Whereas the Conch House, 170 wood, because it actually trickles food constantly. So it's doubles as an economic building on top of a population one. So Brits are going to get their tower very soon here. Incas will get their insane wood economy. And then we'll probably see where the Incas go from there, right? Yeah, they're going to start with 700 gold and go for a fast fortress. So they're going to sort of make some military with the jungle bowmen. Really is to be seen. Also note that the Incas do get an infinite wood card here, so they can use this as many times as they need to get ahead for their Concha House production, their military, whatever they need it for. Alright, so now we will be seeing which shipment, which card. Right, 3 Tombo card. So that'll allow them to basically take this, as well as 2 of the native sites. From what I can tell on this deck, it's going to be a native deck. This is basically a native deck. So basically what the Incas do is they ship in about 3 Tombo Travois here, try to get all the possible native sites on the map, and then they follow it up with native treaties to get a little bit of each native, right? And then you send this card, American Allies, and then they select a native alliance with it that they can actually train units out of the embassy with that's not on the map. So they can choose the Mapuche, they can choose the Zapotecs, or they can choose the Caribs. All very reliable options that will depend on what they need exactly. So building the second Concha House already, quite good for their economy. Also gives you a ton of nice population as well, 16 population, which is quite good. Let's see where these Tombos go. So one is going to go onto the Apache, and the other's going to go onto a Cheyenne native side, right? Oh no, that one's going to trade route. The Cheyenne is right over here, right? Yep. Just curious where all this stuff is going. Yep. Oh, interesting. So he's actually going to grab the Apache side right over here. Wow, very interesting. So again, a pretty good expansion on the map then, right? Then the Inca player ships in about 6 jungle bowmen as a sort of quick up defense in case the musketeers start rolling down at. Oh, so Phoenix knows what his opponent is doing, and he's going to try to rush to get rid of these Tombos very quickly using pikemen. Pikemen have a lot more siege than musketeers, so if you want to take out some buildings really quick, it's better to go pikemen instead of musketeers. However, they're going to be more sitting ducks to these jungle bowmen though, since they don't have a range attack. They literally are pretty much forced to just retreat when they're dealing with an archer like that, because the archer will just back up and kite them like crazy. Native treaties has arrived, granting the Incas some Apaches and granting them some Cheyenne warriors there, which is quite nice. Yep. Also going to be sending in native warrior combat. This will beef up the native warriors by about 15% in HP and attack, so it's a very nice combat card to get in Age 2. I'm going to continue training in more Apache riders there to have a nice ranged troop to fight against the British Army with. Good choice overall. Do be careful of that 6 longbowman card that the Brits might send. Could be kind of dangerous. Also, how many dancers does he have on the community plaza? He has 1 villager and then the 3 priestesses. So that's quite good over there. Very solid. Very nice indeed. Alright, so now what we got here is Apache Riders, 6 Jungles, 2 Cheyennes. Sending in the Chimu runners now, so a bit of hand cab as well. Alright, whereas Phoenix is doubling down on tons of pikemen, some longbows, and then a few hussars from his stable. Yep. Basically, all the Brits really need to do is make sure they don't die to this mass of natives, and they keep growing their economy. Basically, the Brits, the more you go deep into the game, as long as you have natural resources and some level of map control, you tend to do better and better with all those extra vills. Because eventually, with all 20 manor houses, you're going to have 20 extra vills, more than you normally do with the European Civ, and then your economy just flourishes. Right? Also picking up the placer mines tech at the market, the first mining tech, so they can probably afford some more Hussar queue as well. Right? Also shipping in their 6 Longbowman card too, so now they're going to have even more Longbowmen. Longbowmen taking some free shots at the Chimu runners and actually taking one of them out. Wow. Chimu's going in on their... Okay, so Cheyennes have connected with the Hussars, which is good, because they have anti-cab multipliers. They're sort of like almost like a mounted pikeman in a way. But now the pikemen shove right in to try to knock out all of these shock infantry and cavalry units. There is a nice range support from the Apaches and the Jungle Bows. Looks like they do beat the pikemen before all the melee cabs are dead, so they can move on to the Longbowmen and take out that group. And now they can move on to the second group that just shipped in from the home city. Does he have enough anti-cab to do with the Hussars, though? Yes, he does have a Cheyenne here. He does have a couple of Apaches as well. It looks like Phoenix does train up some Musketeers here, or did he ship those in? No, he trained those up, and now he's actually going to be shipping in 6 more Musketeers. That should be quite good. Unfortunately, looks like Giant Turtle's a bit bare in army now, and he has to retreat. How many concha houses are you on, brother? About 3. So, about 1.8 food per second. Not bad. But try to get more of them if you can. What can he ship in now? So, he's going to get Sapa Inca. Improves the speed, hit points, and leadership aura of your war chief. Basically makes him a much better unit. Yeah. I don't know. You think that's a good move? I would think that he would maybe want some wood and get some more concha houses up for economy and maybe get a warhead of some kind. Because now, I think you kind of have to get some more jungle bowmen. Especially since your Brit opponent is ready to start pumping in the muskets on you, which is quite good. Yep, I was talking to Big Jim. I said, yeah, I think we're moving on to round of 64 now, right? Yep. Alright, and now got Longbowmen going after the Bill. Oh, that's not good. Look at that nice range on those longbows. They also have a rate of fire of 1.5, so they shoot very quickly. They're very quick shooting units, so they can shred your stuff very quickly if you're not careful. Alright, so now, and also Phoenix made some muskets, so he has even more range support. Going Cheyenne and Apache, well, I can't say that that's a good move just because he's got muskets on the field now. That's probably the wrong play. I would have gone in some 600 wood and gone some jungle bowmen myself, personally, because I know now there are heavy infantry on the field and we do need to take that seriously. Right, you can't just spam a bunch of hand cab and then have them get shredded by the bayonets on these muskets. It's not good. I mean, well, yeah, see, this is the problem. Cheyenne get completely melted. Now your archers are exposed, and then the rest is history. Yeah. Does look like, oh, he converted a Hussar with the Priestess. Very smart, actually. That's a good move. That's going to make his handcap match a little bit longer lasting. Also trained up some more Apaches from his native site nearby. Unfortunately, he's going up against Longbowmen, so not the best matchup, and yeah, he's forced to resign there. Good attempt, though. You know, I've seen Niceas do a ton of Inca plays like that on the Unknown map back in the day. Remember when I did that on the House of the Trading Post stream? That was pretty fun. Seeing him go for like a ton of native setups with Inca native deck. That was pretty neat. So good to see that again. Obviously not as strong on the Great Plains map because it is all cavalry. And all your opponent really has to do, get some skirms, get some muskets, and then it's pretty much dealt with, right? So that's what we saw pretty much there. Is a Brit opponent that really knew what they were doing, knew, alright, as long as I get musketeers, the Cheyenne shouldn't be able to hurt me as bad, right? And it ended up holding true. So, good move on their part there, basically. And now what we're going to get is, let me see here. This is the second game in this spot, the one on Saguenay. Alright, so in this one, Phoenix is going Ottomans, and Giant Turtle is going as the French. Interesting matchup. We've seen a ton of Ottomans in this tournament, but it's the first time we see them get played on the Saguenay map. Should be quite fun and interesting. So this map does have trade sockets on it, so you can grab a trading post as part of your standard Ottoman build. Looks like he's already constructing the mosque right now for that XP trickle. And there is the trading post right here. Oh, that's annoying. That's going to hurt Ottoman's trading post timing a bit, because that's going to force him to go down here to building trading posts now. It's clever French there, sticking it right in the obvious spot. Stalling his opponent probably XP delivery. Yep, see? This is how obnoxious this is, because now Ottomans are not going to get this XP delivery, and that's going to slightly hinder their shipment arrivals, which they really depend on as the Ottomans. That's the whole point in building a trading post as Ottomans as well as the mosque for the XP trickle. It's to basically give you really good unit timing with your cards. Since Ottomans are really famous for having very powerful card shipments, very powerful units, yeah, that's really what they do great at. So if you can hurt their TP building time, it definitely stings a little bit. This trade route gives you about 32 XP per delivery, so yep, every delivery counts. Ottoman is herding in these caribou here towards their base. Probably a good thing to get done ahead of time, so they'll have the necessary food for Janissaries. Quite a good idea. So they'll be starting with 3 Uruk shipment, 3 villagers, and then they might go capitalism, but we'll see, you know. Definitely when you see capitalism first, that's a sign, hey, this is going to be a naked fast fortress, but when it's 3 Uruks first, then it's a little bit more up in the air of what's actually going to happen, right? So, looking deck-wise, we do have the Royal Decree, but we do not have mosque construction. We do have counter-war, though. We got 2 galleys and then the frigate in H3. So if French decides to go Fishboom, that's going to be punished. Does France have counter-war options? No, they do not. So they better not go for a Fishboom, because if Ottomans catch them off guard with galleys and a frigate, could be very dangerous. Yep, so French going up with the Core Master for 400 wood. I would expect the same from the Ottomans. Yes, exactly, 400 wood. It's always a consistent politician to go with, because you can get a lot done with 400 wood. You can get 2 barracks, you can get 2 stables. Obviously, you can build a foundry and a house. Really is up to you, depending on what you need. Alright, so it does pick up capitalism as card number 2 during the Age of Transition. France, what will France start with? Will France go... Well, I can tell you right now, this is a native deck for the French. It's got all the native cards. You got your native warrior combat, your team French auxiliaries combat, Ancien Regime, wilderness warfare, even native warriors, the cheapener in H3. So this is a heavily native deck. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ancien Regime as card number 2 and coming out of the gate rushing with royal muskets. Is that what we're going to see here, folks, or something a bit different? Yeah, it looks like the French goes for the Huron native site first, and they're probably going to go for the Cree one second. Yeah. So they're probably going to try to push towards getting native treaties here and getting a batch of Crees and a batch of Huron. Oh, there's... Yep, let's see if he can time this right. So, yep. Does this TP build fast enough to get the Cree trackers? I hope it does. I hope he didn't just fumble that. That would be very sad. Because then he might have to cancel this out and send it again. Yeah. Let's see. I'm a little bit worried because he's just reached about almost half the HP now on the structure. Really? Huh. Oh, man. Oh, wow. That's some horrible timing there. Look at that. He didn't build the TP fast enough on the Cree side, and he missed out on getting free trackers. That's insane. That's a waste of a card right there, man. I mean, he did get some amplets, but he missed out on the skirmishers. He literally cut the worth of his card in half by doing that. That is really bad, folks. You want to avoid that, yeah. Whereas the Ottoman opponent is going double barracks Janissary, a very formidable build on this map. Essentially ensures you have a constant supply of high HP muskets, the Janissaries, with their powerful 215 HP. That'll be very dangerous here. And I feel like the French player not getting in their batch of free trackers from the shipment probably hurt them pretty badly there, honestly. They're probably going to regret that quite a bit now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Very bad. Oh, wait a second. Where did he get these trackers from? Did he have to pay for these? Yeah, he had to train them, I think. No. Yeah, he had to train these guys. Very not good at all. The problem with the Cree trackers is they cost about 80 wood. So unless you have a ton of wood, you probably want to get them for free if you can. Yeah, so looks like now he's going to go mantlets and trackers. Pretty good combo against double barracks Janissary, because what you do is you got the mantlets here, which are literally tanks against range attacks, so they're very good against the Janissaries and tanking them. And even the Cree trackers have 260 HP, so the Cree trackers on their own can actually tank Janissaries too. So basically the Janissaries kind of lose their high HP dominance just because these native warriors on the Saguenay map can match them tit for tat with that HP stats. Right, it looks like France will also ship in 700 wood so they can get even more of these natives. Right, now what are we going to see from the Ottoman opponent? Is he going to stick with double barracks Jan, or is he going to try to make a push towards H3 and then try to pop him with Sifahi, Falconet, Mamluk, one of those powerful cards? Looks like he's still queuing up Janissary. He's getting placer mines right now, gradually improving his gold economy. He is going to ship in 3 delis. Delis in this matchup will be great. There is no anti-cav by the French player yet. Not even a hand cav yet. So if you could get some Hussars, or in this case the Ottoman delis, into the mix, the Crees and the Huron are going to have a bit of trouble there. They're going to have to fight those up before they can even deal with the Janissaries. Ottoman also gets an actual stable and is queuing up delis as well. So they're going to be there with about, 8 delis, 8 hand caps. That's what the Ottoman player needs right now, because delis can clean this under the rug very quickly. Yeah, delis are very dangerous, you know. They don't have as much HP as a Hussar, but they have a faster rate of attack of 1.2. So they strike very quickly. Yeah, look at what these delis do. He's also taking his Janissaries in the melee as well to just surround the mantlets and prevent them from being mobile and dodgy and stuff. Wow, look at this. Totally smothers the French native force and wipes it out clean. That is not good. Right, so the French player realizes this and he says, man, I got to get Ancien regime so I can get some royal muskets now. So he's sending that in right now, but I don't think it's going to be good, because now all these mantlets you just bought, how expensive they are, 100 food, 60 wood, now these are going to be lost for free. You're not going to get anything for this. Look at how bad this is, man. This is like a huge loss. Now he's forced to send in the midmen. Here comes the Royal Embassy. He could potentially cancel this out if he finds it. Does he see it? You see it, Phoenix? He sees it. Does he do something about it, though? Alright, so he didn't have enough time to get rid of that, unfortunately. Delis, did they take out a CBD? Wee! Yeah, wee! Another one. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Yep. Bad situation. Alright, so I think Turtle really fumbled that really badly. So, number one, he got his timing wrong on the native treaties. Basically denied him the free trackers. And then he made the assumption that the Ottoman player was just going to go double Jan barracks and not respond to it with Cav or Abbas or something. That was a fallacy right there. I think that was a huge fallacy that cost him the game. What do you think, folks? Do you think that he did some sort of fallacy and disregarding that potential risk? I think he did. I think he could have potentially avoided it by at least getting, I don't know, like a couple pikemen, a musket or two. Well, not a musket or two, but at least get like a batch of pikemen or something. That's like insane, man. That's crazy. Yep, well, good series either way. I mean, Phoenix played that like a champ, I think. Phoenix always brings a lot of power to his games, I think the first time I saw Phoenix, he was doing the Total War mode on the survival map. And he was a very tough opponent that completely knocked the socks off of HVNI. So I think Phoenix definitely brings his A game to whatever he does. Yeah. So now we're going to be looking at Pusionic versus Zoom. And then yeah. Delivery waiting outside. I'm going to grab it 1 second and then I'll be right back, okay? And then we can start. I'm not going to start the recording yet since I want to be able to introduce it properly. I apologize if your ear holes suffered a bit there. Yes, one of those scammers called again when I was picking up the pizza. Yeah, that's annoying. Alright, anyways, we're here with Pisionic versus Zoom. Game 1. On Great Plains, again. Alright, so Zoom is playing the Brits. And Pisionic is playing as the French. So another French versus Brits today. This has always been a fascinating matchup in this tournament. Obviously, I think in general, it really comes down to what the French are doing. I think if the French don't do the right stuff, the card always goes to the Brits, but if the French have something very innovative, something very strategic, then they can do very well, right? The thing you gotta realize in this matchup is the fact that the Brits are gonna be constantly growing their economy like a huge, giant, flower, with tons of extra villagers from their manor houses. Yeah. Ooh, nice, we got a wave from one of the tournament participants. Look at that, 2 red waves. Hello there, buddy. How you doing? You enjoying the tournament so far? Enjoying the casting? Hopefully you are. Yep, it's very good, and I gotta fix my, dock. Let me see here. Live control panel. Here we go. Hopefully it works now. Looks like it's... Now nothing's working. This is crazy, man. What is wrong with this thing? This is insane, dude. Ugh. I don't know, I'm just closing it. I'll try to open it like one more time and then... Let me see. In chat. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got 36 views so far. Very nice. And there's the chat again. Hello, people again. So let's see what we missed so far. So it looks like French are bringing in 3 CBDs. The deck is called Anything because it can do just about anything. Anything at all. That's why it's called Anything, folks. You can do a fast fortress. You can do H2. You can kind of do any sort of flexible build you need. As for the British deck is also looking pretty normal as well. The inclusion of Pioneers, very interesting include. Basically ensures if you're worried about raiding a lot, you can beef the Vills up with that 65% HP increase and keep them safe. Other than that, though, looks like Pisionic got 30 wood, 30 food. Any other big treasures we got here? Looks like Zoom got 35 gold. I think in general, gold treasures are very good for the Brits because it makes their musketeer push early on very good. So definitely get as much gold as you can as the Brits if possible. And how you boost up even more, get the governor politician. 200 gold in the tower. Very nice for setting up initial muskets. Zoom got about 25 wood. That goes towards your manor boom pretty much because you need 140 wood, we found out, to make a manor and get an extra villager. Going up with quartermaster for the French. That's usually the best bet. Helps them establish their early barracks, get some houses down. Very important. Interesting enough, looks like the French went for a 9 villager age up and then shipped in 3 CBDs, so aging up with 12 vills. Kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, because normally what you're normally supposed to do is you're supposed to go up to like 14, 15 CBDs. So this guy ended up aging up a bit earlier. What is he going to do with that earlier age up time exactly? Let's see. Yep, so Brit's going to get another manor house, or what's their sort of game plan exactly? We'll find out soon enough. Going for 4 CBDs and steel traps. What do we typically see when that happens? Going stable. Yep. That's what we saw last night. Whenever a French player goes for 4 CBDs followed by steel traps, that means they're going cavalry. They're going hussar. They're going to go for hussar pressure, try to lop as many vills as they can, try to be super annoying, and buy themselves some time to either go for an H3 or to then develop a barracks and add some muskets in. So, yep. Gonna queue up 1 hussar. Should be able to afford 2 of them, right? Going for the vill first, since villager queuing is more important than military. Goes for a 2nd hussar. Then going for 700 wood, so they can get that barracks up if they need to. Brits already got their barracks up, and they are queuing up muskets in the middle of the map, supported by the governor's outposts there. Kind of turns the British base into a bit of a Russian blockhouse almost in a way. Even more deadly because you have 2 buildings instead of 1 that you have to deal with. Alright, so musketeers coming out now. These... Well, the thing is, there's very few muskets right now, so if the Brits somehow fumbled these muskets, the Hussars could still beat them? But I really doubt it, because it looks like he's on top of it right now and trying to hunt them out. Brits getting their own steel traps right now and are going to push on the French position. I think they know, since he's going Hussar, he's going to be vulnerable until he gets some muskets on the field from this barracks. Does the Brit know about the barracks by any chance? Yes, he does. So he probably decided to retreat then, because he knows, alright, French player is getting a proper defense, so it's not going to be easy enough to just run around and raid him like crazy. French player does go crossbowman. Alright, so going specifically to counter the musketeer play with the crossbows. Crossbows are going to have a range of 16 and have an anti-heavy infantry multiplier, so they're the preferred unit that you want to use against muskets if you can. So going with Hussar crossbowmen. Crossbowmen to kill the muskets, and then using the Hussars to raid the villagers and fight any longbowmen that come out of the map, basically. So already has... Oh! Watch out. I was a little worried that Brits were going to take advantage of that and take a nice, clean shot on one of these crossbows. But thankfully, French caught himself just in time over there. 8 more crossbowmen shipping in. He's got about 13 of them right now. He's got a pretty sizable stack. Right now, what the French can do, they can take advantage of their +4 range on these archers and try to snipe all of these musketeers as they approach. Yeah, and if you can take out enough of them, then... Ooh, nice trick there against the Explorer. Explorer tried to snare the archers and make it easier for the muskets to get a shot. Let's see if this tight dance between the muskets and crossbowmen results in anything. More muskets out for the Brit player. Keep in mind they do have double barracks now, so if they can get enough fills on food, they can queue up to 10 muskets at a time now, which is quite good. Alright, so the French player does queue in a few musketeers, probably concerned about potential Hussar shipment from the Brit player, which could be dangerous. Wait a minute, not Hussar shipment, Barara switch to stable. Thankfully the Brits don't get a 3 Hussar shipment. That would be very scary. Very scary indeed. They do get it in Moore's Liberty though, so do watch out over there. Musketeers still queuing up for French. How's his deck looking? So he can still send 600 gold to reach Fortress Age. So French do have a path forward to get into Age 3, it looks like, which they're probably going to do. They're probably going to do. Yeah, and how many manor houses is the Brit on? Only 7 right now. They are getting 600 woods, so that's probably going to go into manor houses, without a doubt. Another 4 or 5 free villagers ready to go. Definitely. So we'll see if he does that. Or what he actually does with all that wood. The only other thing I could see him spending on the wood, yeah, a stable. He is going to get a stable. Oh, he was going to get a stable. What is he going to do now? He is getting blunderbuss on his villas to get their range attack up. So is he anticipating any sort of push from the French player? Oh, he is being raided by the Hussars. That's why he's getting it. He's got to deal with that raiding there. So, crossbowmen muskets, able to trade pretty fair with this large mass of muskets there. The Brit player is using some of the wood to get a stack of longbowmen out. Good choice. Longbowmen will actually outrange these crossbowmen by a whole lot. Longbowmen have a very good range. Even more range than the Age 3 skirmishers. So longbowmen will be able to do some long-range sniping against this whole army of imps right there. And probably allow the Brit player to actually apply some more critical pressure. Now what the Brit player does get is one of the only good treasures on this map of Great Plains, which is the 320 XP one. This one will make a huge difference. This will allow the Brit player to potentially get their gold shipments, get spice trade, and potentially propel towards Age 3 themselves. Yeah, which they're gonna need to do. because now French is in age 3. They got their dragoons out of their stable, and they are shipping in 2 falconets right now. That's quite powerful. So, also queuing in skirmishers. So, the French player already got some skirmishers, so they're really in good shape right now. This is a very scary time to be the Brits, because French are going to push their timing right now. They're going to take advantage of the fact that they have more elite troops than you, and they're going to start whacking you left and right. It's up to the Brits to sort of decide where to take a fight and where not to take a fight. Do they have to abandon this forward base altogether, in fact, to avoid losing their army advantage? Because once they lose these muskets and whatever longbowmen they have, they're a bunch of sitting ducks against this force here. So they have to really choose. Alright, am I going to move forward with my muskets? They're going to try to do something. Oh, wow, look at this. Forward walling against the muskets so they can't bayonet against the... Oh, look at this. Look at this play. This is beautiful by the French player. Building up walls with the CBDs so the muskets couldn't reach them in melee range. They couldn't push in enough to get a decisive, clean cut of both of them. They did take out one falc, but they were not able to get the other one thanks to these walls here. Carefully placed by the French player. Now, moving forward with 1 falconet and a ton of infantry, some dragoons on the British position. Gonna get the 3 cuirassier card to deal with these longbows, and at this stage, 3 cuirassiers could wipe out these muskets too, because they don't even have the veteran upgrade. The splash attack on those cuirassiers is formidable enough. Oh wow, going into melee with the dragoons, because there's no cav on the field. Very spicy up, but there are hussars now, so he has to rethink that play very quickly, since he does need these dragoons alive to deal with these hussars now. Notice there how he quickly changed his policy. When he knew that there wasn't any cavalry, he was like, yeah, I'm going to use them for melee just to press the archers, but now that he knows the cav is a threat, he is going to seriously try to, preserve him. He lost his dragoon there. He's got the cuirassiers, though. He is shipping in 8 skirms. Looks like infantry mass is definitely better on the French side right now. And more hussars, more muskets in for the Brit player. These muskets, though, are sitting ducks because they're going to pop right out and the skirms will be right there to go pew pew right into them. So that's not going to be good. Also has about 4 dragoons there to cancel out these hussars. Another unfortunate situation, and yeah, no, got some problems there, son. Yeah, completely divide. You rarely want your army divided like that, because once they're divided like that, it makes it easier to conquer them. Hence, divide and conquer. Yep, GG. Good match there by Zoom, but unfortunately fell to Physionic very easily. Well, not very easily. I think Zoom had a good game there for a while. He was just sort of trying to gauge things. And I think he was locked into an age 2 fight with French, whereas French carefully timed their macro, get all that food so they could quickly drop the 600 gold down and then pivot into age 3. That's why you were sort of seeing the French player adding in some gold there, because they knew they wanted to go towards an eventual age 3 where French plays at their strongest. French really love a good fortress age. It's where they're strongest at. They get their skirm shipments, their dragoon one, their cuirassier one, and then their falconet one. Kind of similar to the Ottomans. They love age 3. There's a lot of civs in Age of Empires 3 that love age 3. 3 and 3. So, yeah. So this is game number 2 on Saguenay. So let's see what they bring us to on Saguenay. Alright, Zoom is the Germans, jawohl. And Physionic is the Spanish. So, first Spanish we saw here today was a victory for that player, so let's see if Spain offers another win. We'll have to find out. And Germany, this is the first on this map, so we'll see how the Germans do. First thing is first, build a market, get your hunting dogs. Because your settler wagons, which you get 3 of, have the gather rate of 2 villagers. So, combined 3 settler wagons is like the gather rate of like 6 settlers. Getting hunting dogs leads to a huge boon in your food economy. Very big. Enough to propel you to age 2 a little faster and support your fast fortress and other stuff very good. So, for Germans in particular, again, that hunting dogs early on is very critical. That's why they go through the trouble of building the market, putting the settler wagons on the necessary resources to afford that hunting dog's gold, which is pretty affordable at 50, and then go for it. Right. Spain gets their starting trading post for their build order there. Basically ensures they get proper shipment timing. 3 villagers first. And we see a ton of cards here. So this is called Logistician AW. So we might see military logistician here by the Spanish player. Also, this map does have naval capability. We got fish boom with rendering plant, fish market, schooners. We also have a counter war card with caravel and even improved warships. So this Spanish deck is ready to fight on water. It's ready to fight on water. We even have the battleship too. We get the battleship, so we're probably going to see a lot of water warfare by the Spain here. So we got to be on our toes and watch that sort of thing. Right? How about the Germany? Is Germany thinking of water? They're thinking of counter water. They got caravels and then they have improved warships. So they got counter water. So they might try to fight off Spain on water and try to compete for it. But we'll see who ends up winning on water in the end. Because it's pretty clear that the Spain is clearly more emphasized on water. They also have the frigate in Age 3. So that's another thing that we might see the Germans send in to try to knock out Spain's water advantage quickly. What treasure is this? 135 XP. That's huge. That's going to go right into the Spain's shipments. That's very big, actually. You don't know how big that is. Look, Spain has 2 cards available. What can they get? They could go capitalism schooners. They could go schooners capitalism. There's a lot of possibilities right now. We're going to have to see what they end up doing here. We don't see any villas moving on to wood just yet. Possible we could see a dock at some point. I just don't know yet. Going up with the Logistician, just as the deck entails, which will be quite powerful for the Spanish player. And let's see here. I'm just trying to see if he's going to go fish boom or not. As he's on the wood now. He is moving the settler to the coast. We're going to see fish. We're going to see fishy. Mucho pescado. A lot of fish. In Espanol. Mucho pescado. You see a ton of fish right there. Now going for this treasure. 120 food. That is good. That's a good food treasure. Also has a nearby XP one too. If he wants it. Any good treasures for opponent? 100 wood. Could be useful for Germany. Germany now going for placer mines. Also, what are they running otherwise? So outside of the counter war, it looks like a pretty average Germany deck. You got your 8 crossbows in your crates, your 3 settler wagon card. It's 3 your skirms, your war waggies, and your 2 critical mercenary cards. You got 9 Yulon there. Yep. So, has all 5 settler waggies on gold. It's about the gather rate of 10 settlers, just about. So, very impactful. Likewise, this card here, 3 settler wagons. This is huge. This is beefy. This is like getting 6 settlers shipped to your home, so it's quite big. Okay, so we get double dock Spain. Double dock España. Very, very interesting. And now, when with the Logistician, so now you can get resource allocation. The Logistician puts the following supplies at your disposal. 300 wood, 150 food, 100 wood, 75 gold. So that is really good stuff right there. Quite significant. Basically, with the Logistician, essentially all of your crates like this will basically bring you more resources, which is super duper good in Age 1. So look at all the extra resources he's getting into his inventory now through the Logistician. It's insane. Like look at all the stuff he's getting. He's getting the 300 wood, plus he's getting those extra resources tapped onto it too. So that is beautiful right there. Beautiful. And it goes right into the inventory too, so you don't even have to pick it up with your villagers. It's just bada bing, bada boom, right there for you to use. So that's simple. And just think of all the fishing he's getting done, because with all that wood, He can spam fish out here. He can spam fish out here. He's going quadruple duck. Quadruple duck. He's getting triple Q now, and then he's going to have a quadruple Q of fishing. Mucho pescado. Mucho pescado. This is a huge fishing economy here. You know how much food he's going to get from this? It's crazy. And then he sent schooners, so the fishing boats are also cheaper. And they train faster. This is crazy. This is crazy build for Saguenay. I didn't even think of this before. This is crazy. If I ever face somebody on Saguenay, I'm going to try this trick with the logistician because I totally forgot about the logistician. He's very powerful. He gives you extra resources with your Age 1 cards. He is a nasty politician to have to fight as the opponent. And now he's even getting the Cree CBDs in too from the Cree side. Wow, this is dangerous. Because he's going to have endless food now. And then he's going to be able to stick them onto the whales and then have endless gold too. Yeah, so what is Germany going to do about it? So Germany's going to go... What looks to be a semi-fast fortress. They did queue up some Ulons, and they're going to try to raid the land economy at least. And then go for an Age 3. Now, does Germany know about these docks? He knows about this one, and he knows about this one. So, if he's paying attention to that, he might be considering going counter water now immediately, getting a frigate out and just start bombarding all of these fishing boats. Might be his only shot here. Is he going to go counter water? Try to cut off the bleeding? I would probably strongly consider that. Now, you do have to be careful because the Spain is training rods from land. So you gotta, do something about this mess too. You got two threats to worry about. You gotta worry about the looming boom economy on the water. You have to worry about counter cavalry on land ripping through your Yulon. So I just don't know how he's gonna deal with it. So he's gonna ship in Black Riders. Pretty fair. Now the Black Riders have a range attack and they move quickly, so they can kite the rods. And they also have 40% hand armor too. So even though they are a cav unit, they can actually tank a large, almost half the damage that the rods are doing, which I think is pretty significant. Since these rods would be doing about, let's see, like almost 40 hand attack. Quite big. So that hand armor on the Black Riders matters a lot. A whole lot. What they follow up with after that, probably skirmishers or maybe counter water. Yep, okay, so Yuan tried to go for another raid, but the Minutemen intercepted that. Rods are also going to be used for raiding too because of their speed. Here comes the Black Riders. Right there. Here they are, coming right out. He's going to try to shoot through these rods very quickly. Rods are going to try to chase though. They are going to fight back. But I think definitely Black Riders here is a clear winner, just because of their very flexibility on the field. Alright, so now the rods are going to raid the CBDs. CBDs are a little bit more tanky, so it's going to lose one though. I think the others can survive. Yep, the others should be able to survive because they're a more durable build than the average one. Yep, rods are dead. Black Riders are dominant on the map. Here comes 8 skirmishers to back them up, so going skirmisher dragoon, with the Black Rider being the dragoon component there. And then the skirmishers backing them up, also going to train skirmishers, so you're going to have like about 11, maybe 12 skirmishers if you can queue in another one, while still maintaining double queue between the Cree site and the town center there. Very nice. Oh man, look at this. Adding in another barracks. Triple barracks Spain. Alright, because Spain has so much fish economy now, they can afford to go triple barracks against their play there. Also going for spies to counter the mercenary tag on the Black Riders too. Now, these spies are very dangerous. So, against the Black Rider, the spy is doing about 100 damage. 5 times 20 is 100. So, 100 damage to these Black Riders. Because of the hand armor, they'd be doing about 60 hand damage. So, very, very good attack. I mean, it only takes a number of knife slashes and stabs to take out a Black Rider. Alright, but the problem is there's skirmishers here, so they have to watch out for these skirms, which will whittle them down. Yeah, and the spy is 110 gold units, so you kind of want to not lose him too easily there. Yeah, gets another spy, it looks like. So he's going to go rods and spies. Rods and spies. I think he's hoping to make the rods the main unit to rush the skirms with, and then he's going to try to aim his spies at the Black Riders. Which I think, we'll see what ends up happening with that. Because I'm thinking he's going to want probably, oh, does he get 5 Lancer? Yep, he's got 5 Lancer. Might want 5 Lancers, 5 Hussars. Something to definitively soak up these skirm bullets and go after them. Okay, so the spies are going around. Spies are maneuvering around. So the up, because the skirms went this way, he caught the spies and he was able to get around them. Very unfortunate. Now the Black Rat they're getting surrounded by spies. Not good. The spies get 6.25 movement speed. Gives you a very little window to kite these guys. Oh man, watch the spies. Watch the spies. Let's see if he's got to get him. He's got to stab. Well, reach out and stab you right there. So he's got to break off one of the Black Rider. Oh, he was able to oh no, he stalled at the wrong time. Now he's got to break off more of these and sacrifice them into the pit. Just to divert the spies, yeah. Alright. So Yulons arrive here. They're cutting through the settlers now, but guess what? You got uncontested water, so Spain really doesn't care about a raid like that. They got tons of water anyways. Yeah, it hurts, but it's not fatal, you know? And now they're caught between the rods and the spies with the Black Riders. This is horrible. This is bad. Very bad. Up, Yuan's going into the rods. Up. Got a few free strikes, but now it's going to be a bloodbath. Oh man, that's bad. Alright, spies and rods going right for Germany's base. Does the man have any skirms or anything? Any artillery? Nothing of the liking so far. He is double queuing on the skirms. But these rods have been making quick work of them, so it hasn't been that good for him, honestly. Not at all. Now, I think he's trying to manage kiting between 2 armies now, so he's got to make sure that these Black Riders are constantly 20 steps ahead of these spies. Ooh, snares him with the Yulon. Good idea, but unfortunately he's smart enough to branch one of them off and not let them succumb to a kiting thing from your Black Riders. Yep, spies are still pursuing. Here comes the espias, the spies. Look at them run them down there. That's crazy, man. Crazy, crazy. What's going on up here now? So it looks like the skirms break out. He's surrounded. He's surrounded. They got him surrounded. Alright, and then the skirms try to move down. Spain going for a middle town center now. They do take out the Explorer, so they cancel it to an extent. But the rods are coming in hard. Look at all the roderos. Muchos roderos. Watch out for them. These guys attack very quickly. They're basically like weak hand cav when you mass them like that, so it's not easy. Once he gets that many rods, they start to act like cavalry, and they can absolutely shred your skirms. You know, like you need like literal like hand infantry or muskets to protect these skirms once he gets onto that many rods. Yeah, no. Look at this. Look at the rod just creaming the infantry. Yeah, no, he can't even maintain a mass now because there's so many rods there just slicing from all directions against his skirms there. It's like having a million coyote runners on you. It's like brutal. GG. Yeah. Overwhelmed by massive numbers of roderos. So the rods is what won him that. You know, definitely the spies kept his Black Riders on their toes, but it was definitely the roderos that won that game. Yeah, and he was also going to support too with some extra skirms as well. So Even on that front, he was going to get some rain support. Very interesting. It just shows you how good fish booming is on Saguenay. Especially 4-dock fish booming. He went 4 docks, backed up by the logistician. It's the first time we've seen the logistician Age 1 play by anyone in this tournament, which apparently works really good on water booming. I'm actually going to take that fact and include it in my streams, maybe. Yeah, no. If I'm doing a team game where there's water and I can use it, I'm going to start using that tactic with logistician, because that's, like, beautiful. I actually really like that idea. I'm going to bring it into my rank games even, so thanks for showing me that, Piscionic. It's really good. Really good play there, man. I definitely like it. Absolutely there, son. Very nice. Alright, so which one are we on now? Let me scroll this down. Where are we at? Oh, guess what? We're on Revnak. We're on Revnak series. Look at this. A true expert. A true expert, Revnak. A living legend. I have no doubts about Revnak. He's going to win this one. I think he's going to win this one. Alright, so... Oh, come on. Why is it... Really? We want to see Revnak play, man. Come on. Come on, dude. If these don't work, I might go into the site and trying to download them. Really. I might go to the site and try to download these. Okay, this one works. Can we try to get game 1 off the site, please? I want to try. I want to try to get it off the site. I hope it works. It might work if I get it off the PK site. PK. Yeah, let me find out. Let me find out if I can get it off the website real quick. Because I would prefer to do that if I can. Let me find Revnak's series here. Revnak versus game 1. Yeah. Alright. Portuguese versus Inca. Yeah, I'm gonna try to download from the site first. I hope this works. Yep, if it doesn't work, we'll just do their game 2, but I really want to see their game 1 because I love Revnak's gameplay from House of the Train Post. It's beautiful, beautiful stuff. Alright, so this one. Alright, let's do this one. Let's pray that this one works. I really want to see this series. Man, yeah. Yeah, yep. Thank you, Age of Empires 3 5th Edition devs, for not fixing your game recordings. It's just so beautiful and wonderful. The more modern game has lesser quality on their game recs than the legacy game does. Yeah, but whatever. Hopefully one day they get around to fixing it, because it's kind of spoopy when the older game actually runs its game recordings more consistently than the newer game does. Yeah, always a scary situation. But alright, here we are. Revnak versus Chinese fella here. I don't know who he is. Just looks Chinese. Egg foo young, beef and broccoli. Yep, they are going for a Mexico mirror though on Saguenay. So that's kind of interesting. A Mexico mirror on Saguenay. Yeah, big time. So what are we going to see here? Are we going to see sort of the standard Mexico builds, or are we going to see something around Navy here? I have no idea. Revnak is getting TP. Is the other Mexico going to get a train post as well? Let's find out. Does he have enough wood for a train post? No, he's actually going market hunting dogs. So a little bit of a difference here. We got one going hunting dogs, one going for trading posts. My bet's on the train post play myself, because whenever you see Mexico go for that train post, they're going for a spicy revolt of some kind usually. So I'm liking this Mexico build from Revnak a bit better. Javier Mina, Leonardo. Ooh, 75 wood, 75 food. That's a really good treasure to get to help with your age up time. Any treasures yet for the other person? Could go for this one. This is a 85 food. That could be a good one to get. Especially since he's so behind on the food compared to Revnak. Revnak's like, oh, he's going to go for a 10 villager age up? Oh, interesting. 10 villager age up for Revnak. That's pretty important to see here. So he does have rancheros. Interesting. Rancheros is an interesting one. Because when you see rancheros, that can signal maybe a Baja California revolt. Sometimes. Because basically with that, it allows you to produce cuatreros from your haciendas as an alternative spawn option, and that can basically be tied to the Baja California revolt usually. So going with Michoacan there, very good actual age up for this map because it does have a water related card in there, so that's actually really solid for this map type. Gonna go mid-map with the Hacienda, just like you would on Great Plains. Well, not quite mid-map, but right next to the TP, though, just so you can reinforce this TP if necessary, which is good. Right over here, right? Yeah, very nice. Very good. Still hasn't gone the A5 food yet. So where's he going for? Michoacan? So same state it looks like. Very important. Revnak will have the faster age up timing though. We'll just see what he's got in store for us here. Could go for a lot of things. Will be a really fascinating one to look at pretty much. Yeah, big time. 100%. Alright, almost in. Alright, so got a cantina. Very nice. Cantina will be very useful there. I think we're getting a revolt because he's going 700 wood. He's got the gold for it. He's got the food. We're looking at a revolution here. Which one we get? I don't know. I believe it will be Central America because I have not seen rancheros coming yet. So probably not Baja. I would say probably not Baja. Probably going for a Central America. Or he could be going for a Baja because he's moving all the vills forward. Look at this. Very important observation here. He is moving the vills in towards the hacienda here. Yep, that's a good warning sign. So we're gonna get revolution here, right? Yep. Baja California. So we are getting a Baja California. So he's moving all the settlers forward there. This should be a warning to you that you should be backing up as soon as you possibly can because these vills are going to become instant military when he revolts. They're going to turn into filibusters. These filibusters, a high 25 siege musket, so they're going to like nuke this hacienda next week and then go after the barracks. Alright, so opposing Mexico is going to fight him with self-tiradores there to counter the filibusters, which leading to some success, takes out 2 of the filibusters. Very good move. But it looks like Revnak will be making some banditos to counteract them there. Basically a renegado, but they have a charged grenade, a charged dynamite throw, which does some good crush and anti-infantry damage and splash. Going for coach guns. Gives you a few free banditos and suatreros, and also allows the trading post to have a buckshot called a shotgun messenger, where it basically does a charge attack where it deals a ton of good splash damage against units there, which is quite good. It does have a cooldown though, but the cooldown is pretty quick, so it basically turns this trading post into like a little mini fort, making it a little bit harder to capture, forcing the other Mexico to back off a bit and try to come up with something. Revnak gets his robber barons to get an early factory that he can put down in his base over here somewhere and get some extra gold ideally to make some more outlaws. Revnak does have a frontier post wagon here, so we'll plop down a tower in this spot. Yes. Now, what does Revnak go here in the long run? Is he gonna go for a potential annexation? And go for a monopoly? Is he going to try to fight him out with outlaws? What is his ultimate plan here? Yeah. Very interesting situation. Yeah. You could also potentially send some of these mercenaries in too. You got Jaegers, you got Fusiliers. Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, it looks like the opposing Mexico, though, is just stacking Saltatiradores in the hopes that he can outrange all of these outlaws. Yeah, no. That's what he's trying to do at the moment, it looks like. Unfortunately, though, in the starting age, the Saltatiradores have the same range as the Banditos, so they can't really kite them out just yet. They can kite the Suatreros and they can kite the filibusters, but they can't kite the Banditos. Alright, so Suatreros going in with their lasso. One of them fell, I think, before he could throw it, sadly. Alright, some more Saltatiradores on their arrival there. Tanking with the Explorer, good idea, honestly. It does go down, though. Moving in with the Saltatiradores, taking out a filibuster, taking out another filibuster there. More Banditos arriving. They could definitely throw in their dynamite if needed now. Okay, where are we at with these? Alright, the barracks is under siege now by some of the units. Explorers down. Not a lot of troops now. He is reinforcing with some insurgentes, it looks like. Alright. Saltatiradores on that side now. Okay. Alright, so now the insurgentes are lending their hand attack to cut into the banditos a bit and provide a bit of a distraction so the Celtas can shoot them down. Very nice. Alright, so now doing a Suatrero and then gonna add in some more banditos from the saloon. The cantina. Alright, so now got a pretty sizable group of the Saltatiradores, so we'll force Redneck to retreat, at least for the time being. More Saltatiradores arrive. Also ships in spies. Look at that big batch of spies right there. That is pretty big. Pretty big batch of spies right there. It's going to be a decent hand unit to go after all of this stuff. And if Redneck was thinking of doing mercenaries at all, spies will counter that as well. Alright, ramming the insurgentes and spies right into the banditos so the Saltadores can get a nice clean shot on them, which works. Now forcing the Suatreros to retreat. He's going to ship in the big boy 10 insurgentes ship in with some more Saltadores. Now they're going to go for a siege on the cantina so he can stop making outlaws. Going for the Walker's Gang to make 7 random Wild West outlaws right under this hacienda. So you better watch out. You better not cry because he's going to have outlaws right on top of his eyes. Well, good dynamite throw there by Redneck. So he gets owl hoots and cowboys. Cowboys and owl hoots. Very dangerous. You know, I wouldn't want to deal with either of those. So now, because these outlaws just landed right on top of him, he's going to have to pull back again. Now, thankfully, he does have some insurgentes to potentially rush his cowboys with, but I don't think he's got quite the numbers needed for that. Can't risk those insurgentes just yet, because they're going to be needed to deal with these mounted outlaws. Hacienda is being pushed now by Revnak. Should be able to take it out at this point. But what will Red be able to do? Will he be able to force them off for a bit? Get some more food out of this hacienda or what? Alright, so they do take out a bandito. Let's see positionally how this progresses. It is important that, yep, Red Mexico is still queuing up villagers. Very important. Now, you do need to keep growing your economy right now. Very essential. Now, it does look like Revnak did get his artillery card in, which is, which one is that? I got Falconet, 2 Falconets and a Culverin. Pretty nice. It's going to give him a pretty good, clean advantage right there. Very good. Let's see what happens. So Insurgentes did rush their position. Took out a couple of outlaws there. Cowboy goes down in a bandito. Looks like. Now he's going to be forced to retreat, I believe. Yep. Because now he's got artillery on top of him. How you gonna deal with that artillery, man? That's the question. Can you get some like Shinankos in and deal with that, or what's gonna be your solution there? Because you still have cowboys and sweatbirds you have to worry about defending it. Oh, he does snipe the hacienda down, which is quite good. Up, so the Shinanko shipment does arrive to try to rush the artillery. Very important. Muy importante. Here comes the Shinankos. Ready to reinforce with the Saltatiradores in that spot. Very nice. Twirling around their lances. Okay, so going for Michoacan fishermen. Ships 1 dock wagon, ships an additional fishing boat for every shipment you sent so far in the game. Ah, so that's the plan. It's gonna get long-term whale economy now. How many fishing boats does he got? 9 of them now? 9? Muchos, oh yeah, that's a lot of barcos there. Muchos barcos, yeah, boats. So he's gonna put them all on whales so he can get a constant contingent of outlaws like crazy. And he can eventually probably get these big boy shipments as well here, which he really wants. So Rebnak really knows what he's doing here. He's preparing a pretty consistent economy right now to deal with his opponent. Absolutely. Just figuring out what his next step's going to be here, honestly. Yeah. Oh, these are Quaker guns. I thought they were real falconets for a second. I was like, whoa. Oh, I didn't realize that they were Quaker guns. Yeah, so these are fake pieces of artillery. They're basically decoys. They can't actually hurt anything. Now, the culvert is real, so you have to watch out for the culvert. But yeah, definitely. I was scared that he... I was so like distracted with the fighting that I didn't realize that he set the Quaker guns. And I was like, where did he get falconets from? No, those are Quaker guns. So he actually can't hurt you. Yeah, I've never seen anyone get the Quaker guns before. Like, kind of a surprising shipment, actually. Probably just sent it in as a filler so he could, you know, get some extra stuff, basically, yeah. Alright, so the Shinankos get cooked a bit. Up! Dynamite throw, watch out. That's the attack you have to avoid. Very circumstance, yeah. Very, very bad, yes. Oh man, look at this stuff. Crazy what's going on over here. Now the gold is coming in, 600 gold. Looking gold right now, golden. More Saltadores coming in from the side there now, yes. Very, very impactful. See. Okay, take those ones out. Watch out for the dynamite throw. Up. Yep. Tried his best there to dodge. I think he avoided for the most part, but still took a bit of damage from it. Throws the Insurgente in the front, puts him in cover mode to tank a bit, and allow the Saltadores to get another volley. And I'm assuming that the charge attack on these Banditos will be back rather soon. Runs in with the cowboy to meet shield. More Saltadores come out. This is a pretty tight micro situation here. Yeah. How much HP is on this barracks? So, barracks is mostly intact. I was wondering about that. If he loses that barracks, that would be pretty substantial. Mexico here does send in 5 settlers. So, where are they at with cards? So, he still has 600 gold. He did send in his Michoacan fishermen and got about 11 boats from it, I think, which is a little bit... I actually know about the same number. What are you doing with this dock? Is he scouting with the dock? What is he doing with the dock exactly? Yeah, I'm just trying to see like what additional stuff he has here. Because I would probably try to go for H3 or something, you know? Try to go up and get your falconets. Try to gain an edge against this Baja revolt. Because right now you're just in a constant battle against these powerful outlaws at this point. They're constantly going to be hitting you with their charge attacks. So you gotta find a means to get an edge on these guys, you know. Plus he's getting his outlaw combat, which is going to add 15% HP and attack to these banditos, which is going to make them even more dangerous. He's also coming in with some suatreros as well for their wonderful lasso splash attack. So all sorts of dangerous units here you have to contend with, yeah. Thankfully, though, the combat card is not in yet, so Red Mexico can deal a little bit more damage into these guys, yeah, for the time being. Alright, now he has to come around with these saltadores. Like, yeah, oh, see. Oh, man, he's up. Yep. Watch out for the lasso now. The lasso's on top of you. Very bad. Now Revnak can actually afford more fishing boats because he's got his trade route configured to wood right now. So he actually is getting wood needed to maintain a fishing economy of some kind, which is very dangerous. Going for the Suatros now because they got a splash attack with the lasso similar to the Banditos Dynamite plus their tankier unit because of their HP. So at this point he's just throwing them in there for the sake of having a tanky cav in there to protect everything. Now the other Mexico goes with the revolt. Wow. So how many filibusters has he got? He's got, let me count this. He's got 26 over here. He's got all these men. He's got more filibusters over here. He's got a ton of filibusters, so he's coming in pretty hard right now. He's going to go Baja on him now. But unfortunately, Revnak has a ton of Suatreros, so he better try to get this saloon down. I think you need to get to this saloon right away and take this out. Personally, that's your main job right now. Get that saloon down, buddy. You can do that. I think you're in better shape. That's at least what I think. If you could get that down, you should be in better shape, possibly. Yeah. Tower's down. It looks like. Tower's been there forever. He's gonna give him a little bit more XP. All right. Explorers are distracting him a little bit there, which is good. Revnak. All right. So now here comes these filibusters again. Great. Oh, look at these guys. Look at these guys pushing on him, man. Wow. Alright, so the Banditos are down. Cantina is being attacked. Suatero is down. Another one's going to be shot down. The help of these Saltatiradores, multipliers. What is Revnak's timing on this queuing? So he is queuing up Banditos here, and he's queuing them up from another saloon in the back there, too. Okay, so this cantina is down. There. Wow. Okay. So it looks like Revnak does get about... What did he just send in? He just sent in the... Very interesting. Yeah. Big time. Alright, now he has to retreat, I think, at this point. Big time. Absolutely. Okay, he is going to try to capture this TP now. Up. Oh, no. He wants the TP. Not good. Alright, well, can he at least beat these Banditos back? Or what? Alright, so he's going to get his Padre back to heal up a bit, hopefully.
Los ángeles me han regresado a la vida. Touch your medic.
Revnak going for privateers now. Wow, going for a privateer shipment there. That will basically be used to crush his opponent's fishing economy, which is a very critical part of his eco right now. Also, the Tirador is there for the Baja California there. Also send in the batch of the 6 outlaws there, it looks like. Yep. Alright, so it looks like technically battlefield-wise, This Mexico here has the bigger army, but Revnak has all these towers though, so it's tough to say who's in the more winning position at this point. Yeah. He's gonna try to get his hacienda down though, looks like. Gets Minutemen and then a batch of more banditos. So tries to take his explorer out. Leonardo Javier Mina. Good attack there on the banditos, because that's going to be an important fight for you there. I'm just trying to see what he's looking at shipment-wise too. Yeah, big time. So he did get this TP in the end with another thing. I really can't tell who's winning right now, honestly. It's really tough to say. Yeah, no. That's all I think if Fred can keep getting good fights. Yeah, I mean you can't let Revnak fish him in though. Yeah, that's definitely true. So how's the hacienda looking? So the hacienda. So he's gonna go for another lasso attack on him there. Oh, that was a good dynamite there for Revnak. Rushes in with his explorer to tank a bit. Takes those banditos out. Gets another shipment now. He's gonna get this hacienda down now too. And more banditos arrive in block of 10 now. Up. This one now. I think he should get his outlaws in personally. He needs a bit more force here to deal with these banditos personally. Let's see what he does. Good dodger with the dynamite. I think he. I was gonna say he dodged a bullet there, but now it looks like he is gonna take a bit more hurt. I thought. Absolutely. Well, oh wow, he's still holding pretty good. Still holding pretty good against his banditos, honestly. Very nice. And now these TPs are gonna be working even better now for him. Right? Yep. Now we can queue up another Salta Tirador, I believe, right? Yeah. Very nice. He's also going to get filibusters out of the TC as well, so he is bringing in more troops, it looks like. Let's see if he can... Oh! Watch out, watch out. Go near the TP here so you can get that wonderful shotgun messenger to hit him. Very nice. Ah! Ouch. That hurt. Absolutely, that stung. Try to go near this TP now and lure him in towards there if you can. If you can do that, because then it'll take another powerful blast and get hurt over there. But the problem is Revnak is gaining more fishing economy though than you, so he's got a ton of gold on the water and you don't. So it's kind of an uphill battle at this point. Try to hope to. Yep. Alright, Revnak was sure to dodge this thing because he didn't want to take an extra shot on his troops there. Yeah, wow. I think Revnak is winning now. Looks like it. Looks like he is. Yeah, no, he's going to come in with the banditas and wipe away his trade economy. It looks like he does lose. Yeah. Fatal. Fatality. Finish him. Wow, good match there for Revnak. That was beautiful. I wish we got to see game number 1. That was a good, much boats. Yeah, muchos barcos. Much boats, indeed. That's exactly what I said there, yeah. Alright, so now we're going to look at the next one and see what we can get. Let's go. Hey, I get to pick I want the kitty cat. Give me the kitty cat. Very nice. Let's go to the next one now. Very nice. Next series. What's the next series we got here? Let's see. Look Tom. So we got Look Tom 1 and Look Tom 2. So this is the next series we got. So we got Lugtom Ottomans versus only Bows Ottomans. So we got Ottoman versus Ottoman on Great Plains. A matchup we have seen before, folks. So nothing new there. Yeah. Start of the game's going to be pretty boring because everybody's going to build a mosque and everybody's going to build a trading post. Got to get those good unit shipment timings as the Ottomans, folks. It's really good for you there. So good XP on both sides. And yep. Now, question is, how will both of these Ottomans play? Are they going to both go for a fast fortress? Are they going to go in the direction of a fast industrial? Is one going to go early game and one not? That's what we need to find out, folks. Good luck, have fun, big man. Yep. You too, mate. Yeah. Always fun when you have an Ottoman mirror on Great Plains. Absolutely. Now, the big boy question is, who's going to get the wonderful trading post in the middle? That's always a good grab on this map. Looks like Luktom gets the 30 XP. Bows gets 30 gold. All the treasures on the periphery are pretty poop. It's really the ones in the middle of the map that you want. The big boy XP ones, usually. It's usually the ones you want. Whereas the 320 XP, that's usually one. So back, man. Had to pick up another delivery that I was getting from a Chinese place, so that's all good now. So we see one Ottoman going wood and then coin, and one went with the 5 Uruks, following 3 Vils and cavalry infantry, and then try to eke out an age 3 later. That, I think, gives him a little bit of an insurance policy to figure out what to do. Look, Tom is shipping in his 5J series shipping as well, so he's going to be getting a bit of a reinforcement, a bit of a pick-me-up there. Bow's getting his 700 wood now. Just a little bit more wood. Let's see what he does with that. Alright, so 9 Janissaries, which is going to be versus 11 over on this side, right? Actually, no, he's got 4 of them now, and then 5 are going to arrive in. So it looks like technically Tom has the bigger Janissary mass right now. But obviously Bow's knows to back up and let the TC do the work with the Town Center Fire if he becomes a bit of a problem there. Alright, so let's see tactically what happens. Looks like at the moment we see alright. That's interesting. Got 22 Jans on this side, and then here we got about 15. Now the gold is coming in on the Bow side. So he is going to be getting his nifty gold thing there. Very nice. Trying to see who's going to pull ahead. Ooh, went with the defensive box formation to close. Oh, interesting move there by Tom. But watch out, your opponent has his Bashi Bazooks on the field. These guys deal anti-heavy infantry multipliers, so you do have to be careful with these Bashis, man. These Bashi Bazooks. Okay. Tom just decides to book it out of there, avoid the extra damage from these. He is going to supply in a few more Janissaries. He is going to get his 700 wood now. Yep. Very nice. Alright. Bow's is getting his church, his Moss Villager, building it up, the Galata district. He did get a foundry, and he will be adding in Abasgars with that wood shipment he got in, because notice how he already had his double barracks and his houses already set up. I was wondering what he was going to do with that 700 wood. Yeah, he indeed ended up getting a foundry as well. So now he's going double barracks Jan with Abbas. This is very dangerous, because now the tables have completely turned. Tom is also going for a foundry, but at a slower time period than his opponent is. So, unfortunately, I think the timing attack is going to be on Bow's side here, because he already has the Abbas on the field, which is going to force Tom to look away and run away. Abbas pelting on him all their wonderful crush damage multipliers. And yeah, no, you can't even deal with this right now. He has to like get out. And then the Ottoman Explorer snares him. This is fatal. This is a fatal blow. One that you can't recover from on the battlefield. GG. There you go. GG, well played, man. Very nice. So, let's see how they do in game number 2 now. Yeah, let's get to game number 2 here. Scroll down here a little bit. Look, Tom, game number 2. Here we go. Here we come. GG. Not good luck, GG, man. Good game. Love how you assume it's a good game before it's even started yet. So, looks like these two are still mirroring each other. They're both going France. French versus French. Excuse my French. They're both going as the French. So, let's see how this one goes. Now, what are we going to see here in a French mirror on Saguenay? Are we going to see like something similar to last game where it's just going to be an H2 brawl? Or are we going to see like an H3 push from both sides? And it's going to be who manages their shipments the best? I don't know. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Yeah, I really just don't know how a French mirror is going to turn out on this map. And are we going to see any native play too? Are we going to see Cree and Huron being added to this at all? Yeah, that's also a good, fascinating question to ask about this, too. Absolutely. Yeah, so now we got Bow's building his TP over there. And this will be Look Tom's TP on this side. It looks like Tom got his up a bit earlier. Kudos to him. That'll definitely help him out a little bit better with his shipment timing, I think. That means he probably got another delivery there at least. But we'll find out from the deck what's the probable verdict. Yeah. Good question. Good question I'm wanting to figure out. So, looks like Bowser's deck is in 1v1 water. So, it's mostly a standard French deck with counter water. You got your Caravel counter here. You do have the improved warships to give them a increased edge in case your opponent also has his Caravels. And then H3, you follow it up with the frigate if your Caravels go down. So, that's looking great. For Look Tom, Agua. So, a little bit different. Does have more land upgrades and lacks the improved warship. Also has 10 Jaeger. Has the 10 Jaeger shipment. Now, this is interesting. I wonder if 10 Jaeger will make a big difference here at all. Yeah, no. Also, did Bows have 7 skirm? Yep, he had more skirms. Yeah, okay, so that's the difference there. It's literally just the skirmisher choice. Now, I wonder if having 7 skirm in this matchup is better than having a very powerful, greedy unit option like the 10 Jaeger option there. That's a good question. So we'll have to figure that out very quickly. So, Bows is going Core Master 400 wood. Same thing with Tom. Yep, 400 wood on both sides. That's beautiful. Alright, so where do we go from here? Right, well, so what do we got for treasures? So, we do have Tom trying to get 75 wood here from this treasure. But the native scout of his opponent is in the general area, and it just happens to tip him off to come here and steal the treasure from him, and even down his... Oh, he's going to get his native scout involved. Look at this, man. He's going to get his native scout there and mess this up. He tried, but he still will get the 75 wood and probably die here to the native scout and the explorer. Yeah. At least he got the wood. That's good. At least... denied Bowskin that at least. And what else? Place of Mines is in. Market built. Looks like both sides again, their market done. Alright, so Bows is getting his hunting dogs now, it looks like. Very good. Normally in the transition from age 1 to 2 is French. You get a market up, you at least get hunting dogs and place of mines, and then ideally you try to get in your steel traps. Yep, very critical to French gameplay. Here comes the wood. Gonna get 4 CBDs for Bows. Same thing for Tom. This means that we're gonna be locked and loaded for age 2 combat. Ideally with the stable is the start. We're probably gonna see some very intense cavalry gameplay here. Yep, absolutely. So, also going for the Cree native site. Oh, going church, house, trading posts. Very interesting there. What about Tom's side? Okay, so he does go stable. That's a house up. A little bit of a different philosophy here. Let's see what these hussars get done over here for Tom. Oh, okay, so... goes for the 700 gold. So it looks like Bows might be going for an H3. Yeah, he's herding the huntables in. He's not going for any sort of military. Only getting the native site. So that's telling me we're probably going to see a fast fortress here. A naked fast fortress here for Bows. Right? He does train a spy in the event that he can snipe his opponent's explorer and deny him more treasures and so forth. So that should be pretty interesting here, what that spy ends up doing. Also is double queuing up in CBD from the town center and the Cree site. Cree CBD and regular CBD. We do not see the Cree site developed by Tom though, so he will not have the opportunity to double queue vills, sadly. But he does have military on the field. He does have some hussars. He's going for a raid, but he's in a choke point here. Makes it really hard to surround one particular villager. See, yeah, this is bad positioning here for Tom, I think, just because his market got in his way from surrounding the village when he wanted him to. Unfortunately, he's going to have to back out. You just can't raid him on this ground because his market making it really hard to get all 4 hussars around one villager. And as soon as he starts nibbing at one, Bows is quick on his feet and sticks him right in the town center and punishes him for it. So, yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have to back off. Right? Whereas Bows, he's growing in his food right now, and he's going to get his 700 wood in. So if he does have to defend with muskets or something, he can actually do that. He won't be a sitting duck here to his military, which is very, very important. Yep, it is. So the hussars are going to start raiding away this TP down here, it looks like. Alright, so France here is going up with the exiled prince. Very nice. Quick age up there. Wow, look at that. Good use of CBDs in that spot. Oh, beautiful. Take out the hussar. Going up with which politician? Exiled prince. So going for age up speed over reward. Is going to have his first shipment available right out of the gate. And I'm presuming it's going to be Dragoon. Just because he knows his opponent is doing hussars on the field right now, Dragoon would be a good way to clean that under the rug. Unless he plans on just training the Dragoons out and going for something else. But we'll see. See what he's got. Because he is developing a stable right here, too. Alright, going for 1,000 wood and queuing up Dragoons. Alright, so gonna focus on infrastructure, it looks like. And some critical buildings, maybe even a dock, and start doing some fishing. We'll have to see. Alright, so Dragoons are definitely on the menu here. Wonder if we'll see Cree trackers even, you know? Will we see Cree's trackers going along with these Dragoons at all? Good question. We'll have to figure that out. Going for a barracks now. Also getting a house. Getting a casa. So we got about 5 Dragones there. Dragones will go right in to find the Husales in this spot. Right in that area. Good. We got 2 of them down in 1. Not bad. Third Dragoon. Third Hussar down. Got the 4th one down. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, so go Skirmisher Dragoon. I think that's pretty good. Gonna go for the 1,000 gold now. So he just has enough gold to constantly pump in Dragoon Skirmisher. Very smart move on his part there. Tom also made it to H3, and he's also going to go Dragoon Skirmisher. And he's going to reinforce his Dragoon numbers with the Dragoon card. Yep, very much so. So he's got about 5 skirms, he's got about 5 Dragoons right now, so it's going to be skirm, Dragoon on both sides of the fence, right? Also, what Tom will begin his shipment very soon, so let's see what he gets. Is he going to get a Skirmisher shipment? To get a leg up on his Dragoons? What's going to be his game plan there? Bow's going for a forward town center to cover the silver mine and get a bit more map control and resources under his belt. Good move, honestly. Still keeping up with skirmishers, it looks like. Shipping in 8 up, so this is this side here. He is going to ship in 8 skirmishers to get ahead of Bow's Dragoon advantage. Whereas Bow's is going to go Dragoon Skirmisher. Still. Okay, so the Explorer is going to be pressured here and wiped out. Effectively stopping the town center halfway there. Kind of annoying, actually, because now, if Tom can... Is he going to be able to rally there quickly and pressure that town center placement? Because if he could, that could be a good punish. Or it looks like, yeah, it looks like at the very least he's been a bit of a nuisance and distracted him from getting it done. That's good. See, up here we go with 8 Skirmisher on Bowser's side. Still queuing in Dragoon Skirm. Tom getting in more Skirms. Now, he doesn't have an extra Skirm shipment, so he would have to wait for 1,000 gold to just get in a big boy batch of Jaegers. That's what he would have to do in that particular position there. So let's see, inevitably, if that's what he ends up doing or not. Yeah, so here we go. Okay. Oh, nice. We got a spy over there. Sneaking around. TC does get finished by Bows, effectively locking this area off from Tom, forcing him to go the north route here. Yep. Oh wow, going for the throat, going for the trading post. Very nice. He's got a lot of dragoons there too, so yeah, it's gonna be tough. But it does look like how many does Tom have? He has 22 and Bows has 18. So it's going to be a tough one here. It's not like Tom can just sit down and start picking off these dragoons. He has to be very thoughtful here. He is going to get 2 falconet as well, so he's going to get his artillery in. But also, Bows is going to do it too. He's also going to add in Cuirassier. He's going to start adding in his elite hand cavalry, his wonderful big splash hand cavalry. So that's going to be very, very dangerous. If those Cuirassiers do come into play, they could be very devastating to Tom's army and literally strip him of his progress here and basically win the game. Yep, you gotta be careful with Cuirassiers because if they're used incorrectly and they just get wiped out quickly, it burns through your resources so fast. But if they get a lot of time on the battlefield and do a lot of damage, they're a little nightmare to deal with. Okay, so Tom's got his falconets in the bombard mode. He's going to be rolling them in. Alright, so now Bows is in position to target his DP. Oh no, he got the outlaws mad. That's not good. He got the outlaws mad. We're going to start shooting at this stuff now. Okay, thankfully that issue was averted. He could try to sneak in to get that Cherokee rifleman, but it doesn't look like he can right now because it's very tense. They're both cannons are playing chicken to see who's going to go for the first shot. Yeah, let's see who plays chicken the first here and ends up losing their cannons. Both sides sort of trying to fish each other in, so they go like, ooh, grab a bite. And they go, chomp, and they take you out. So you have to watch out for there. Okay, so look at this big army of dragoons. That's the thing I'm concerned about for Tom there. Look at this big, tanky, massive range cap up there. Doesn't matter that it's light cap. That's a big mass up there that can maneuver quickly and do a ton of damage. And then you're going to have hand cab mixed in. These big, splashy Cuirassiers, too. So, yeah, that part is having me a little bit concerned there, honestly. I'm just saying that you might want to watch out for that, man. Big time. Absolutely go. Oh! Boop. Back up, back up, back up. Oh! Oh, another one. Got 2 nice shots there by Bows. Took about 4 casualties there with his Falcons. Alright, Look Tom is going to be looking to come in again. Look Tom looking to come back in. Let's see. They looks like they want to engage with the artillery. Oh, free cannon there, and he's going to lose the arrow now. That's great. Oof. Alright, he's going to come back. Tom's got his own Cuirassiers, so... he walled up with the Dragoons, though. Good interception there. Wow, that was beautiful interception. Alright, he's smoked now. He's smoked. And then Blue still has his Cuirassiers. Yeah, alright, he's smoked. This is a clear only Bows win there. GG. Yeah. That came down to good numbers by Bows and good micro. Yeah, basically Tom was able to get down the falconets, but he lost his hand cav in the process. And had to, like, really eke for it, which paid him the price dearly. Now we're going to go to the next series. Scrolling. Scrolling. Right, so now we looking at, what's this? Is this part of a series, or what's that? I'm just curious what that is. Oh, that was just a free-for-all we did. Never mind. Alright, just ignore that for now, I guess. Alright, let's go down to the next series down here. So now we're going to be doing Soldier R versus Chinese name person. Soldier R versus Chinese name person. So this is game 1, and then we'll do game 2, alright? Oh, why does it seem like all these Chinese recordings have like lots of problems in them, man? This is a real stinker, I think, for this tournament. Is all these ones with Chinese names on them always seem to fumble. Yep. Thank you, Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition devs, for ruining that series. Let's go on to the next one, though, at least. Which one are we on now? We are on Aliug versus Captain Link. Now, I like this matchup. This is going to be a really good... Ah! Really? Three recordings in a row. You can't be making this stuff up, man. This is getting cringe. This is really cringe, dude. They really gotta do something about this stuff. This is insane, man. Unless there's something I can do to fix that, remedy that. I don't know. I'm trying to think now. Can we like fix that, or is that like? No, that's if. I just don't know what to do with that. Honestly, it's just really annoying. So it's. I mean. Let me try something, actually. Let me try something. I think I might know how to fix it because I'm a computer science student. Give me a moment, please. I think I might be able to fix it. Yeah, give me a few moments. I'm going to find it in my directory, and I might be able to fix that up. Alright. I have to go up here to do it, though. And, let me see. Alright, I think I know why that might not work, actually. Let me try it really quick. Yeah, let me do that super fast. Actually, I might know what's causing the other one not to work as well, so give me a quick second to fix that up. I think what they did is they put a dot in the file name and they might have broken the recording. Yeah, no, you can't do that. I learned that in my computer programming class in high school. If you put a dot in a file name, it breaks it so bad. No, I think I know what they did wrong there. Yeah, alright. So let me go back to the Soldier R series. I think I might have just fixed it, folks. I might have just played the mighty powers of Jesus to fix these files. But let's see. Let's confirm it. Let's prove it. Okay, so notice how I removed the dot in the versus. Will it work now? Yes! 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 I am a god. Oh, but out of sync. Alright. It doesn't mean that it won't work, though. We might be able to sneak in one of these games. We might be able to sneak in one of these games, though. It just depends. Cross your fingers that we'll get to at least see one. See, I do know how to fix things, but, because, I don't know. Let's try this one. This one good? Yeah, now it's the Definitive Edition developer's fault again. Okay, so we can watch this one, though. Soldier R versus the Chinese name in game number 2 on Saguenay. If I didn't know my computer science class, if I wasn't a computer science student, we would not have been able to watch this. I'm just telling you right now. And if you're planning on playing a tournament in an RTS game, never include a dot in your file name. It will make it crash. I went into the file system, I removed the dot from their games, and it instantly fixed it. I'm a computer whiz. I fixed it. So, I remember having to do this like 5 or 6 other times to other people's games, so this is not my first rodeo, I'm just telling you. So, yeah. Alright, so we fixed that. So anyways, we're here with Soldier R playing as the Brits, and his opponent is playing as the Mexicans. So we got a Mexico versus British. Now, what are we going to see here, folks? Are we going to see a Mexico revolt against a British manor house boom of some kind? Are we going to see water from either side? That is a question we're finding. So, it looks like Red Mexico does get a trading post, so that's telling us good chance we're going to see a revolt here of some kind. More than likely. Alright, he does actually get a 75 wood treasure too, which I think is quite good actually. Now, based on not seeing game number 1, we really don't have an idea of who's going to win this game actually. No sort of biasy at all, so this is up in the air. So, El Gondiga de Granditas. So get your 2 vills in the Hacienda. On that side, age up with about 11 vills. Brits are going to be going up with 16, 17 or so vills, maybe 18. So they'll be aging up a bit later. This could play into Mexico's advantage, honestly, so yep, definitely got to look out for that. Let's see what they age up with, too. Michoacan. That's obviously the best choice for this map because even if you are going with the revolt, you can get yourself a nice sturdy dock wagon and some free fishing boats, which can help you out mid-revolt. So Michoacan is always going to be the choice when you're on this particular map, Saguenay, or any other substantial war maps like Florida, for instance. Yeah, that's pretty much what you would use on those. So Hacienda is going to go mid-map. Right snap dab in the middle next to his trading post to help protect it and deliver the units right here through the cards. Where is this? Right here, actually. Oh, he's going to go ahead of the trading post. Is that right? Right, yeah, right ahead of it. Whereas the opponent going up with the governor. Hello, governor. Get some nice 200 gold and a tower. And we should have a pretty good battle there, actually, yeah. So let's see what ends up happening in this skirmish. Yep. So on this side, we're gonna see what he's got for a deck. So he does have the potential to do some Age 2 play. He does have the units and crates to do so. But still, starting with the train post is a good indicator that we're going to see a revolution of some kind. Yeah, usually. So, what's his card going to be? Is he going to get, yep, 700 wood. That's a good sign that we're going to see a revolt. Also getting a barracks up with the wagon as well there. So, could be a Central America revolt. I'm assuming he's going to get some soldados out of here, right? And then go with the Central America revolt and push with that. Yep, seems likely. Seems very likely, actually. What treasure is this? 100 wood. That could be quite useful for infrastructure for the Mexico players. That's quite nice, actually. Okay, yep. Gonna get those soldados queued up. Pick up the wood, and then you can revolt. Should be quite nice. Central America, right? Yep, Central America. So going for a Santa Maria fire setup, right? Okay, so you can get one soldado, maybe more. So fortunately one for right now. There's the free Aldinos you get from the revolt, about 8 of them, which is quite nice. Actually, about 7 of them. Did they nerf that to 7? Back when I was doing this, they used to have 8 fills, so maybe they nerfed it. Alright, so there is the Santa Maria's fire. You get free 4 soldados and a petard. And then every card you send after that gives you another free petard. Longbowman, good choice by Brit player. Brit player had some good foresight there. Ah, man, he took 2 vills out? Are you kidding me? That is scary. That Brit did a good job right there. Brutal. Brutal raid. Again, 2 vills down with that number of longbowmen is not an easy feat. So, yeah, that was a good play there by the Brit player. Truthfully. Does queue in 3 more soldados from the barracks. It's quite nice. As you go with then, he's going to ship his first 100 gold falconet from this hacienda here. Plus get another free petard. Should be quite nice. Very, very good.
Mande.
There we go. There it comes right there. Yep, there's the Petard and the Falconet. The Falconet will probably start shooting this tower, I would assume. Yep. Doesn't have any stable yet, right? So it's not like Soldier can directly confront the Falconet yet. Yep, no. Petard will... Ah! He should have went right for the tower. Could have blown it. Then he can move in a bit deeper there. Now, this is a little bit scary, though, because here's the thing. These longbowmen have a range of 22, so they can close in on this cannon very quickly and, like, go into staggered mode and, like, overwhelm. Plus, he had the Explorer do a hand attack to it. Yeah, and then, yeah, no. I just feel like this amount of long-range stuff is going to threaten the cannon. But then again, it seems like the Falconet is doing some good work here. No. He's getting some good hits on there. Look at that stuff. Yeah, no, he's getting some good hits on his longbowman there. That's pretty good. I think he's probably ready to get another Falconet out too, right? Yeah, oh yeah, no. He's gonna have 2 Falconets. Once he's on 2 Falconets, that's looking pretty sturdy right there. And then he's gonna have more Soldados out. I think he's doing okay. I mean, for what it's worth, I would pull back with this Falconet until the other one arrives, so that way you got 2 cannons like going boom, 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 and you're like hit him in multiple pressure points, which I would probably try to do here. So here comes this Falconet. He's gonna get the Petard on the barracks though. That's pretty good, because that's one source of his unit queuing. Yep, 1 barracks down. That's great. What you want to see there. He's going to go after the Mare House, too. So it reduces his opponent's line of sight and 1 less distraction for he wants to fall into. Gets about 84 XP from it. Another Falconet is out. Very good. Let's see. He's going after the TC right now. It looks like... Fortunately... Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go for it just yet. I would back off. I would go for another Falconet. Keep the pressure going, but that's what I would do. I just don't know, because does this fella have a stable yet? What's Soldier R's plan here? Okay, so he does back up with the Falconet though to, like, you know, keep it on the field. And is he gonna heal it up with the Padre at all? What's his game plan there? Okay, so Falconet number 3 is out. Petard, get that Petard out of there. No. Oh, he's gonna meat shield with him. Okay. Nice. Oop. Alright, he could go after the TC now, because he's got enough artillery to do that. Yeah, no, with 3 Falconets he can get the TC down, no problem. Because he's gonna be barraging this thing like, yeah, get your other Falconet out. Just let these 2 do the work, you know? Okay, he's gonna charge the cannons with the Vills, and he's gonna call them the midmen. This is pretty. Let's see what happens here, man. Ugh.
comandante.
Alright, so soldados are going to move forward there. Ah, they're going to blast these settlers. Very nice. Very, very nice there.
Nuestra Señora de los protege con sus manos milagrosas. Aunque yo muera, seré recordado para siempre.
Oh man, crazy. Crazy, crazy. I think now everything's on Soldier R's side because he was able to beat that Falconet push. Once you seem to knock out the Falconets from a Central America revolt, you kind of dislodge them very easily. Yeah, it does look like this town center could be down though by Central America still, so be on the lookout for that at least here. Because these soldados do have a lot of seeds. They do about 32 seeds, so they still need to be definitely account for that. He is returning with some musketeers though to try to down these things before they get the TC out. Looks like TC is still gonna go down though. Yep, there you go. But I honestly think that's not a bad thing because the Brit player has enough numbers on the field. And Central America is kind of burned out of their economy at this point that they should really be considering getting the Michoacan fishermen at this point. They really need to get some resources back into the game, I think. You know? What they're doing right now isn't working. They need to get those 10 fishing boats on the field if they're going to recover enough economy to keep a constant stream of troops. What's happening right now is they're burned out while the Brit player has a ton of extra vills to go around because he's the British. How many vills is he on now from his marrowbone? 31? That's pretty fair. I mean, 31 vills is okay. Especially considering all the fighting he had to do with them. So, Brits can afford to grow their numbers, which is a huge problem for you who can. If you're in Mexico right now or Central America. He does have a barracks in his base, so he's going to keep doing soldados. I really feel like this one Falconet thing is not going to behoove you very well, though, because Brits at this point have enough units that they can just stomp over your cannons. Unless you have 10 of them or something like that crazy. Yeah, no. I definitely think Soldier R turned this around in his favor, for sure. So, yeah, it's pretty good, actually, yeah. Definitely very good for him in this situation. Pretty nice, actually, yeah. Oh, nice shot by that. Look at that nice hit. Very good. Yeah, I just think you're prolonging the inevitable now if you're Central America. Because look at this low eco. This is atrocious. Barely fording soldados at this point. Where Brits are actually growing. And how many mares is he on? He's on 12. So he could conceivably start chopping wood. Get his vil count. It is building mare houses. So he could get his vil count up to another 41, 42. Is that right? Yeah, no, he can still grow his economy even without a town center. So he doesn't even need to get the TC back if he wants economy. That's how good it up. Gets it up. Watch out, soldados. Good for you if you're British. You want them to take out your manor houses because guess what? You get to build another manor house and then get another vil. Isn't that something? Oh yeah, no, that is really, really good stuff there. I mean, exactly what he's doing there. Sticking it right there in the front so his opponent takes the bait, and now he's got himself another free build that he can add to the stack. Doesn't even have to engage right now. He's got a sizable number of muskets, so he can kind of play this strategically at this point. Yeah, absolutely. right? And then eventually he can get enough wood to get another town center, and then go up in age, get 2 Falcons, send them flying. Yeah. Gets another Falconet coming out. Yeah, he's lost all of his steam. He's also got his Vills in his TC as well. Yeah. What, did he get attacked by long? Yeah, oh yeah, he's got the longbowmen that were out earlier, so we're just scouting around and like picking off his Vills. That's even worse. Yeah, he's running in with the P-Tard to like meat shield. The longbowmen know to go after the Soldados because that's kind of the backbone unit he needs to protect the cans. Alright, the longbowmen are out. Now it's up to that stack of muskets to do something. Okay, so he does have a shipment point. I think it's the outpost, right? Where is that? Where's his tower at? Trying to see where his tower's at this point. Somewhere up here, I believe. Somewhere. Yeah. He's got a tower somewhere that's giving him access to be able to ship in that technology. Might be the water gather site. Yeah, let's let him do that. So now he's got team, grenadier stuffs, which will boost the HP on these muskets. So yeah, looking in good shape right now is Brits. Like he can maintain some pretty consistent. He can maintain 2 queues where Mexico can barely contain 1, which is pretty telling. Because the longer this fight drags out, the more British are going to win. Yeah, so Brits really don't want to fight these Falconets yet. They just want to stall out as much time as they can. And then at that point, this little stack of Soldados is going to be like nothing with the cannons. Because you're going to be able to like swarm them from all sides with your muskets. Now, Mexico does get a okay raid there and does break up his hunt. Kind of good. He's going to pursue him with the P-Tard. He might try to close him in with some Soldados, perhaps. Let's see what comes of that. Takes out another manor house. I don't know why he keeps taking the manor houses out. Like, you're giving British more free villagers to use against you. Because they can just rebuild them and get another free villager. That's the last thing you need. Because the economic discrepancy between the players right now is already at a boiling point. So, yeah, that's really what you don't want there, basically.
Ready.
I would say don't branch off your muskets if you're Brits. I would keep them with the main group. Okay, so his main group is going towards the TC, right? And his group of 10 muskets is pursuing the settlers over in this area here, which is quite nice. Yeah, very, very good. Yep, TC should be going down there, right? Very nice, very good.
Yes.
What did I tell you? Brits are in the winning position now, and then he's going to get the gold. Where's the gold coming in from? Where's the coin? Am I like blind or something? Where's the outpost for the soldier? I don't see where his tower is. Hey? Hey? Where's his tower? There's TC. Trying to figure out where that coin's coming in from at this point. Is it mid-map? Oh, he's got it right up here. I see it now. Alright, so he's got the coin up here. I didn't even see that tower. Like, Mr. Magoo. I don't even know where it is. Ugh. Yeah, no, these Falconets don't mean a lot right now. I mean, yeah, Soldier is just buying his time. Yeah, look, he's gonna get him. He's gonna sandwich him in the beef Wellington. Look at that. Look at that. Nice sandwich. He's closing the bread on the hamburger or the pastrami or whatever he's cooking. Look at that. Sandwich him right in. GG. Soldier, very legendary player, man. He's so good, he does all sorts of casting on his YouTube channel, too. So always check him out, you know. He's always covered in good games. So he did a very good, clean job there with Brits. surviving that Central America revolt. He stripped his opponent pretty well and held out for the long haul, which was very important there, honestly. So now we're going to see our Captain Link series, provided we don't have any out of syncs, at least as much of those games as we possibly can. So let's pray, living on a prayer, that it works. So I really want to see that series, man. I really do. Yeah. Now it's Aliug versus Captain Link, game number 1. These Great Plain ones always crash for the Chinese players, so I have a bad feeling about this. Oh no, we're alright. We're okay. We're okay, people. Yes. Yes. Alright. So, Captain Link, Jimmy, is playing as United States, and his opponent, Aliug, playing as the Haudenosaunee. If you remember correctly from the preliminary rounds, we've seen Aliug do Haudenosaunee time and time again, so it's going to be good seeing a good old USA fighting the Haudenosaunee here in the Great American Plains. Should be quite nice. So, in terms of matchup, it's really tough to say who's going to win this one, right? Obviously, the Haudenosaunee are one of the easiest aggro civs to use in a 1v1, so they're going to be pretty formidable. And then, USA, of course, has some nasty builds. So, they started off with trading posts. That's telling me probably we're going to see Scottish immigrants. So, we're going to see a Scottish immigrant setup going up against the Haudenosaunee, which could get pretty messy, because you're going to have a ton of Haudenosaunee archers and tomahawks, and then the Kanye West horsemen, what we call the Kanye horsemen in this game, Kanye West horsemen, going to be fighting Highlanders. Yeah. Alright, so Haudenosaunee going for middle train post. I think this is pretty good slap in the face to the USA, because this is one less socket that they're going to be able to utilize there. Yeah, very much so. USA does pick up 85 wood, which is going to go right into TP production for Scottish immigrants, if that's what they're doing. Do we know what they're doing yet? They are not going Scottish immigrants. They're actually going 6-minute fast fortress. So, Link's going to be praying for a fast fortress here, folks. That's what he's going to be doing. Let's see if he can pull it off, because he's going to have a lot of good stuff. He's going to have the Gatling gun card, sharpshooters. He's got Yulon, veteran Yulons, veteran Dragoons, fort. Alright, so he's going to be going for age 3. Whereas Haudenosaunee is going to be trying to rush him out in age 2. So he's already sending in 3 vills. He's got his nice deadly line of units and cards here. Archer, Tomahawk, Kanye West. And his crates, his vills, all that. So, very nice. Even that powerful Corsair shipment too, that sometimes can be quite good. So what age up is USA going with? They're going with Delaware. Ah yes, Delaware. We've seen quite a few Delaware age ups during this tournament. They've shown some pretty good promise from what I've seen. Yeah. And Haudenosaunee is going up with Messenger for a quick age up so they can catch up to USA and get them with a strong War Hut push. Yep. So when you age up as the Haudenosaunee, you get a free Travois. And the Travois can turn into really any building that you want. In this case, you're going to make a War Hut with it in a forward position. So let's see where that is exactly. Let's see where the War Hut's going to go. Follow this Travois along its path. So Travois is going to go right here, and War Hut's going to go probably midpoint in the map. Yep, there you go, ran that spot. Little priest. He's a little priest. Looks like a big priest if you ask me. So I'm going to start out queuing Iana Bowman, the archer. It's one of the only troopers in the game that only costs 1 resource, 100 food. So as long as you have hunts, you can make these archers. Like, you don't need any wood, any gold, just straight up food. You can spam them into infinity. They're like one of the best trash units in early game when you have like 1 resource to make. Yeah, also as far as combat is concerned, good rate of fire, reasonable range, HP is pretty good. You can get a lot out of these archers. Also going to make his shipment of Kanye West Horsemen and try to fight this treasure. What treasure is that? The 30% HP for his war chief. That's pretty good because obviously the war chief boosts the hit points of your nearby soldiers, so it's important that you keep your war chief in good standing. Also, your war chief has obviously good combat abilities for fighting enemy units as well, so yep, war chief is good to keep around if you possibly can. Here comes a Kanye West Horseman to back up the archers. Oh, he's going to get his explorer right there. Oop, but Captain Link got his age up 3, timing quite good there. Calls out his Minutemen, has his free sharpshooters with the Kentucky age up right. He went with Kentucky, of course. Oh, he didn't go Kentucky. He went with one of the other states. Interesting. Over Mountain Settlers. Didn't even notice that. Wow.
I'm ready.
Kind of an interesting play there. He's going to get his Russian-American company, which is going to give him 2 blockhouses in his base. And then he's going to get advanced frontier defenses, which is going to give him 3 towers and get their first upgrade done. So he's going to be turtling up like a turtle. He's going to be putting his shell over his head, which I think is good. Town center is going to be focused on the Kanye West Horsemen, of course. Blockhouses. This one goes up, this one goes up. All right, Minutemen. This one goes down. Not this one. He's going to try to get that one too. Very not good. Alright, this Hotshot is doing a great job. Staying right on top of his defenses there. He's going to lose this blockhouse too. Yeah, he barred it enough to take out, I think. And he's going to go after his outpost now. He's like whipping him good here. He's pitting his opponent good in his base. Making his age 3 not so good. More archers come in. Let's see what he does with the towers now. Right, the towers, blockhouse here, blockhouse there.
Yes.
Tower there. I didn't know you could make blockhouses with those frontier posts. I guess you can because they're part of the same build list. Alright. Gets the first blockhouse down. This blockhouse goes up, the tower goes up. Very nice. Now we can queue some regulars out here and try to kick out his opponent at this point. Before it comes up again. Let's see if the Hotshot can get this blockhouse down before his regulars arrive. If we can, that's going to deny more military. And that's just going to make things a lot more annoying. So he gets 2 more outposts, wagon gets another blockhouse here. State militia coming out. Yep. There. What did he send? Watauga Association. So it gives you 2 outpost wagons, and then spawns outposts give you 2 state militia and support temple. Interesting. I've never tried this before. Well, it is giving him a sizable defense here, and it's holding back the Hotshot from overrunning his position, which I think is great. Okay, 2 more state militia now. Also, Minutemen come out. Looks like Captain Link will be securing his place in the base right now, which is great. Yep. Now the Hotshot have to retreat. Captain Link just had so many towers coming out of everywhere, every card that he sent. Eventually he was able to secure 2 blockhouses and an outpost in his base. So now Hotshot cannot pressure him anymore.
What is your command?
Plus you got those wonderful Minutemen backing you up as well. So he does not have the Marine Corps card, which I find kind of interesting. So we cannot get
What is your command?
Marine, turn these into Marines, because those would be a little bit stronger here, honestly, if you had Marines. Alright, looks like Link gets his Delaware Blues. Gives you an additional regular for each shipment you've sent so far. So he's got about... How many regulars? About 7 of them. So he's got about 7 muskets and about 6 Minutemen to work with here. Quite good. Now he's going to be pressing the Haudenosaunee a bit, I think. Trying to keep them on their toes. If he can deny the Haudenosaunee again in age 3, that'd be great. He won't have to deal with Forest Prowlers. He won't have to deal with Musket Riders. That could be pretty useful for him, actually. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Okay, so regulars shooting right onto the Tomahawks. I have to aim into the Kanye West Horsemen now. Those are looking like they're down. Yep, down. Now just focus on the Tomahawks and be all set. Yep. Very nice. Very good over there. Get those vills out and put them onto mining. Yes, very nice. Very good choice there. Very good. Alright, queued up a few more regulars out of the blockhouse there. Haudenosaunee will be going to Fortress Age, folks, with the Warrior. So they will be getting some mantlets for that, which will be great. Then they'll be able to ship in probably Forest Prowlers to fight these regulars, I would assume. Very good skirmisher. Look at him surrounding him. He's snaring him with the bayonets now. He's getting him real good there. Yeah, I think he's going to take out these rest of these Tomahawks now, which would be great. Very good. Got those out. Yep. Still queuing up Kanye West Horseman at that corral, it looks like. So I'm assuming he might go hand-cav skirmisher. Kanye West Horseman is the tank, and then have the Forest Prowlers do the shooting work there. Rezi Adit. What language is that? Is that Tagalog, Indonesian? Never heard that language before, man. Sounds pretty cool, though. Alright, so now we got big batch of regulars here with the few state militia there. Yes. And these Minutemen, and they're going to be pushing on the position of their enemy right now. So basically what USA did is they sent in this card, the 54th Massachusetts Volunteers. It gives you a state militia, and it gives you your regulars. And it gives them a free veteran upgrade, giving them some pretty good stats there, basically. Alright, so they're going to attack the Longhouse now, looks like. Kanye West Horseman. Look at this raid. Beautiful raid. Ah, yep. Missed that one. Alright. But they got a lot of vills out there, yeah. Well, unfortunately, this Haudenosaunee is in age 3, so he is going to ship in his Forest Prowlers. And that's going to make some pretty quick work of these regulars. Yep, no. Forest Prowlers doing a good job there. They are a 20 range skirmisher, so they should have really no problem fighting off these regulars. Won't stop Captain Link from trying to chase them off, though. Unfortunately, you got Tomahawks and Mantlets there also shooting at you, so it's not that easy. Looks like the Haudenosaunee does indeed get a solid push here. Him should be able to shove him off. He's also going to try to surround him with the Kanye West Horsemen on the backside, too, and get them up with the Elite upgrade, so the Veteran upgrade. With that, should be able to, might be able to beat up these regulars here. Yeah, no. Might be able to close them in now. If he plays this sneaky game could just overrun him at this position. Yeah, no, he can push him now. Like, he can actually push him with these Kanye West horsemen because all these Minutemen should be easy to clean up. Oh, okay, so he's still playing pretty sneaky here and avoiding the bayonet hits where he can. Kanye West horsemen drive in even further there now. Very nice. Alright, that regular's down. Oh, he's got his Gatling guns though, so USA has their artillery ready. That should be quite good. Let's see what happens now with these Gatling guns on the field.
Orders? Yes. What is your command? Yes. What is your command? I'm ready.
Where are the Haudenosaunee at? Okay, so they're going Industrial Age. I wanted to check up on them to see what they were doing. So they're actually going for an Industrial Age and probably going to go for the 4 light cannon. That's what I can tell you right now. So they're going up with the Wise Woman for resources. That'll be quite nice. And then we're going to probably see 4 light cannons come out here. So Haudenosaunee will not try to press their opponent right away. They're just going to wait for the Age 4, get the light cannons, and then the light cannons will snipe Gatling guns very easily. Yeah, no. Gatling guns, for all the power they are up close, they're not that well ranged. So light cannons, being a hybrid between a Falconet and a Culverin, are going to shred these light cannons, and then they're going to go right into shredding his infantry. This is not going to be good, folks. I think, yeah, as long as Haudenosaunee reaches Age 4, fine, which looks like they will, the light cannons will be the win condition here. Young might actually be using the Kanye West Horseman to distract Captain Lincoln, sort of keep him in his base and keep him on his toes, so that he can bide himself enough time to get those light cannons. Yeah. Could also go for the Cuirassier shipment, too. Oh yeah, no, it could go for 1,000 gold here, get 8 Gendarme Cuirassiers with the guard upgrade. That combined with the light cannons sounds fatal to me. And then he can back it up with 5 more Cuirassiers here, and then, yeah, fatality, man. Yep. So, yep, look at all the gold, all the food, all the wood. It's quite nice. Exactly what you want. So 4 light cannons coming in now. Absolutely what you don't want to see. So you have a Siege Workshop. Yep, Siege Workshop is here. Is going to get an emergency party of Tomahawks as well, so adding in more infantry to the mix. Captain Link, I think knows what's happened. He is he going to, like, try to push? He has a very little window now of doing anything, so veteran Tomahawks coming in. At least being veteran level muskets for the Haudenosaunee player. Light cannons, where are the light cannons at? Right out here. Okay. So has all those Tomahawks. He's going to get the guard upgrade on the light cannons, call them the field cannons. Alright. Oh, Captain Link sent his guard Yulon card in. The Pulowski's Legion, right? Yep, Pulowski's Legion there. Very nice. Okay, so the infantry is attacking now. There. Yuan's first to engage at this spot. trying to break through to reach the artillery. Looks like the light cannons did destroy the Gatlings, though. So it's looking game over right now for Captain Link. Absolutely, this is not good. GG. Oh, that was a good match, though. I do say, that was a good match. So let's see what the next match looks like for them. Hey man, good job with Cass. You're a legend. Nice to hear that, NSD. Glad you're all enjoying these wonderful games, man. I always enjoy casting for you. Alright, so now we're on game 2 of Ayug versus Captain Link. Let's see what this one looks like. Very nice. Big goods. GG. GG. I always love that. Is this really game 2, or wait a second? Did they play it in the right order? They might have set up the recordings in the wrong order, man. No, if it's game number 2, it should be on Saguenay. We have to see the Saguenay game first before we go on to the Mongolia one. It will be fun because it's actually our first Mongolia showing of this tournament, so that'll feel a little bit special. But or did I just click the wrong recording, maybe? Yep, I did. Yep, they named him wrong, man. Yep, so this is game number 2 on Saguenay. GG. Alright, so Captain Link is running Mexico, and Aliug is running the Ottomans. So, as you know in this tournament, once you win as a Civ, you can't play them again. So, Aliug actually has to play something else other than Haudenosaunee for once. He's going with the Ottomans. Honestly, it's probably going to be the default for a lot of people since Ottomans have been very successful in this event. You know, when somebody runs Ottomans here against another Civ, it tends to run very good for them, honestly. So I think Ottomans is a good call, you know? But we'll see. See what happens. Alright, so Mexico does get a trading post, which means we are going to see some sort of revolt by the Mexico. And Ottomans, of course, are going to get their trading posts because that is part of their build order to get a trading post and a mosque. So they're trickling XP, 0.8 per second, plus again deliveries of XP from the trade route. Very important. So yeah, in this situation, we're going to see just what the Ottomans prepare here and what Mexico does. I would think we'll figure out right away if we're going to be looking at a Central America revolt or a Baja California revolt. Yeah, because we have seen both revolts on this map before. Obviously, the last series we saw involved the Central America revolt, and then the Revnak series had a Baja California one, actually a double one. So, yeah, both were totally possible here. It's in Chinese, so I don't know what this deck exactly means, but right away, we can tell that there is a possibility of fast industrial royal decree play. It is a possibility because we do see mosque construction and royal decree, right? We do see the crate cards necessary. We do see the unit shipments there. So it's tough to say exactly what the Ottomans will go with, but they do not have the capitalism shipping in there. So they would be waiting off until age 2 to send in resource crates most likely. Yeah. Very unique choice by Captain Link. Every game this series, we have seen people go for middle map haciendas. But this player actually goes for a hacienda in the base. So I don't know quite what he's going for here. So he goes for El Hunga Diga de Granditas for the hacienda in 2 villas. Comandante. Will we see Comandante here at all? Or nope, they're going for the cathedral construction to get a free cathedral. And then the cathedral can train units and research tech significantly faster, which is quite nice. Cathedral's always going to be a good add because obviously the cathedral is a church that generates you a ton of XP. So it's always good to get that when you can. Here comes the cathedral in this spot right now. Very nice. Yep, 1 XP per second. That's even stronger than the Ottoman's Mosque is for XP generation. Going up with Texakawa. Oh, wow. Going Texakawa on the Saguenay map. Must really want to get those particular shipments out, I guess. Yeah. Other than that, though, it's really tough to say what he's going to do. Yeah, no, he does have Chinanko, Satatirador. He even has the Cloyos Musketeer card in there. Yep, that does remind me. That's the name of that Spanish immigrant musket that I've been playing as in Wars of Liberty for this many years. I seem to forget what they're called. They're the Cloyos. Yeah, so the Cloyos. So, we'll see right away what he does. It looks like... Oh, interesting. Going for the Texakawa Alliance. Interesting. So this gives you a native embassy traveler, and it enables a selection of Jesuit and Mesoamerican features at your embassy and town center. So it gives you a bunch of cool stuff there, basically. It also gives your town center the Aztec Big Buns to make some Jaguar Brown Knights too, which is always kind of neat. And then it's going to go for oh, so this is a native build. It's got a Cree site and has a Huron site. Unlike the player we saw earlier today that tried to do this, Captain Link did indeed build both of his native sites on time, so he'll get both Cree trackers and mantlets. Very nice. Very nice work by Captain Link to show us how it's actually supposed to be done. Yeah, actually supposed to be done, yeah. And now, on top of that, we will see those come out. And what else? Up, Conquistadores queuing out as well, which is quite nice. See what he gets. Oh, you get Conquistadors as well because of the age, because of the unlocking of the Spanish Conquistadors of the Jesuits. Ah, nice. So already you got 8 conks, 3 mantlets, and 4 trackers. That's a pretty good army to start out with, honestly. Now, this Ottoman player is playing very old school. This is like an old school Ottoman, what we'd see like in Legacy AoE3, going to grab the whole trade route. Yeah, so this Ottoman's a little unorthodox, playing sort of the old school way. Going for the H3 now with the scouts, so they're going to have some hand cavalry there. And they will be able to get Abbas or Falx or a powerful shipment like that. So it's going to be a bit tough to say who's in the better position just yet, since both sides are theoretically doing good in their own way. Yep. If Ottoman, I would suggest Ottomans go 6 Abbas right now, so they can shred the Crees, shred the mantlets, and shred the conks. That'd be my starting choice. And then from there, they can go Sifahi or Falconet or something to follow it up with. Personally, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what would be my guess in this situation. Also, good thing about mantlets, they are a siege trooper, so they do about 45 siege a whack, which is great for undoing the Ottomans' trade route progress there, and gets you a bit of kill bounty too, which is good. But Ottomans do have 2 shipments in their back pocket though. Konk's doing some raid. Oh, look at that. Double raid because of the splash attack on the unit. That's brutal. Alright, so queuing up 5 Jans, shipping in about 8. And probably going to go for Abbas after that, I would assume. Right? That's what I would do. Okay, so delis have to move very delicately here because they're dealing with conquistadors that can actually outrun them. They have more movement speed than them, so these conks are a real threat. So he's like hunting them. He's hunting them like deer in a headlight. Look at that. These conks are the predators here. They're gonna like hunt them really good. Yep, gets a shot in with the splash. It hurts 3 of them. Jans are gonna come up the sides here and try to defend this area, which is good. Ooh, 2 falconets. Nice. Get veteran on the Jans. So we are seeing a establishment of H3 Ottomans at this point. Veteran Jans with 2 Falks. can ship in, you know, Safahi, Abyss is needed as well. So that'll be another thing. Then 1,000 wood, is that right? 1,000 wood? Alright, 1,000 wood. Probably gonna go for a foundry to get Abyss. That's probably what we're gonna see. Get a foundry for Abyss, probably get the veteran upgrade on and sort of go Jan Abyss or something. It's pretty reasonable. Then you'll have 2 Falcons to work with as well. So yeah, quite a lot going on here, yeah. Big time. Check who that is. As we were seeing, Jam Series and Falconets are going forward for Robins. Now we're going to see what the Mexicans are going to plan. So Mexico is also in Fortress Age, and they're going to be bringing in some Falconets now. 2 Falconets. So there is a chance that Captain Link could snipe his cams and wipe them out, and vice versa. Also looks like at the Hacienda, it is set to produce cows. So, it looks like Captain Link is setting up this Hacienda for the long term, because herdables can also gather from a Hacienda, and thus he's going to keep them on cows until he can get up to 20 herdables on it, 20 cows, and then it'll be churning out a ton of food for him, like almost like a food factory. So Captain Link is thinking long term with this Hacienda there, which is pretty smart. Okay, so Falconets and Jans are going to take out the Huron site. So that's one native site that we're going to wipe out. Liturgy. Researching that from the cathedral. Very nice. Going to grant a ton of gold there. And what's going on the Ottoman side? They're going to be getting 1,000 coin. So are they going to go to Industrial Age or what? That's a good question. So, second town center is coming up for Ottomans, it looks like. Gathering food. I'm just wondering if they're going to try to attempt an industrial age and try to eat towards bombards. Yeah, good question. Yep, that's easy. Getting hunting dogs too, so odds are going for some sort of industrial age. Probably going to go up with the Vizier to get 3 guard upgraded Safahis in his back pocket there for his next push. Yeah. It's going to be the likely tactic there that he's going to go with, I would say. Yeah. So TC is going up right now. Very nice. And what after that? We'll see very soon. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you while we watch this. Oh, he is going to go Industrial Age, so he's got the food and the gold now, so he will go up. Captain Link is also in Industrial Age, so he's already up in Industrial Age. Chamayo Guengenizalios. Native warriors are trained 10% faster and ship 50% faster. You get a large shipment of upgraded native warriors from each allied tribe. So unfortunately, he will be missing out on the Kree then. Yeah, that's a little annoying. Yeah, that's a little annoying for his cause, and definitely helps out Armin's a bit. And then he's going to send the Aztec Pueblos. Native embassies gain a range attack like a war hut, enables them to train champion native jaguar warriors and eagle warriors. So basically, a copy of the jaguar knight and the eagle warrior, basically. So the eagle knight. So two very powerful knights there. Alright, still pumping cows out of the hacienda. Yes. Armin's going up with the Tycoon, actually, so 1,000 gold. Are they going to maybe go Royal Decree? What's the plan there? Yeah, I don't know. I think he would have wanted to have another shipment here so he could just Royal Decree his opponent out, possibly. That's at least what I would think that you would want here. Going Moss Construction, but I don't think he's going to have time to get Royal Decree, though, unfortunately. I would think maybe go Bombards here, if it was me. Because you're still in a vulnerable state right now, unless you can get mercantilism. Can you get mercantilism out of that church and get like a quick, easy shipment? Maybe if he does that, he can get the Moss Construction done and get out the Safahi one and the Janissary one out. The Nizam one out quickly. Yeah, no. I would be a little bit cautious about that right now. Yeah. Definitely. Okay, yeah, these conks are like guard right now, so they're really statted up to do some combat here at the moment. So now Armin's have to sort of defend, get the Falcons into place, get a volley going, protect the Falcons if you can, keep those conks at bay. Captain Link is pushing his timing attack now because he definitely doesn't want this Armin going Royal Decree on him at all. Yeah, he is going to get mercantilism. Yes. He's going to go for that mercantilism to get those technologies he needs. He's going to get Royal Decree right away. Let's see what he does there. He's going to get 2 shipments. So he's probably going to go Royal Decree first. And then he's going to go probably Bombard second. At least what I would do. So Royal Decree first. He's going to get New Order Infantry. Get a ton of Guard Nizams out of that. That'll be quite good because he can use the range anti-heavy infantry multiplier on the Jags, which would be great. Plus, if he can a little bit fires overall. Okay, so Jans have to hold back these conks. Well, should be focused on the mantlets, I think. You know, you want to down these mantlets first. Because they're the tanky unit that you need to deal with there. And he's going to send the Bombards in. So, looks like it's a pretty... Oh, Captain Link runs him into melee range. Forces the Jans into a melee there. Okay, Bashi Bazook's coming out. New Order Infantry coming in. So here comes Nizams and 2 Bombards. I think Aliud would have wished to have a little bit more resources to get the Bombard one out and the Spy one, but here we go. Okay, so Nizams come out. We have to get all 20 of these Nizams into position. Why does he have the crush mode on? That's weird. He should have the regular mode on so he can do some anti-Jag Knight multipliers. That's a little awkward. Oh yeah, it is. That's a little strange. But I think he knows what he's doing. I don't know. So here comes the Bombards now. Right over here. On top of this one. Ooh. Yeah. Right. Bad shot though. He got like nothing done out of that one. Yeah, just so the Bills coming out to try to punch away some of these Jags. And bad timing. That was a beautiful timing attack by Link, though. If he didn't do that timing attack when he did, that would have been an easy win there for. Would have been an easy win there for Honors. But he saved his hide by going for that timing attack, and that's why. Whenever you're casting these, whenever you're teaching new players how to play AoE3 properly, you gotta teach them the power of the timing attack. Like, you gotta know when it's time to strike and when you can't afford to wait any longer. Because this was a fine example. Should he have waited like another minute or two, let him get that mercantilism, he would have gotten his Nizams on top of his original army, and then he would have had the 2 bombards. And he would have been in a much bigger pickle of a situation. He probably would have had to send in like heavy cans on his own. He would have had to go through all this work, and it would have been just a nasty, obnoxious situation for himself. So he saved himself a lot of trouble by taking out the first army first, and then dealing with the elite soldiers. That was good. That was a good move there by his side there. So now we're going to look at game number 3. Yeah, game number 3. First time in this round of 64 that we're going to get to see the tiebreaker map of Mongolia be played. Very nice stuff, huh? Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's scroll up and find it. And then next series will be Conqueror versus Chef Sadiste. So some more very powerful names on the board there. And then I'm probably going to skip these ones because I think, I don't know, I just don't. I might save that one for later in case we have a duplicate in this listing here. And then we'll go into Palladino versus Robert, and then Sibutu versus Moon, and then Kanisi versus Sturdy. Alright. So it's actually this one right here because the recordings were named incorrectly. Let's do this one now. Okay, so we got Aliug as the Indians, and Captain Link is USA again. Since he lost his USA in the first game, Captain Link can use them again here. So he's going to probably be using his same USA build, unless he decides to try something else like Scottish Immigrants. We'll see what he's got exactly. Now, India on this map, pretty good on this map. I've seen a lot of successful Indias played by me in ranked on this map. So India can do quite good here. Yeah. India in general is a very strong civ, so honestly, good choice by Aliug. Honestly, it's going to be really tough for USA to deal with a very powerful India, especially when they're hitting right out of the gate with Sep Poiso, their aggro fort. So we'll see what they end up doing here. What you can tell right away, this India will be going 15 or 16 villager age up, because you see a large portion of the vills on wood to maintain the wood resource costs of the Indian villagers, and then gradually adding vills onto hunts as you can afford to keep the vill queue going. So you can either go for a 10 villager age up of Indians and not even worry about wood, just go up straight up on the hunts, or you can go for a 15 to 16 villager age up by balancing wood and food economy to ensure that you can maintain enough wood to keep the villager queue going while still growing your food to afford the wonder. So that's what we're seeing here. And after that, we're going to have to see which deck this India goes with. I will assume that the deck will be pretty standard for India, which it usually is. So first card is going to be Distributivism always, the Wood Trickle card. Since your Civ does not get real villager cards, what do I mean by real villager cards? Well, as you know, every card with India sends you a free villager. So really, every card except for team ones and some other ones are considered to be villager cards, which is kind of funny. But you only get one vill though, so it's not like you're getting 3 villagers and a wood trickle. You're getting one villager and a wood trickle. So a little bit stronger than the Russian card, for instance, which only gets the wood trickle without the villager. So that's at least makes it feel a little bit better there. And then once you get distributivism, then you can keep more of your villagers on food in general, because that wood trickle will compensate for some of that wood economy that your villagers used to have to provide to keep your queue up. Yeah. So now, looks like we're going to be going with a Carnamata. So going with a 13 villager Carnamata. That's a greedy economic wonder. Basically, the Carnamata improves all your gather rates around the structure. So that will benefit Aliug's economy. Right? It also gives you a nice selection of wood, food, and gold crates around your town center too. So it's a little bit economic in the short run as well as the long run. Whereas USA will be going up with Rhode Island. Rhode Island. Oh, interesting. So we got a trading post build around the Spanish immigrants. A Spanish immigrant TP build. So how this works is you try to get as many trading posts as possible, and then you can call up levies of the Spanish pikemen from the structures that you can, and it allows you to rush your opponent with lots of pikemen, which is pretty neat. Since normally you can't make pikemen as USA, this is the only way you get access to pikemen as the USA civ is through the Spanish immigrants' levy ability. Looks like already Captain Link has about 3 trading posts under his belt, and India's building 1 right now. So India's actually building a TP themselves, which is pretty interesting. Probably just to deny it from USA, I wouldn't be surprised. So really, the hallmark of this deck is going to be using the levy ability of the Spanish pikemen, and then really going for really all these powerful shipments here. Oh wow, coreless steam engine grants earlier access to steam power. Train routes may be upgraded to railroads for free in any age. So this is why India was building that trading post there, so they could deny Captain Link a 4 trading post railroad, which would be very good. Very good. And then you got Slater Textile Mill. Grants food or wood for each settler or fishing boat you currently have and reduces the cost of training new ones. Funny thing, I actually went to that place as a kid, the Slater Mill in Rhode Island. It's like a huge, now it's like just a huge museum where they teach people about the history of, slaves, like the slave trade and, the conjun and all that stuff from American history. So I actually went to the real one, so that's kind of funny that I actually see that car there now. Like, oh yeah, I've actually been to the Slater Mill before down in Rhode Island. I think it's almost near Providence, yeah. Cool fact. But anyways, he's going to be getting a ton of resources from this trade route. He's already getting the stagecoach down, and then he's going to turn it into a railroad, and he's going to be doing really good there, basically. Going Rajput with the barracks. Rajput. Oh, he's going Rajput to basically attack his trading posts to try to negate them. Okay, it's one of the few times with India that we're ever going to see Rajputs be made. Because Rajputs in general, well, I think Rajputs are pretty good. At least I like them in Legacy. But, yeah, not always the most reliable hand infantry. So, really, you're going to go for Rajputs if you need to siege something really fast. Because their siege is about 35, which is a lot better than the Sepoy. Still going diplomatic intrigue Ottomans to bring in some Delhis, I think, right? Or is he going to go villagers followed by the Azaps? So he is going to go for the 4 settler tech, bringing 4 villagers there. Going for foreign logging. This is like a distributivism 2.0. Basically a bigger wood trickle, a medium wood trickle. We've never seen a large wood trickle before. I don't even know what that would be. And a free villager, of course. So going after the native site first. I would go after the trade route first if it was me. I think he's wasting his time on the native site. He should be going after the trade route because I think the odds of Captain Link going for Shaolin, going with the Rattan shields is very low. But you got to worry about this trade route. That's like your biggest priority right now. You got to get that trade route fixed. Also, Captain Link's picking up statehood, so this age up will be faster and he'll get more XP crates. Yep, very nice. Alright, and now he's getting the batch of the Azaps out of the consulate with his remaining export there. Okay, Rajputs are taking out the first train post there, then they have to take the other 2 out. What is Captain Link going to get now? So he's going to go with this powerful card. Shotgun Messengers. Ships a few outlaws and gives train posts a powerful charge attack that deals area damage. So they're gonna try to blast away these Rajputs with that. It's the same card that we saw for the Baja California, in fact. So the Baja California can get that card, and then USA can get that card too into their home city. Natively as their civ. So going for that first, and then going to go for 1,000 gold. Alright, and after that, what are we expecting? Are we going to see probably 2 heavy cannons? Going for Wild Wild West. Because you're going to have some free outlaws from that card there. So you got about 4 owl hoots and about 4 cowboys. Got a levy of 6 tercios as well for the pikemen. Going for the far away TP over there. Alright, so here comes the Cowboys. The Cowboys are coming up to do their gunslinging abilities on these Rajputs here. Should be a quick cleanup. Get that one down. Get that one down. Got some sharpshooters there too. I don't know if he can save this TP though. Might not be able to. I think as long as he has 1 TP, he can gradually recover that. Yeah, that is true. Alright, so these Rajputs are definitely done for. Cowboys will like hunt them down. Oh, interesting. The India decides to build a trading post in place of where USA's was to try to deny them the reacquisition of it, which I think is a pretty nifty idea. How is India doing in general, though? So India is going to go up with Charminar Gate Age 3, get a free Mahout, and they're probably going to ship in either the little Mahout card or the big one. Either the 2 elephant one or the 3 elephant one. Alright, so pikemen here. These big siege troopers have about 41 siege at this point, so they're gonna like obliterate this TP. And there's a good chance Captain Link's astronaut's gonna come right back to build that again. So yeah, Captain Link is clawing back his advantage on the trade route. Then he can go after the last one there on the right, yeah, and have all 4 of them. Yep. So looks like Aliug is doing something that I do often, going Mahout Gurkha. Again, veteran upgrade on the Gurks, and you're going to ship in the 2 Mahout card with this one. So going Skirm, Heavy Cav, which is a pretty strong combination to go with India. But I kind of hope that you can fight those pikemen off, though. Great. He's coming around the mountain to the owl boots and the sharpshooters. Ooh, train post wagon. Okay. Why aren't you connected? Yeah, just attack him. Just a little pikeman. Just a little ant. Yeah, there you go. Sit right there and plop down those outlaws. I think you should have just went after the sharpshooters, to be honest, because now they're going to be kiting you on that side now. Okay, looks like he at least beats that. I would pull back this elephant right now and just heal him up with your monks, because there's no reason you should lose a useful cab unit like that. Yeah, no excuse. So probably going to keep queuing up Gurks, and he's shipping in the 3 Mahout shipment. So he went with the big boy one, the big boy shipment, as I call it. It's very expensive. It's 1,000 food, but it gives you 3 Mahouts. So now he's got like 4 of them. Where's his explorer at? Oh, his explorers are down. I would get these guys up and just heal this elephant personally. That way you're looking at a whopping 4 elephant push instead of a 3 elephant push. Yeah. That would make a little bit more of a substantial difference there. But if you want to keep in the back and use them as sort of a reservist, go right ahead. Going with 2 siege elephants, and then more Gurkhas with the veteran upgrade. Doesn't have royal green jackets. Okay, I personally prefer royal green jackets in my deck, so that I can give my Gurkhas the effective counter infantry rifling and give them 3x against heavy infantry. But you can do what you want to do. It's just what I would do personally. Give myself a bit of an edge there, right? Is going to go for the East India Company to upgrade the stats on his Gurks, poison Sawars by about 10%, right? 10% stats. Okay, so here comes the Gurks. They're going to be picking shots off of the state militia. Oh, we sent Captain Link sent Pulowski's Legion again. So here comes those Ulans, those guard Ulans. But the Gurks are The problem is he doesn't have any definitive anti-cap except for these couple of AZAPs. So the Mahouts have to step in as anti-cap right here. And like use their splash attack to force the Yuans off, which they can do because the Yuans are a low HP form of hand cav. So yes, you can actually use the Mahouts to like fend off Yuans because of their higher HP and their splash attack. It does actually force the Yuans to back off. That being said, it looks like Captain Link has the lion's share of the trade route again, running the railroad on it, so he's receiving resources like crazy. Looks like India's getting food on theirs, and Captain Link is getting wood. 3 woods. That's a lot of wood. Call him Woody at that point.
Yeah.
So much wood. Yeah. Alright, and now 2 state militias are queuing up there. Yep. So more Gurks coming out. Also going for the Gurkha Mansabdar. The Mansabdar is like a commander unit, so basically he's like a stronger Gurkha that boosts the stats of the nearby Gurkhas. So he will basically beef up all the stats on these other skirms quite easily there, yeah, which is quite good. Alright, 8 Gurks. These are queuing up. Free villager from that. Alright. So at this point, all India really needs to do is just spam Gurkhas like crazy. Yeah. Just spam Gurkhas like crazy, and if artillery or something comes in, either let the siege elephants deal with it, or the... Hey, how did this happen? That's kind of sad. Yeah, don't let the pikemen get rid of your siege elephants like that. These guys are expensive. Yeah, they're like 300 wood, 350 gold. They're more expensive than a culverin. You can't afford to lose these things now. Absolutely not. Alright, well, it looks like they're going to snipe out 1 trading post, which is great. Boom, 1 more volley, and this should be good. Humma! There you go. Check that out. Sending in a batch of 400 export delis from the Ottoman consulate. Very nice. Calling in another pikeman levy from this blockhouse. Here you go, more pikards. These state militia, yep, they're at least veteran upgrade, which is good. Captain Link used the 54th Massachusetts. Nope, he does not have that on his deck, so he just upgraded normally, which is great. Interesting. If he wants to go state militias, he might need this card here. Long rifles to get their range up by 4, so that way they'll be more on comp with the Gurkhas. So yeah, something you ought to consider there personally. Oh wow, Captain Link sends the big boy Dragoon shipment in, the Armand's Legion. Very interesting there. So it looks like this skirms are doing a good job on the pikes. So now the Mahouts are coming around the mound to hit his state militia. 1 Dragoon left. That should be easy to finish off. Looks like India wins. India wins, like Pushpek would say. India wins. Yeah. India always wins in they always win in eating, in food tasting competitions by Pushpek, and they always win in a 1v1 in Age of Empires 3. Yeah. Not always, but usually. For Mahouts and Gurks. Hard to say that yeah, no. India's a pretty reputable ranked civ for 1v1. Like, when I used to do ranked games in Definitive Edition, I would almost usually win as India if the opponent wasn't Giga-Chad. Like, if they were, like, highly competitive, I would never win with India, but if they were, like, on my level, I could always beat them with India. Doing Gurkha Mahout just like Aliug did, so... Bit of nostalgic win there to watch. Yeah, absolutely, which it was really nice to see there. So now we're going to see Conqueror versus, what's his name again? Scroll down here. All these recordings I got. Nice. Oh, Chef Sadiste. Chef Sadiste versus Conqueror. So which one is the first one? I'm trying to figure it out here. Is it this one? Is this... I would assume it's this one. If it's Saguenay, Up. We have to do the R one first then. Okay. Let's do the R one first. See what the first one is. Alright, so it's this one. Okay, Chef Sadiste versus Conquerors, game 1. Let's go. Chef Sadiste playing Portuguese once again. We saw him do Portuguese last night. It was a pretty good match. And opponent would be Conqueror as the German Jawohl. Okay, so Germany versus Portugal. Pretty interesting matchup. If I recall correctly, didn't we see this last night? Portugal versus Germany. Yeah, I think we did, and I believe the Portuguese won that one, unless I'm fogging up on my memory because I was so sleepy. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now, but anyways, it's a very tough matchup to call. Germans are technically pretty flexible in how they can play here, so they got their resources balanced out to get hunting dogs, which is good. Right, so I'm just going to gather enough gold there to get hunting dogs, right? Now they got enough coin for their hunting doggies. Yep, here comes the hunting doggies. And there's the hunting doggies right there. Yep, and stick them right on the wood there. Get enough for a house, a casa, right? And now Portugal is queuing up with their villagers. Very nice. So Portugal is not getting a trading post, which I find interesting, because sometimes we see Portugal go TP and sometimes not.
See?
So what deck are they running? So they are running one. It's very useful. But yeah, basically the Sadiste deck is automatic Fast Fortress. Sadiste has no intention of staying around in Age 2. He's going straight up naked Fast Fortress. The only thing you're going to find in his Age 2 setup, resource crates to get to Age 3, and then some eco upgrades. Sustainable agriculture and cigar roller. So he does have some late game eco here. Also eco theory. Yeah, Portugal is one of the only civs in 1v1 that you can actually afford to go with late game eco cards with. It's kind of whack, but it's definitely the case. So first card with Portugal is always going to be Vitórias. With Vitórias, your town centers gain resource trickles. So they trickle about 0.36 food, 0.24 wood, and the same for gold. So a little bit gold, a little bit wood, slightly more food. And what it does, in essence, is every time you age up and you get that free covered wagon as Portugal, that trickle becomes bigger and bigger as you gain more town centers. So by the time you reach industrial age, you're already sort of pumping in more than one of each of those resources per second. Yeah, it's quite good. So what's going to be the age of politician? Naturalist. Very nice. Get some villagers, get some cows. Very good. And then Germany's going to go with the quartermaster for the 400 wood. Very nice. So what's Germany going to run for a deck? Land. So we see a lot of standardization with these German decks, I find. Very little variation. So this one is going to be a 2 Yuan, 2 Skirmisher, Sumpter Wagon, Mercenary, Age 3. With Doppels and Crossbows in Age 2. Okay. It's always good to observe. Yeah. So I'm assuming Germany is probably going to go either Fast Fortress outright, or they're going to go semi-Fast Fortress with Yulons to raid. That's going to be probably what we're going to see here. I could put my money on it, actually. That's what we're going to see here. So, yeah, it should be quite good in this situation. So there is the quartermaster right there. Very nice. Yep, Portugal going naked fast fortress rain to 700 gold. They should have enough food by then, I think, to get it going. Building their church, it looks like. Very nice. Getting a little extra XP from that, which is good. Might begin that too to maybe possibly pump out a spy to fight his opponent's explorer. Who knows what he's setting up for there. Wow, we in the cows right away for their food. Now that's an interesting philosophy right there. Going with naturalists so they have the 150 or so food ready to eat right there, instead of waiting for them to fatten up, which I find kind of fascinating. So the food timing will pretty much match the gold timing quite good, and thus lead to a pretty perfect age up there. Yep, they should be aged up any second now. Very good. Going up with the Ethiopian Queen to get the Shotel Warriors, one of the newer options to the game. So basically gives you some good anti-skirmisher power with the Shotel Warriors. So Germany also has their church up as well, so if they need to make a quick spy, they can. Alright, so as you know with Germany, every card comes with free Ulans, so doesn't matter if they're sending settler wagons, crates, you name it. You're always going to have to be ready to be raided by a Germany and their extra Ulans that they can be striking you with their extra damage. So this is where the 320 XP treasure is, so keep a good note of that, because that's probably going to be something that might be competed for later. Because it's one of the best treasures on this map, so something you're often going to see players go for right away. And now Chef Sidiste is getting his 700 wood, so he can prepare a stable, barracks, go Cazador Dragoon, which is typically what you see the Portugal do. So where will town center number 3 go? Will it be an expansive town center, or will it be a defensive town center? Good question. Also, Portugal's going to get a market, probably prepare their hunting dogs, place some mines, all those techs, while they do the rest. So stable is already coming up right now. We'll see when the barracks comes up next. So some of that wood is going right into hunting dogs, placing mines immediately. And up, here comes the free Durans. I'm gonna come right for your bills. Get them out of the way. So here comes those Shotel Warriors. They're veteran upgrade Shotel Warriors, by the way, so they are a little bit stronger than Age 2 ones. He's gonna send his Shotels right after the Ulans, so look at that. Look at that. Now watch out there, man. Yeah, no. These Shotel Warriors are actually dangerous. Like, look, they actually have more HP than the Ulans do. Isn't that frightening? You know, these little guys with their sickle swords, kind of like Egyptian-style Kopes weapons, can actually outdo these cavalry units. Pretty scary when you think about it. Yep, so it looks like they took out one of the Ulans, or two of them actually, and forced them into a retreat. So the Portugal will start with a halberdier shipment to deal with any potential cavalry issues. Right there. Shotels will take out the explorer, get some XP bounty from that kill. And the Portugal already queued up some dragoons, so they got some dragoons. Got some helps coming in. They're going to queue up more dragoons now. So this Portugal is moving along rather quickly here with the Shotel Warriors, his dragoons, and then the halberdiers are going to come out next. Getting the villager HP upgrade. I think that can be a pretty nifty thing to grab, because you never know if Germany is going to attack you with Ulans at any time, and you definitely don't want to lose your vill advantages, Portugal. Right, obviously at this point, Portugal has 3 town centers, since you get a covered wagon with each age up, thus 3 TCs in age 3, and thus going for a full 3 town center boom, because I could see queue here, queue there, queue everywhere. So the Portugal is really queuing down on stuff. Also going to be attacking the German trading post with the halberdiers. So he's probably going to get shipments even faster now, wiping out his trade and getting that kill bounty on those TPs, which I think is pretty good. So this TP will grant him 88 kill XP. That's pretty good. Alright, so what is he going to get now? Is Portugal going to go... Okay, so they're going to go for the 5 Dragoon shipment. So they're going to focus on Dragoon numbers. Germany is also in age 3. and going for fast industrial. So they're going for a naked fast industrial age. What will they do with that, possibly? I would assume heavy cannons, winged hussars. Yeah, so they're going for a pretty tough age 4 right there. Now, what do they do with that? I don't know. Because the problem is, Saguenay has been stacking dragoons for a good amount of time now. And Germany has just been starting to make skirmishers. So I don't know if he goes heavy cannons out of the gate, how he's going to be able to protect that with just a couple of free Ulans and the little skirmishers he's able to scrounge together. You know, the heavy... I just don't see a battlefield situation right now with Saguenay where Conqueror's heavy cannon shipment is going to do God's work right now, because he's going up against cavalry, he's going up against hotel warriors. Alright, so he's going to go heavy cannon and then winged hussars. Pretty fair, honestly. Pretty fair. Yep, see, look at all of these dragoons, though. He has, like, no skirmishers to deal with these. You don't need heavy cannons, you need skirms, buddy. You should have probably won, like, 8 skirms first, and then send the heavy cannons in. That's what I would have done, because you need to make sure you can shoot out these dragoons, so they can't just run right underneath your cannons and do their little Portuguese dance on. Okay, so there's the heavy cannons. Does he know about them? Yep, but they're not being protected, though. Not being protected. It's got a lot of dragoons here, so I'm a little concerned. Alright, so this one hotel warrior just... Oh, he got a lucky strike on him there. Alright, so now we start to get some more skirms. Alright, so I'm feeling a little bit better for Conqueror now. And then he's going to have the winged hussars as well, which could potentially charge the dragoons with their charge attack. Which I think is a good choice, honestly. So here comes the winged hussars now. These will be very powerful with their charge attack. More skirmishes coming up there too. Yep. And here comes the winged hussars again, coming from behind. Okay, so heavy cannons will start popping onto the town center now. Very good. But the problem with Portugal, obviously, is they get 3 town centers in H3, so you got a lot of siege work to do there, my friend. Yeah, no, it's annoying. So he is going to call Minutemen out. Saguenay has a huge stack of hussars with dragoons right here. Wow, look at that. I think the hussars are going to have to gauge right away, get their charge attack in there. Hopefully do enough. No anti-cav from the Germany, though. That's key here. Alright. Yep, that's very important to know. No anti-cav. So the Uhlans break through with the dragoons, and now the heavy cannons are completely stumped. Yeah, they're completely stumped now. And it wouldn't take a lot of gold for Saguenay to even get these hussars up to veteran, and potentially get... he already sent Constable in, so he already has the 15% HP and attack upgrade on his hussars, so he already got Constable. Now he's probably going to add veteran to these too. And that's going to be a good finisher. Yeah, no, because here's the thing. Like, what is Germany going to get now? Are they going to get, like, Doppelcylinders, pikemen? Oh, he's got a stable, so he can do war wagons, but, you know, you didn't have to go to Industrial Age to do war wagons, buddy. You could have just built the concrete army in Age 3 with skirms and war wagons, and then get the heavy cannons when you got that secured. But now, you don't have a heavy cannon shipment, you don't have a winged hussar shipment. You wasted all of your critical Age 3 Age 4 cards. All you got was a factory. That's it. The only thing you gained from going to Age 4 was a factory. Really weak. Really weak tactically here. And so, 5 Scepter wagons coming out, war wagons. Scepter wagons. Yeah, no, Scepter wagons can't fight. War wagons can fight. And here they come. Force them back to hussars. force back the Dragoons as well, since the war wagons have more range damage than the Dragoons do. And 3 more war wagons coming in as well. Very nice. Oh, he canceled out the war wagons. He's going to go for factory number 2 now. Because he just needs to make up for his losses there. Yeah. Totally understandable. So if you get a second factory, pump it out with some gold, maybe you might be able to pull it off there. Maybe. We'll see.
Auftrag?
So here comes factory number 2 now. Very good. There's factory number 2 there. Very nice. Oh, Cazador. Alright, so the Hussars are in veteran upgrade now, and there comes the Cazadors to melt the war wagons. Very dangerous. That's the thing I've never understood. It says Cazadors have a strong attack, but they have the same range attack as the skirmishers. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, they gotta change that description. Like, these Cazadors need at least like 20, 22, 23 like range attack to even fit the bill on their name. The only thing that makes the Cazadors different is the fact that they have less HP than the skirmishers do, but they have more armor. Yeah, no. It's like super loopy how they came up with that, you know, unit description on them. It's like super weird. Yeah, but anyways, Chef Sadiste got a good win there. For this next round, he won't be able to play Portugal. He'll have to play something else. Let's see what that is exactly right now. Yep. See what he's got. Scroll down here and get to the Sadiste game number 2. Good. Is this one. Yep. Very nice. Then Palladino versus Robert. Okay, so Sadiste will go Swedish, and Conqueror will go Italy. So we got 2 new European civs that we're adding into the 5th edition. Swedes versus Italians. So, good matchup here. So, both civs have their own nifty, unique resource buildings. The Italians with their Lombards, and then the Swedes with their Torps. So, it looks like Sadiste is already building a Torp right here near his mine, and then he's going to build a second Torp. Torps gather nearby natural resources, including mines, trees, dead animals, including huntables and herdables, as well as berries. And when you build a Torp, you get a free berry bush next to it too. So even if there's no resources around, you'll at least get some food from them, which is good. Okay, so this one's gathering from the mine and the berry. This one will probably gather from... let's see what this one gathers from. Will it gather from just the mine and the berry, or also a tree? So this one's going to get the mine, the berry, and the tree. This tree right here. So, yeah, that's pretty good. This one's also gathering a little bit from the tree. So, both are getting a bit of good gather rate right there, which is good. And let's see what else Swedish is going to get for a deck. Because we have seen some variety in the Swedish decks, as well as the Italian ones, so... Also, let's see what Italy's up to. So, Italy, at the start of the game, is pretty normal in what they do. So, what Italy does right away, they build a market, and then they start building houses with their architect. And the reason for getting a market right away is because with the Italians, every technology you research gives you a free villager. So, Italy doesn't get any villager cards. They actually get more villagers by researching techs. and they get access to their architects in age early too. So they can get steel traps in age 1 like you just saw them get right here. Now they're going to get blunderbuss, then they can get gang saw. They can just steamroll through all the architects. And they sometimes do even better than a European home city that has villager cards because they're just able to roll tech after tech, right? And then what they do is they get capitalism, the gold trickle card, as their first card because that's the best thing that they can get. And then they get a bit of coin that can go into more technologies as well as set them up for either H2 combat or Fast Fortress, which they have capacity to do either of. Now, Placer Mines is coming in, another free villager, plus another gather rate improvement to the gold. And what are we seeing here? So we're seeing Monte de Pieta. So we see all of the Lombard cards here, which is pretty nice, at least majority of them. And he's got his architect building a Lombard. Interesting. So, Lombards, what they do is you put one resource in and it gives you a balanced amount of the other resources. So if you put in about 250 food, it returns you, I think, like 125 wood and gold. So it helps you to balance out your economy, right? And one thing you'll normally see with an Italy who's going for a Lombard-based build is he'll set up his architect to start building the Lombard slowly in age 1. So by the time you're in age 2 and 3, your Lombard numbers will be a bit bigger. So let me see what he's going to go for a politician. Oh, the governor. Okay, so he's going governor. I wondered if he was going to go with the cardinal, actually, and get another Lombard with them. That would be a pretty fascinating move, actually, to get a second Lombard and then go with this card and get the third Lombard. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, because see, with the Italian architects, they build buildings for free, but they do so very slowly. In order to speed them up, you have to finish building, so you pay off the rest of the resources needed left to build out the building to do it at normal speed. So if you're really nifty, you can save a ton of wood and gold and construction costs by using your architect. And then only, using the finished build ability when you really need to speed that production up, which I think is a pretty neat little trick that they can do. As for Swedish, during the age up transition, they're mostly concerned about getting wood so they can get more torps. You can fit really up to like 4 torps around a mine, and you get a ton of gold from that, right? And then you go with this card, Engelberg Ironworks, which improves the mining rate of the torps by 100%, so it doubles it. So really, when you're looking at a torp on a mine, they're gathering like 0.54 gold per second. And in essence, every mine, if you can get about 4 torps on it, is really putting down about, 2 or so gold a second, more than 2 gold a second, which is great. Yeah. Something a lot of Swedish players like to do is send this card, Dominions, which gives you about 4 torps wagons, so you do not need the vills to set those up, which makes it go a little bit faster. And also, if you need to drop off resource crates, for whatever reason, you actually can drop them off at the torps, and the torps will gather them for you. So you don't actually have to use your villagers to do it, which is quite nice. Yep, so it looks like Sidiste already has a barracks down. It's bringing in 700 wood. Probably looking to get the rest of his torps done first before he gets Engelberg Ironworks, as well as this card right here, blueberries. So the torp will give you a blueberry bush instead of a regular bush. Has a little bit more food, and then the torp will gather from it faster. So it's a little bit more of a long-term economic decision to beef up your early food numbers, which is great. Queuing up villages, it looks like, as well as Caroliners. So the Caroliners are sort of like an inverse musket, so they don't have a hand attack versus cavalry, but they have a range attack versus cavalry. So they're almost like foot dragoons in a way. Sort of like foot dragoons. In Wars of Liberty, it'd be like the old Carbineer unit, the Carbineer unit we used to have. So really good against cavalry at range, which can make it pretty deadly because in mass they can like nuke heavy cavalry very quickly and melt it. So they do have to be careful, basically. So it looks like he's got his Caroliners rushing the Italians. Basilica right there. But Italy has a huge mass of muskets to defend. They got about 13 musketeers here. And they're going to try to protect this Basilica as best as they can. Because the Basilica brings in a ton of XP. And it can produce papacy units later on. So Papal Slaves, Papal Guards, Papal Lancers, all sorts of stuff. Schiavones, all sorts of good troops. Now going for Broken Lance Company, which will give Italy 3 Papal Lancers, so Elmeti and Estradian. So quite a lot of cavalry there, actually. And he got the Basilica through Uffizi, right? It gives you a Basilica wagon and causes Lombards to trickle XP while they're working on their investments, which is pretty nice. Yeah. Makes the Lombards even stronger, technically. Yeah. Because look now, it's got a little XP trickle at the bottom there, 0.25 per second, which is nice to have. Pretty nifty. Alright, so can Italy permanently stop the Sweden from like attacking his stuff there? Ooh, interesting. So he used the Caroliners' sword charge ability. They get like they have a big bun ability where they can pull their swords out and run fast. He actually used it to retreat from the enemy. That's a good tactic there, because normally it's used to charge the enemy, but he used it to run away from the enemy and be able to kite these Papal Lancers easier. Very nice choice there. Alright, so we see Italy's musketeers closing in, trying to pick up as many of these Caroliners as possible, so maybe he can save his Lancers. So one Papal Lancer is down. Another one's down. This one's gonna go down. And how about the Stratia? Is the Stratia gonna survive or what? Because if he can keep the Stratia alive, at least he can snare his Caroliners a bit and apply some good pressure. Alright, so now Sienese Financiers is coming in to bring in, you know, some wood and gold, which is nice.
Pronti.
Alright, the adventurer coming in right now. Adventurer will give him, I believe, some Pavasiers, so we'll have something to use against these Caroliners here. Getting the team House of Bernadotte to get his heavy infantry up by 50%, including these. What else has he got? Julita Steigbrook to get a foundry and a light cannon to fight these with. Very nice. Not a light cannon, but a leather gun. Yep, here comes the leather cannons here. These are basically like little mini cannons. They're only about 3 pops, so they're very cost efficient. And you can smash them pretty easily. You know, they're pretty massable. They actually don't cost any gold, so you don't even need gold to make them, just mostly food and a little bit of wood. So they're kind of a trash unit. They're actually statistically the same as the mule artillery and Wars of Liberty for the Balkan stuff. So, yeah, kind of like that. Exile Prince. So Sweden is aging up very quickly. Picking up Cree Tanning to beef up the HP on their Caroliners. Also queuing in some Cree CBDs for Eco, which is a good idea. Looks like Italy is pushing their barracks position. That one's actually going to wipe it out. with their veteran muskets and their papacias. Italy also gets a 2 Falconet shipment too, so they can meet Sweden tit for tat in artillery. Sweden is going to get veteran Caroliners back in their base. Italy's actually going to get the Black Company first, so about 5 Black Riders and 5 Armored Pistoliers. It's quite good. They could also get the Albanian Company of 4 Bosniaks and 4 Stratiates too, which is another option. Look at all the torps Italy's taken out though, all that XP bounty they get from that. It's always something worth watching. The Stratiate has been fully healed, it looks like, so that'll be quite useful for snaring. Yeah, I think Blackbriar's Pistoliers will definitely be good against Caroliners. Yeah, since the Blackbriars are obviously a light cab, so they don't have to worry about the multiplier on these infantry at all, which is quite nifty. And then obviously the Armored Pistoliers do splash damage, so those will be really good against Caroliners as well. So here comes the fight. A couple lever cans here. Here comes the Falconets as well. Let's see if the Blackbriars can connect with the Falconets and take them out. That would be probably the best case scenario for this Italy here. Okay, so it looks like... Can he grind the Caroliners down too? Well, it looks like the Blackbriars do connect with the Falcons. Good. One Falconet at least is going down. So it looks like this, okay, can you at least get that lever can down? Nope. Fortunately not. So it looks like he's gonna have to retreat here. Pretty much, yep. Two Falconets coming in. Can still double barracks queue up veteran muskets, which is great. Comes 2 Falcons. He only has one of the Armored Pistoliers left, which isn't good. I would have liked to see those still be alive there to fight those Caroliners with their splash, honestly. But, it is what it is. It's coming in pretty strong on you, yeah, basically. Ooh, nice. Take out that musket there. Very good. Wow, look at that. Insane. Yep, gets... Oh, I think it should have gone the Falcon instead of the lever can, personally. Yep, gets it too. Wow, great. Good work. Got both cans. Very nice. 2 surviving Falconets. And then he's going to get his special arsenal card here. Milanize the arsenal. It's basically advanced arsenal, but it gives you a free arsenal wagon. And it makes all of the arsenal techs 50% cheaper. So you can actually afford them very easily, which is really good. Yeah. I have a feeling, too, that Italy might be going Industrial Age as well. Because that's what he did the last game. He went Industrial Age. But, where's he going to get this time, though? He's got the big burst of shipment. He's got the papal guns. He's got Coves. He's got the big help shipment. Garibaldini. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so it looks like his Falcons are under pressure here from the Carolinians, which can ride up on pretty easily. Up! Blasted him dead. Going Industrial Age again, I see. Problem is your army's caught with its tail between its legs, so I don't know what you're gonna plan to do in Age 4, potentially. It's gonna be really tough there, actually. Big time. What's he aging up with anyways? He's going up with the Papal Guard, so he's going to get some guard Papal helps there. Okay, so we got them out of this area, so yep, he's got, well, how many? He's got 10 of them. He's going to get the Bersigli, he's going to mega queue up a ton of bursts now, it looks like. Maybe ship them in. Ooh, Sidise shipped it, trained about 2 more falconets from his foundry. He's also starting to do fish booming as well, so he's going to start taking on water now for an even better eco. He's going with the Papal Bombards, and he's going to like stack a ton of bursts. Now, the bursts is a good reason to go to age 4, I think, because they're basically like guard skirms, so they're very tough. Plus, they have the trumpet ability. They blow the trumpet and stun your soldiers, so that's probably a worthy unit you want to go up for, honestly, personally. Bombards have to take the falconets out. That's like a requirement. Alright, so the falconets do go out. Now, let's see if he can use the bursts to fight the muskets though. Yeah, let's see here. Let's check the cell exactly. So bursts right there, right? You could move them up here to fight the... Put the Vills back in the TC. Are they still out? They keeping the Vills out like that. Just send the bursts in and clean them up. Oh, yeah, he was very salty about that, you could tell. Yep. Salty is Campbell's soup in a can. Yeah, absolutely. Salty is Campbell's soup in a can. The invitation has been withdrawn. Absolutely. You think I got time to play games when I'm trying to cast them, man? Really? Really, dude? Ugh. What kind of plan do you think I'm on here? Ugh. Alright, well, let's see what we're on now. So now we're on Robert versus Palladino. So is this game 1 or game 2? I'm assuming this is going to be game 1. Because of the way things have gone with the map ordering and stuff. Oh, sorry. This is obnoxious because I don't have to reload again. Alright, let's go back in again and figure it out. I'm here. This one then, alright, very nice. Yep, out of sync. So we do have to watch that one. That stinks. And so let's see what that game looks like anyways. Scroll down. Palladino versus Robert on Saguenay. Saguenay. Alright, so Robert is USA and Palladino is Spanish. So we got a España versus a USA. Kind of a good matchup. Let's see how it works out. Quite a lot of possibilities here. Yep. So let's see what USA's plan's going to be. Are they going to put up a trading post? If they do, that could be pretty good. And you might get a gauge of what they might be planning. If they don't go for a TP, might be tough to say what they're actually planning here. So it looks like he is going for a 90 food treasure first, which I think is a great idea. Should be able to get it pretty easily, honestly. And yep, he is going to go for the TP first and probably come back to get that treasure later, assuming Spain doesn't steal it. So we'll have to watch that very carefully, because don't forget, Spain also builds a trading post as part of their build order, since it really helps them to establish their shipments very quickly, since their SID bonus gives them XP like crazy. So they definitely get rewarded by that TP in their build all the time. So let's see if Spain is able to steal that 90 food. And looks like he might be going for this 135 XP first, which might spare USA losing that treasure. Alright, so he is going to come back for the 90 food now. Unless Spain happens to come in that neck of the woods to take his thing. We'll find out real quick. So he pulls his rifle out for the wolf over there, and he should be able to saber this one down there. Very nice. USA, grab that food. So he will go Chinese immigrants, which could mean a few things. We'll see what it is exactly. So, let's see what he does with the first rickshaw. So, I'm assuming he's going to levy a rickshaw out of this TP to put into this one before Spain gets it and can do anything about it. And then he's going to use the one he got shipped in to go to the Cree site. Very good. So what is he running? So he is running Scottish immigrants. Very nice. Likely next card will be Advanced Saloon, so that he can time it with Arkansas Post to be able to get 2 additional saloons on top of the one he builds in H2 right away. So, yep, it's a very powerful build that tries to build as many saloons, meeting houses, and trading posts as you can, because every trading post, meeting house, or saloon that you have gives you 1 more Highlander with this card here, Scottish Immigrants. He has about 3 TPs already, so that means about 3 Highlanders will arrive with this card. Alright, so here comes Advanced Saloon. That'll be quite good. It also means typically in this build you see this card being used, the native treaties, to bring in some native warriors. Also, you're often going to be doing outlaws, since you already have about 3 of the saloons out there as well. Also going with Pennsylvania, right? Going with the Pennsylvania age up, because they give you a card that actually boosts your meeting house build limit by 1. So that's 2 churches, 3 saloons, so that's 5 Highlanders. And whatever trade post you can build on the map, he already has 3, so that's like 8 Highlanders already. He's got a native on his side of the fence here too he could grab, so that's like 4 train posts, so 9 Highlanders. And then if you can get this one, then you can get 10 Highlanders. It's really the best situation you can find yourself in. Yeah, so where is he along with getting another levy? So he's getting pretty close to getting another one, so he's probably going to set one up very soon, I would assume. Yep. So going for the Philadelphia Convention first to get a free meeting house out. And then he's going to go for Arkansas Post to get 2 saloons, right? Or is he going to get a saloon, a meeting house, and then another train post? That's a good question, because I see he already has 2 saloons here. Yeah, very interesting. So meeting house is going to come up now. Right in that spot. Also already queuing up gunslingers from his saloon. Very interesting play on the build that I'm normally used to. I usually don't see him go for gunslingers like that out of the gate, so that's going to be a very interesting ad. Definitely gives him a bit of an early push, because the gunslinger has a charge attack called a quick draw attack, where he shoots about 3 shots out of his revolver, which totals up to about 45 damage between all the rounds. And that ends up doing a ton of damage. Yeah, it's quite useful. Definitely. So, where's his rickshaw going to go here? Is he going to go in this spot? Yeah, he's going to put one down there. Let's see what he does at the next step. Yeah. So, he's going to probably put the CP over here, right? Very nice. About 5 gunslingers, very nice. Native treaties coming out now too. This will grant him a free batch of the Cree trackers as well as the Huron mantlets. So he's going to get mantlets and trackers on top of gunslingers. And then when he establishes... Oh, he's going to put the TP up here. That is insane, man. He's grabbing all the TPs. He's going to put this in this one. Right? And he's got his 2 meeting houses, he's got his 3 saloons, so he's got more than enough structures to get, 10 Highlanders with. So this is looking really powerful here for the USA. Yep, the Spain is going for Fast Fortress. I called it. I could tell from the fact that the Spain was not active on the map that he was going for a straight up fast fortress. He does not have royal decree though, so that's one thing that USA doesn't have to worry about, but he does have to worry about 2 falconets, lancer shipment, right? 5 lancer, 4 lancer, falconet, big rod, those were his biggest threats. Also, it's possible Spain will go Spanish gold first, so he can acquire extra gold from each one of his cards, about 330 gold in each of those Spanish chests. But it does look like he's being rushed out of the gate by his gunslingers, so I don't know if he's going to gamble with that or not. So he went up with the adventurer to get some crossbowmen, so he's got some crossbows, he's got some muskets. He's going to be sending in the falconets. And probably the land. Oh, then he's going to get Spanish gold. He wants the falconets now as a insurance policy from an attack. And then he's going to get his Spanish gold. He's also going to switch to training skirmishers, which will help him out against the Highlanders as well as the gunslingers. So, best thing he can make at this point. Here comes 10 Highlanders hot off the press. There you go, 10 Highlanders. Very good. Very powerful batch of units. And then from there, you can ship in state militia, you can get regulars. So the fun doesn't stop there. Also, USA, I would be getting owl hoots from your saloon. I'd get a few owl hoots. Because owl hoots can be quite good. Oh, he's going to get cowboys. Okay, so cowboys can be a good play because I think he knows the falconets are coming out, so he needs some sort of mounted troop. And cowboys, their charge gunslinger ability is going to be really good for popping those cannons. So, yeah, I can sort of see where he's going with that, basically. Yeah. Pretty rational idea. So he already has a cowboy. He just needs another house. Is he going to get another house down so he can batch out some more of these cowboys? It would be good if he could get some more of them before the fight. He's got his rickshaw here in reserve, so he should be able to fight off Spain's army, repopulate that trade route with it. Would be a nice recovery there. So these guys, cowboys, going yeah into the forward section there. They're gonna go take a shot on his falconet. Not that good actually. No, that was like nothing. What was he doing there? I was like, what's going on over there now? Oh man, he didn't get really any damage done. What the tarnation's going on over there? Yeah, I have no idea. Definitely not. Crazy. Seen actually. I can't believe it. Really can't. Oh, he's going to come back with the rickshaw sneaking in that way. Oh, I'd be a little careful because the falconet's still within seeing distance, I think. I'd be a little careful there, honestly, yeah. He's going to get the Virginia Assembly, right, to get his state capital and go for an H3. Okay, so he's already thinking of H3 at this point. In general, when they go Scottish immigrants, typically they go Kentucky for their H3 to get the big powerful Kentucky card there that gives you a mix of sharpshooters and owl hoots. It's going Kentucky, right? Kentucky Fried Chicken? Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken. There you go. Very nice. Yeah, Kentucky should give them a nice batch of free sharpshooters and owl hoots there. It's good. Also, I can call them Pulowskis. I can get Gatling guns. It should give him a little bit of flexibility there to round out what he's missing right now to deal with that imposing Spanish army there. So what has he got? Does he have any lances yet? Not yet. He could get them though. Where's he on? So he's going to get 5 lances here with the Spanish chest of 330 gold. Could very well get his 4 lances down. So he's got 5 lances here, big massive skirms, muskets, and then 2 falcons. Alright, steel traps, gang saw, so catching up on the market techs, always recommended. Is training more falconets from a foundry made, so he's going to be coming in with extra artillery. That should be very good against Gatling guns. That should give Spain a really good edge against Gatling guns. Let's see how he does here. Should be pretty nice. Truthfully, I don't know who's gonna... It looks like Spain's in the better position. I'd say, in general, they'd be in the better position here. Yeah. Okay, so where's he going for? He needs a house. He's completely housed right now. Yeah, get a house down, man. You're slowing yourself down here. You need all the time you can get against this opponent. He's going Pulowski. He's going heavy on the anti-artillery. Alright, so let's see if Pulowski can wreck these falconets. If he can wreck the falconets with Pulowski's Legion, that looks really good. Yeah, like, I'm a little bit sad that you got the house timing wrong, because if he's going to arrive a bit faster here, he might be in better shape to get these falcons out. No, let's see. Let's see what he does with these things. If he messes up the micro here, lets these cans get exposed, that could be very bad. Let's see what he does. There come the Yuans. Yabon! Angreep! Yabon! Right in that spot. Gets a falconet down. Great. And get the R1s down. So the U1s have high attack because they're guard units. They're going to cut through the Lancers. Lancers are going to be cut to ribbons. Like, he's going to get another falconet down. He's going to get another one down. He gets that one down. Gets this one down. He's going to get that one down. Alright, so all the falconets are dead. Right? And because of his high attack, he should be able to cut through the Explorer Dogs. And he's going to rush the crossbowmen and skirms with whatever he's got. Like, GG. Bada bing, bada boom. That was a good one. That's a good attack. Good ambush there by Robert. It won him the series. That was a good bada bing, bada boom there with the shipment. Sometimes you win games with that, you know. It's the power of card sending in Age of Empires 3. Sometimes you get a bada bing, bada boom, and it's done. Like, you completely turn the match on its head and you win it. That was a good example of that right there. Yep. Alright, so we're loading in again. What series are we on now? So we saw Robert, or at least part of it anyways. Now we're going to see CB42 versus Moon. So it's like a roll. We should run bets on this. Which one of the records is actually the first one? Because sometimes it's the top one, sometimes it's the bottom one. Okay, so we did get the right one this time. Alright, so Moon is in red text. How scary for Halloween. It's blood red. Well, not blood red, but it's red. Alright, so Moon is playing as the Dutch. And then his opponent Batu is playing as the Dutch, as the Ottomans. Oh, Batu's playing as the Ottomans. Alright, I was a little confused there because I've seen Batu play as the Dutch as well, I think during my House of the Trading Post stuff with Breaking Me and everything. So that's kind of interesting. So we got an Ottoman versus Dutch. So, from what we've seen, Dutch actually has a pretty good win rate versus the Ottomans. Yeah, because the Dutch, if done correctly, can leverage their bank economy and their specific circumstance of being able to train skirms early to beat out the Ottomans. Yes, they can. So this will be a real interesting one to see. Yeah, I believe that the Dutch can again beat the Ottomans here, but it all depends on how skilled Moon is with it. Yeah. I have fought Moon before well, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever fought Moon in Definitive Edition. I fought Moon in Wars of Liberty, and I can tell you he's on top of his stuff. I mean, I can't say that he's super good, but he definitely was enough to clap me once with the Brits, and then in the second match he won with a bit of RNG because of his Civ, I think. Yeah, he was using the Oro Crony Civ, the Koreans. Which I commend, by the way. If you win with the Koreans, I'll never be upset with you because I love Oro Crony Civ because it yells out Crony Bear like that. So that's good. So anyways, Ottomans starting out with capitalism is their first card. That means naked fast fortress. He's going to go fast fortress. That's in the books. If you get capitalism first, you're going to get an age 3 age up. That's guaranteed. Alright. What about the Dutch? So the Dutch, so they're going to go with their 3 villagers. They do have both build limit improvement cards here for the banks. They have the World Decree, of course. So Dutch, I would assume, are, well, wait a second. They don't have 700 gold. They don't have 700 gold here, so they're not going to be able to keep up with Ottoman's age up. He put in the Large Elders card here. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that, actually. Because I think Moon might actually have to go age 3 along with the Ottomans there and fight them tit for tat, you know? He's going to need Reuters. He's going to need Reuters. You can't get those in age 2. You don't get any sort of card to get those early. So, I think that's going to be an unfortunate dilemma you're going to see here is, Moon's going to be in need of Reuters really badly, and he's just not going to be able to do it. No. That's really unfortunate there. Could get real risky real fast. So, yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. That's all I can tell you. Nope. Nope. No dice. No dice. It's not nice. Yeah. We'll find out, though. Yep. Moon has found a grove of bois d'arc trees worth 50 wood. Okay. Should help with his first bank. You should be building bank number 1 now. So you're going to be building, yep, build that bank, get that thing up. Right. You might need to put a couple of villas on the mine to make sure you can maintain your queue. Recommended. Okay, so now probably going to go 700 wood, right? Because you're going to put all your villas onto the hunts. Get that 700 wood done. Yep, 700 wood. And then he's going to go for... Oh, he's going to go for the bank wagon first? Going to go for the bank wagon first? Okay. Interesting. What does he do after that? Is he going to... I don't know what to tell you about that. That's crazy. Right, so bank number 2 is being built. Bank 3 is being shipped in. So where's that bank gonna go? Somewhere. Good question. Where are you gonna put the banky? Where are you gonna put the banky? Where's the banky gonna go? Banky. Right, there goes the banky. Very nice. Alright, Ottomans are going into age 3 now, right? With the scout. So they're gonna get 4 delis. Okay. So here comes the wood now. Very nice. So this will give Batu enough wood to set up enough infrastructure that he might need. So what is he going to go for out of the gate? From what we see with the Ottoman players, usually the first shipment they go for in this situation is going to be the Safahi shipment. Yeah, the Safahi shipment's usually going to be the first play, provided he has enough food for it. Otherwise, typically they go with the Age Janissary one here. But personally, if you're going up against the Dutch, you're probably going to start out with Abbas. I would say that would probably be your best bet because, well, the Dutch don't make musketeers. They make skirmishers with their barracks. So if they're going to be doing any military, it's going to be skirmishers. So Abbas is the best melter of those I could probably recommend to you. Yeah. Gets the... Up is getting a training upgrade for the mosque there. The millet system, that should help settlers train out a bit faster from the mosque, which is nice. So again, Galata district, looks like you canceled it out. Doesn't have to quite get it yet. You only have to get Galata district once you reach about 25 settlers, or Yaruks, to get the bill limit up so you can continue to keep producing them for free from the Ottoman town center. That's one of the best things about the Ottomans, actually, is you don't even have to think about queuing up your villagers because it's just done for you over time. You just have to make sure you have the housing space and that you research those pesky mosque technologies to keep their build limit growing on time. Yep, so queuing in 4 Janissaries. Also going to pick up Veteran Janissaries upgrade while shipping in the big Janissary upgrade in age 3. Where's Dutch at in all this? So Dutch is getting hunting dogs. They're on about 3 banks right now, so they're gonna go age 3, I assume. question is, will it be sound though? Alright, so they're gonna go for that H3. They're gonna be picking up the wood. Right? Yeah. Well, he's got banks, so he's eventually gonna be able to afford some Minutemen. Right, Town Center presumably is gonna shoot down the delis. Right? It's gonna take some time to try to grab some food. He's probably gonna go Reuters. Okay, so yeah. He gets some Minutemen, I think, and go after those Jans. I would think that might be something to want to consider there, maybe? Just saying. Okay, so he... Alright. Batu, will he go after? He is alright, so he goes after his vids again. Get them in TC. Takes out another deli. Grab some more wood. That's always good. Wood is good. Alright now, that wood up now. So here comes Reuters as I predicted. He's gonna go 8 skirm. 8 skirm with Reuters. He's gonna go mass Reuters. So now he's got a bit of a pickle. This guy gets some weird stuff on the. He lost 2 banks. That's painful though. That's a big loss. He doesn't even have enough for a shipping. He probably will now. So he's gonna go 8 skirmisher. He's got Reuters. He's way behind. Once the Falcons are out with that many Jans, it's kind of a lost cause. I hate to tell you, that's a lost cause. If he had like 5, like he already had like 10, 15, 20 Reuters, looking a little bit better, but yeah, no, not in that situation. One to no return. Yeah, because he's got too much range stuff on the field. They'll shred the Reuters down in the direct engagement. And the TC goes down. Woohoo! That's a surefire way of saying you lost. Oh yeah, no. Absolutely. Absolutely insane. So now let's see what the game 2 looks like. Should be fascinating. Let's go down, figure it out. Then we get to see the Kinesi series, which should be good. And then we get to watch Shake and then Ezad. We got all the good mini-molds. I Am Turk, Aiken, all people I know. All legendary people I know. Let's see what this is about. Alright, let's look at the Moon number 2. Let's do that one. Batu cannot play Omens again since he, played them already and won, so now he has to do the Spanish. Batu beat me with the Spanish in the tournament itself, so I can tell you his Spain is competent. He's got a competent Spain. He knows how to deploy a quick barracks or 2 and go double barracks musket and support with rods. He knows all that, so his Spain is definitely on point. Now, Moon is using his signature civ that he used during the tournament to, yeah. Yep, he's basically using musketeers there, which should be pretty interesting, I would say, yeah. Now, the question is will Moon get pressured to death by Batu the same way that he did under Julian K, which we did watch. Remember we saw that together, how Julian K was able to keep a bunch of unstoppable Stiletzis and recruits under his town center and basically pinned his vills in. That was like really bad because Brits normally have a great economy because all these manor houses are giving them free villagers when you build them. If you can keep your enemy in the town center that long, you like lose that whole bonus. It's like worth nothing at that point. Yeah, very scary stuff. So totally possible Spain could do it. Yeah, right. So it looks like Moon gets 75 wood, and Batu. Let's see what Batu is gonna do. Batu is running water RD, water rod. So RD is rod, short for rod. So Rodero set up. So basically, it's a all-in H2. It looks like, with counter water. So if Moon does want to go dock at all, he's going to have to deal with the caravels. So that's something he's going to have to deal with. So, yeah. What is Moon running? Is he running any sort of water or is he not? Because sometimes we do see water decks with 1v1 boom. So he does have Virginia Company. Virginia Company. So basically Virginia Company cheapens your manor houses to about, I think, like 89 wood or something like that. Definitely cheaper than 140 wood. So it's actually cheaper than a standard house, which allows you to cycle through the 20 manor house construction very quickly and thus get some real dependable economy there. Yeah, it's quite nice in the end. Yeah, definitely. Big time. Age up with the governor. Hello, governor. You get about 200 gold and an outpost. Quite good for setting up your initial musketeers, which you're going to have to do against Batu's Spain, because he's going to be right after your tail with Spain. I can tell you right now. He's going up with the governor as well. Hello, governor number 2. And it's going to be a musketeer war, basically, from what I can tell. Right. Yeah, Spain gets shipments very quickly. You can see how it went boom, like that. So, I think we should expect, I'm trying to think. Either gold or rods, I'm assuming. Yeah. Also, he's got this good card, the Reconquista. So for every 3 archaic troops you lose, whether they're rods or crossbows or pikes, you get a free conquistador. And you can get up to 10 conks with this. So very powerful shipment if you use it to its fullest extent. And 10 conks on the field, that's pretty good. It's 10 splat. They get like splash, like 1 splash on them. So they're very dangerous. Gotta be very, very careful of that, basically. So, should be aging up anytime soon. Moon getting gang saw. It's very critical for the Brits because you gotta chop wood quick as the Brits to get more manor houses. So, gang saw is actually an important tech. With Molosses, you kind of neglect gang saw early on, but for Brits, it's usually the first thing you want out of the market. Alright, so outpost. Where's the outpost gonna go? So, he's gonna build it defensively. Probably traumatized after what Julian K did to him in their 1v1. He's picking up Virginia Company now. Virginia! Yeehaw! That'll be good. I wonder how many manor houses he's gonna get down. Well, he can get 1, uno. He'll be able to get down a pretty good stack of these, right? 90 wood, so.
Ready.
Yeah, he can get 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. So right now he's looking at 7, 7. Quite a few of them. Yeah, he's gonna get 8. I see 8 there. 9. 9. You get Diaz, 10. Is he gonna get more than that, or? Okay, so. Batu is already gonna pressure him with muskets, it looks like. Very nice. So he's gotta watch out for that. And he's also going to back it up after this village ship. He's probably going to back it up with rods. 7 rods, 6 rod, pikes. So we got to be careful of that. It's going to be a real dangerous situation. So let's see if Moon can keep up here. So where's his barracks? Is he going to get a barracks down soon? He's getting more manor houses. He's not getting a barracks. So he's got to be very careful here with how he deals with this, because now Batu's on top of him with musketeers right now in defensive mode. So they're very small and sleek, and they'll just be able to go snipe, snipe, snipe in like one continuous thing. When they're in a normal formation, they're all split up, and it sometimes takes them a second to catch up and to hit the unit. He's got them in this little tight little knit here, so he can like one-shot the vills one after another. Okay, so this is bad because now he's crossing his muskets over here. Somehow got away without consequence, which is kind of lucky. NGL, very lucky. Moon does have an opportunity to build a barracks, it looks like. Does he have enough food in his base? Yes. He's going to go for a second barracks now. He's going to queue up muskets. Is he going to ship in muskets? Yeah, I would suggest he ship those in right now. Batu is going after his manor houses. He's willing to potentially give Moon another villager doing that, just because Spain really loves their cards, and he can really grow his shipment list very quickly if he can take some of these high kill bounty buildings. He gets about 84 wood from killing his buildings, so very nice, actually. Very nice. Very rewarding for him, in fact. Yeah. so steel traps is active, which will ideally give the Brits enough food to maintain double barracks musketeer. Kind of the only way he fends this off, I think, probably. Alright, so he's got about 10 musket. He's going to ship in about 6 more. Start queuing up one over here. Queue up another one over there, too. Let us see, actually, if he can. Yeah.
Commandament.
13 muskets there, right? Very nice. So you already got a pretty good stack there, right? 13 muskets. 6 musketeers coming in. Yeah, very nice. Very good.
Commandament. Yes. Ready.
So 19 muskets now. Alright, so yep, Batu's keeping the very defensive position on the muskets so he can like one-shot his settlers. Try to down them as much as he can here. Get those bills on the gold. Gotta start queuing up those muskets, man. So now Batu's got the whole trade route. He's got the lion's share. He's got gold, 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 wood. He's going huge on the trade. You got... Alright, and then Moon's focused on walling. Yeah, see. Batu's 20 steps ahead of you, man. This is just a distraction. You know, he hasn't been... well, he is doing muskets, right? He's consolidating, but he's not putting them forward. He's using this little army here to walk around real tightly with their little tights on, go tally-ho, and keep wiping your settlers out. He knows what he's doing there. He's trying to snare him with the musket now? Okay, well, it's not bad. Got one more. Ah, gets one more. But, yeah, see, he's luring you around. He's fishing you in. Because now Batu's going to go to age 3, start training skirmishers out of 2 barracks, and he's going to have Falconet card ready to go. And then he's going to send Lancers in. And then you're going to be GG'd, man. Yeah, Moon is falling into his trap. He is falling into Spain's trap. Alright, yeah, see, yep, he's going to be in age 3 any moment now. And things are going to go really south here. Like, down south. It's like down to Georgia, Florida. Yeah, big time. Yeah. Alright, yeah, you're gonna have to retreat now. Up, he got the 8 crossbowmen from the age up, so he's already got a bit of skirmisher on the field. He's queuing up muskets still, gonna get veteran musket. Spanish gold, so Batu feels pretty safe in his position, so he will get the Spanish gold first, and then get the falconet. So that way, between Spanish gold and his falconet shipment, he's gonna get enough Spanish gold chests of like 660 gold, which is quite nice. And then if he gets Lancers, that's like 990 gold, which you really want. Actually, I think it might be 335 gold, actually, so maybe a little over 1,000 between 3 cards, yeah. That's a veteran musket coming in. Obviously, he's not going to engage until that veteran upgrade is in, and then he's really going to eke that advantage. The only thing Batu is engaging with is the crossbowman, because he can, like, snipe him with the 16 range over the 12 range on the British muskets. Okay, so Batu is at veteran muskets now, and then his falconet should be arriving rather soon. Yep. Again, a ton of bounty from taking out these manor houses too. So that's another thing you gotta watch out for. Because now you're gonna get a ton of cards off of that. Oh man, look at that. Oop. Take out a musket. Boom. Doing the skirms now. That's what I warned about. There's the falconets. Creeping up on the side there. Okay, so he was thinking of doing rods, but he might just do skirm here at this point. Yeah, you may as well just go skirm. Might as well just do skirm. Because Moon is totally down on muskets right now, so skirm is the best play against that. Okay, so falconets retreats. Okay, so he's just gonna. He doesn't even care. He's just gonna play faster with these falconets. Yeah. So one falconet is down. Other one is down. But again, Batu's got more stats in his musket, so he will hold the line and wipe them out. Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Only exception to that would have been if he had like a ton of longbowmen or something, which he doesn't have. So yeah, that's not happening. And then reinforcing skirms are coming right behind. Moon got sent flying to the moon. Get it? Moon flying to the moon. Yeah, exactly. All right, so now we're gonna see. Let me see where. So now we're gonna see Kinesi versus. Let me find it. Got Kinesi versus. Who we got here? Yeah, we got a ton of records here. Dang, look at all this. Okay, so we're gonna do Kinesi versus Sturdy Table. Let's see if this is the first one. If not, we'll check the other one. We have to look at the R one then. Alright, that's it. Okay, let's see the other one. Interesting. Scroll down here. Oh, nice. Yep. Here we go. Kinesi versus Sturdy Table. This one is the first one. Kinesi with the nice teal, cyan, blue, playing as the Aztecs, and a Sturdy Table playing a very sturdy civ, the British. Yep, very nice. So it's going to be Manor Boom versus Kinesi's strong Aztec builds. Should be a very interesting one to see here. So Kinesi is going to start out with a market first, right? And building of the community plaza. Community plaza is always a must as the Aztecs because you start out with the warrior priest, and if you stick that warrior priest on that community plaza with the XP dance, you're basically giving yourself a nice almost free 1 XP trickle per second. So even more powerful than an Ottoman mosque, really. You know, and it's even cheaper because a mosque, you know, costs about 200 wood. A community plaza only costs about 100 wood, so you still have enough wood to get a market, just as Kinesi did right here, to get his hunting dogs. So hunting dogs with a 1 XP trickle from a community plaza, that's pretty strong. That's a pretty strong thing to get with Aztecs here. So, let's figure out what deck Kinesi is going to run here as the Aztecs. So he's got 1 versus 1 Brit. You know the person knows what they're doing when he has decks built for every Civ matchup. So he's ready to go up against British here. He will be using 3 Vils here. He does have Kalmakek. Basically, when you run Kalmakek, the next age up you do will be twice as fast. So it's basically like having a second exiled prince in your back pocket, which could be real handy, because if Kinesi, for whatever reason, gets bogged down in age 2, after sending the messenger in age 1, he basically can get the messenger effectively again using this. Right, to make his odds again wiped out between age 2 and 3 less likely. Also, combat-wise, he's got Antonins, he's got his Coyote Runners. He does have 3 Warrior Priests. This is usually to put onto the community plaza and really beef it up really fast. Right, that's usually what you do with Aztecs, whereas the Brits are running land. So they're running a pretty normal Brit deck. So you got 3 Settler, 4 Settler, crates, longbow musket. And you got your cavalry upgrades, and you got all your musket upgrades, basically. So that's good. Gentlemen of the Pike and rockets in age 4. Pretty standard stuff there. Brits will be going up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. For 200 gold in the tower. Aztecs, when they get enough food, will probably go up with the Messenger, I'm assuming, for a quick age up. It's typically what they do. Especially so they don't get caught behind the Brits. Brits are also getting their market now, too, because they have to start thinking about getting Gangsaw again, just like Moon did in the last game. So now, Messenger, right, for Aztecs, correct? Yep, Messenger, quick age up. And then we'll see what the next step is for Aztecs. I'm presuming the first card is going to be Warrior Priests. It's typically what it is. And then you try to go for... Well, nowadays with Aztecs, at least when I was last checking on YouTube and hearing from people, the big thing for Aztecs to do was to go for some sort of semi-fast fortress, typically, and focus on, like, Urks, your Eagle Runner Knights, they call them Urks, like that, and then Jag Knights, and then your Arrow Knights, yeah, so... Here comes the first thing that you send always is Aztecs, which is your Town Serra Big Bun, to get 4 Jaguar Proud Knights for some food. Now, this is a great thing to send from your Town Serra out of the gate, because Jag Knights can do all sorts of stuff. They have multipliers against cavalry, so if you're dealing with hussars, they're going to be great. They also have multipliers against heavy infantry, so they can fight muskets. They're a versatile, powerful unit. And then their siege is about 36. So they can siege quite well. So good way to blast someone out of the gate as Aztecs is run your Big Bun Jag Knights and really put them on the ice at that point. So now going on to the Warrior Priest dance at the Community Plaza and actually throwing some vills onto it to get out at least 7 Warrior Priests typically. You don't usually go for all 10 of them, though you could technically do it, which would make it the most powerful, but the reason you do that is because the Warrior Priests actually hold more weight on the Community Plaza than the Villager does, which means the Community Plaza's dance effect is going to be greater if you throw a Warrior Priest on than if you throw a normal Villain. Plus, as you know, Warrior Priests are not Villagers, so they can't count towards your regular economy, so it's much better to have 10 Warrior Priests constantly churning your Community Plaza than it is to waste villagers on there when they could be hunting or mining or chopping wood. So yeah, that's basically it. So now, Sturdy Table is pursuing Kinesis Force with muskets, probably trying to shoot out these Jag Knights. Oh, he goes into stealth. Alright, now Sturdy has to retreat, because if he keeps pursuing, Kinesis is going to jump him at an inopportune time while he's in stealth, and he's going to just hit him with his obsidian blades and run his heavy infantry multipliers into him there. Alright, so Aztecs pick up a 30 XP treasure, not a lot, but definitely something. Going for 600 coin. It is an infinite card for Aztecs, so they can send it again and again and again and again. It's quite nice. Quite nice there. And then followed up with 700 wood. Probably get a war hut going, some sort of defense. If he needs Untaunins, if he needs Coyote Runners, he'll be able to get that out of the gate with his wood there. So, yep. How many Warrior Priests did he get? Did he get 7? He got 7. He got 7. So, close to all of them at that point. How many bills is he on? He's got this hunt here, he's got this hunt there. Food. So, we're coming in. Now he's on the emergency dance because he's attacking his house. So, he's going to try to run as many warriors out of his community plaza as possible to provide some quick range support with about 20 range attack. Pretty reasonable, actually, about the kind of statistically on par with these muskets, honestly, so kind of a decent choice for defense. He's going to keep running these out until he reaches age 3. He's just stalling himself time with the Elder. Did he send Kalmakek? Nope, he did not, so he did not need Kalmakek there. He's going to be saving his XP for his big H3 shipment there. Aztecs putting up 2 more houses because that 700 wood is quite handy, and he still has a lot more wood in reserve even too. So things are good if you're a Kinesi right now. You can afford to hunker down and wait this out. Oh, he's got up. Beautiful. Look at that jump out stealth mode there. Come on, say. Right on top of him. That was beautiful. Okay, so he got rid of like 4 or 5 muskets or something. Is that right? Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, when you go to H3, you're going to unlock an even bigger batch of those Jag Knights that you can run at your enemy. So it's going to go really good there. Really good. So let's see what ends up coming of that, too, basically. Definitely. So, yeah, let's see what he gets. So he's probably going to go for the Jag Knight shipment, I would assume. That's probably going to be, that would be my pick, personally. And then also, you could follow it up with Well, you can follow it up with resource crates. You could follow it up with Coyote runners if he does add in longbowmen. Really depends. Okay, so he's keeping the Jag Knights in stealth for now. He's got 2 noble huts he can put down. He's going to put 1 here. And then he's going to put 1 over... Where's he putting this one? No, he's got to be careful with that. Okay, so he does call out the big button for more Jag Knights. You can ship some more in too. Yeah, really. What Kinesi? Where are you going with this, buddy? Buddy, hey, it's right here. Does Sturdy see that? He doesn't see. You lucky dog. If he saw that, he would have just canceled that out. You're a lucky dog, Kinesi, that he didn't see that, man. He was like from a hairpin, like a thin little hair away from seeing that noble hut going up. Imagine if he canceled that out on you. That'd be so annoying. Yeah, absolutely obnoxious. So yeah, here we are with the Aztecs. More Jag Knights shipping in, right? He's also picking up the Founder, which really helps with XP. Maybe something 9 Jag shipping in too. So yeah, basically just run tons of Jag Knights and spam them on these muskets. That's really what you do at this point with Aztecs. Just go full Comanche mode on them and go Sheliok, Shonke, like that. Yeah, a ton of Aztecs on. It's beautiful. Alright, so these Jag Knights. The problem is town centers do detect stealth, so he has to be really careful trying to use his stealth around the town center there. Yeah, it's gonna blow his cover, so you can't really just go underneath the TC and spin around on him. He does have to draw out the Brits potentially to use the stealth. He is gonna pick up the Knights' hit points to get the HP up on his Jag Knights, because he needs all the stats he can get to beat a huge mass of muskets. It's just one thing he needs. But unfortunately, the Brits do reach Fortress Age, so Aztec might consider getting Arrow Knights for this or Coyote Runners. They're going to either need a good number of Coyotes, or they're going to have to get some Arrow Knights out of that Noble Hut and just pick them off from range. It's one or the other, man. Oh, good. Good stealth. I mean, it could have made it a little bit deeper there, but hey, it gave him a nice jump on him, which is good. That's what you need. Alright, so how many is he going to get down here? So he's sending in the warrior archers too. Very nice. So now, more Jag Knights are arriving too, by the way. Alright, veteran upgrade just came in. However, I believe... Okay, he's got some longbowmen too, so that's going to be a little annoying to cut through. Okay, so longbowmen here are dead. He's got 2 more of them left. Does he have enough to fight him, or does he have to retreat? So he has to retreat again. Alright, he's going to pull back. Thankfully, these Jag Knights do outrun the muskets, so that's good. He can pull back, wait for Sturdy Table to go too close while he's in stealth, and then just ambush him like crazy. So, yeah. Now has to watch out for the falconets. If he can deal with these muskets before the falconets come out, that's going to be good news. So, yeah.
Yes.
Basically, if Sturdy does try to siege this Noble Hut, he's under immediate risk of going dealing with these stealthy Jag Knights. Okay, some more. Yep, look at that. We called the big bun on top of him with those. Look at that. Look at all these Jag Knights. He's going to cut through as many of them as possible with his obsidian blades before the falconets arrive. That's what you need to do, man. And if he can... Oh, he can't. So he has to pull back again, unfortunately. See, what he needs to do is he needs to either A, get some Arrow Knights to, like, snipe these off. He needs to get some Coyote Runners to maneuver around. Or he has to get so many Jag Knights that he can just run through all the muskets. And then, he is going to go Arrow Knights. So Arrow Knights is on the menu here. So let's see what he does with these. Oh, he got both Coyotes and Arrow Knights. So he's going to put the Arrow Knights right on the falconets right now. Arrow Knights will clean this falcon up very quickly here. Alright, and then he just has to shoot one more. Let's see if he gets up. Pay attention, buddy. We got the Arrow Knights. Okay. Very good, okay. You're all set, buddy. You're all set. You're all set, man. You're all good. Okay. Sorry for the screen change there. My mouse pad was acting up. Now it's good. So, yeah, that's beautiful, man. Look at this. Look at this turnaround. So now, without the Falcons, now you can just try to overrun them with hand attacks at this point. Right. Yeah, that's quite nice now. Exactly what you want there. Pretty much. Yep, and then you just pull back, get more Jag Knights, and rinse and repeat. That's all you really have to do here, man. Yep. Oh, he's gonna put him in a stealth. Look at this. Look at this sly dog. He's gonna try to sandwich him with these guys. He's getting into position right now. And he's getting more Jag Knights, right? Yep, more Knights are coming in. Exactly what you want. See, he's trying to get him into a good position where he can... Oh, yep, he's going to get him on that side. He's going to snare him, and then he's going to come up on the backside and slap him here, too. That's a good use of Jag Knights there. Very nice, very nice. Just for perspective, these Jag Knights are actually doing about 21 damage times 3. So they're doing actually 63 damage to these muskets, which is really good. That's a lot of damage to be doing to them. Because it's basically almost like counter-infantry rifling, the level of multiplier that we're talking here. So the only thing that the muskets have in their favor is the hand armor. That's about it. Everything else is generally just in their, you know, that's statistical favor there, yeah. Alright, so now Brits are getting their Scots Guard, basically range attack buff on the muskets to try to deal with these Jag Knights. Also, how's Aztecs doing on gold? They getting enough gold? Yep, they got plenty of mines to work with, so that's not... Beautiful! That's what you needed there, man. Look at that. Oh, he got some over here, too. Look at this. The more you can smother these guys with them, the better off you are. That's what you want to see there. That's what you want to see. There you go. Good boy. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Good boy there. Nice. Very nice. Yep, you can just pass through all those settlers now, which is great. Up, GG. The stirry table was not as stirry as he thought he was against that. Yeah. Good job by Kinesi, though. Yeah. That's always the fun thing about Aztecs, is they literally defy the way the game works. Every game, it's like musket skirm, musket skirm, musket skirm. But, not with Aztecs. They literally just have a pike, like a hybrid between a musket and a skirm that just fights you in melee. It's like a really epic unit there, basically. Yeah, big time. So yeah, let's go on to the next match of Kinesi versus Sturry Table. Looking a little bit less sturry by the day. Scroll down and find it. Just trying to see numbers wise how many series we got. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And how many did we go through today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we went through about 10 of them. Alright. I'm just trying to figure out mathematically how we can figure out how many we can get through each day here. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. So how many should we try to get through minimum so we can maybe get this done in 2 streams? Perhaps. Mayhaps. Yeah, because we should probably continue with this tomorrow, right? Is that what you want? Yeah. Probably I'll do it again tomorrow too. So yeah, we'll go into this one now. Kinesi versus Sturdy. GG. GG. Yeah. And then if we have any leftovers after tomorrow, we'll just do the rest on the weekend. We'll do it Sunday night because Saturday night, I think. Well, wait a second. I don't know because we're supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be streaming SDS Racing's expansion race pack on this weekend. So there's actually more races than SDS Racing, so that's good. But anyways, let's get back to this. So we got Kinesi playing as Japan now versus Sturdy Table doing the Brits again. So if you didn't know, Kinesi is actually a real good expert as the Japanese. And I, in fact, built a Japanese deck back in the day based off of Kinesi's work as this Civ. So, yeah, Kinesi is actually a pretty solid Japan, actually. So much so that I think Widgety covered a deck on it and a strategy he does, which I think he's probably going to run here if I remember correctly. So, yeah. Basically, Kinesi loves to double up on the shrine cards, so he can get a ton of shrines. It's like crazy. And I use it all the time in like my team games as Japan, and it works really, really good. It's quite good, actually. So, what Japan's actually going to start with, since he is on a war map, he's going to get the 3 fishing boat card. That is good, because remember, with Japan, your villager cards were only 2 villagers, but on water maps, you get 3 fishing boats with the shipment, which is like 3 gatherers instead too, which is a lot more valuable, right? And not only that, you can send it again. You can get 3 boats, 3 boats. It's beautiful, right? Also, with Japan, you can send your fish market twice as well, so you can double dip this if you want to. He even has whale oil, so he's got this as a potential late game powerhouse on the water. Let's see if the Sturdy Table has a sturdy response to war. Now, this is bad. This is very, very not sturdy of this table at all. He has no counter water, no caravels, no frigate. He has no response to a fish boom from his opponent, so that's very not good. Alright, so Brits are going to go up with the governor, right? So what is Japan going to go up with? So Japan is going to go up with, let's find out very soon. Probably Torii Gate or Toshugu. Probably Torii Gate. I would assume it's going to be a Torii Gate. Age up. What treasure is he on by? 75 wood. It's pretty good here. Definitely help with the shrines. So he's going to go with the Torii Gate. Alright, so yeah, Torii Gate is a very popular choice in Definitive Edition. Almost everybody goes with the Torii Gate. Torii Gate is great because it actually beefs up the bounty you get from making stuff and destroying stuff. So if you kill units and buildings, you get more XP. You also get more stuff by training, you know, units and building stuff. So just makes everything lead to more cards more quickly, which is Japan, as you know, is a great thing since really all of your, you know, gatherer, crate, and military cards can be sent twice. And even some of your tech ones as well, like the fish market one that I showed you. So yeah, Japan loves to get tons and tons of cards because even though on the deck it shows 25 cards, you could potentially be having, you know, double the cards on there in reality if they're all surrounded by this little red border here. That's how you tell. If it has a red border like that, the card can be sent again twice. So that's good. So barracks coming up over here, very nice. 5 shrine wagons. That's a typical opening for Kinesi usually. It's a great card because what it basically does is it gives you 5 shrine rickshaws that can build a shrine very quickly without your villagers and without your explorers. So if your explorers are down or you want them to go do other things, you can basically let those rickshaws do the work for you and establish effectively 50 population for you, plus the trickle that those shrines are going to do with the animals, basically. It's quite effective. He's going to start out with training Yumi archers. This is an obvious choice against British, because what do the British always do? They go musketeers or they go pikemen. So the Brit here is trying to be a little bit sly and say, oh, you're going with shrines, so I'm going to make pikemen and siege all your shrines. Since destroying shrines is like a real good Achilles heel against the Japanese. But the problem is because he knows that your Civ is going to do that, he's going to go Yumi archers. So he's going to go skirmishers. So he can quickly, like, disassemble all of your pikemen. He's going to, like, knock that trick out of the water for you so you can, you know, pull that on, basically. So he knows what he's doing. So, watch out with this one. Watch out, watch out. No. Okay, alright. I maybe would have, like, pushed to get that one out myself. So that would be a super annoying one. Okay, so now he's going longbowman, pikeman. So he's going pike and shot, archer and spear. Alright, whereas Japan is just going to go straight up Yumi. It's technically the better play, right? So the problem is that these Yumis, a lot more, well, technically the longbowmen are better because they have more range. Their range attack is just a little bit under, and then their rate of fire is great. So technically the longbowmen are a little bit better there. And the only thing the Yumis really win on is slightly more HP and slightly higher base damage. But the archers theoretically are doing 32 damage every 3 seconds to the Yumis, where the Yumis are only doing 19. So longbowmen, scary unit to deal with. You know, you don't want to deal with those longbowmen at all. Really tough cookie. Very tough cookie. Tough galleta to deal with. Yeah. Looks like Brit might be going Fortress Age because I see he's bringing in the 700 gold now. And his food is just skyrocketing. So he's going for an Age 3. From the looks of it, pretty much. Yeah. There you go. Adding in musket for some reason. I don't know what the musket play is for. Alright, so Kinesi does go Japanese isolation. Is going to make Konsha Yamabushis from the consulate, basically clubmen. Yep, pretty much. Here's the free samurai he gets with the Torii Gate age up. So the samurai is still alive somehow, which is great. Might be able to get some good hand attack in there, who knows. Ooh, it's quite good because it's splash attack. Okay, so here comes the Yamabushis. Hopefully they can snare the archers down and let your Yumis catch up to them, right? So it looks like Japan is shipping in his batches of Ashigarus as well. So he's going with his first shipment of Ashigarus there. And then he can send another batch after that, which is great. Yep. So already moving pretty good there with range cover. Sending in another batch of 5 shrine wagons and also training up Naginata riders. So he's going Nagys as well. Those be great against archers potentially, or artillery. Because here's the thing, the Brit is going to Age 3. So he's probably going to think out of the gate to go falconets. And the fact that Japan will already have some hand cap to deal with that. And to like try to dislodge it. Means that even though Japan is an age behind, he's already got the substantial mass of troops to try to deal with that artillery basically, which could be really good. Yeah, very good. So, tower's down. He's going to try pursuing you with his army. I think Japan really does have the better mass, so they really does benefit from the fight here. Get those Yumi archers to work. So Yumi archers pursuing. Well, he's got Nagys. He might snare him with the Nagys too. That's another possibility. Yeah, he could just front him with the Nagys here and just pursue him with the archers because, unfortunately, it's such a death ball of a situation. It gives Sturdy very little time to actually stop and go into melee to fight these Naganas. Unfortunately, yeah. There you go. Very nice.
I feel me stronger now.
Yes.
Four hussars there, quite nice. Alright, Kinesi is now going to H3 himself, so things will definitely ramp up pretty quickly against British, because now Japan will be able to ship in his flaming arrows. Right, and flaming arrows, as you know, basically a falconet, culverin hybrid, not too different than the light cannons that the Haudenosaunee have. And they'll be able to like snipe off these falconets from a safe range. Yep, things looking quite good. Kinesi did go with the Shogunate, so he does have a Daimyo that he can, you know, spawn these flaming arrows in from should he want to. He can do it from the safe distance. Yep, see that? He's put them right back here so they wouldn't be under the TC. Now flaming arrows can take out the falconets. Let's see. See if we can aim it. He's not aiming it at the falconets though. That's like really bad. Aim it, man. Up, we got that one. Good. Get the last one done. Woo! Oh. How did he get that? He use a range. Oh, he got Yabazume. Wow, smart move. Good save there with the Yabazume. So Yabazume, they look like garbage with their range, like 10 range attack, and the anti-cav attack looks pretty bad. But when you think about it, the Yabazume is really meant to be an anti-artillery sniper because he has a 7x multiplier against artillery. 7x against artillery. That's like a super sniper against artillery. Plus, not that you use it often, they do have a card too that actually increases the multiplier even more. So Yabazumes are pretty below average as dragoons against cav, but they're like gods against artillery. So if your flaming arrow shipment fails, you can like batch up some Yabazumes like that to basically wipe out the cannons as needed. Yeah. Looks like he's going to be using his export now to make shinobi archers. Good choice. Shinobis are a unique archer because unlike most archers in the game, they actually have no malices, so they deal full range damage. So they are considered to be skirmishers, but their range attack is reminiscent of a musketeer, which makes them a little bit better against cav. Yeah, so Ashigarus have to go into melee against the Hussars there. Flaming Arrows doing a good job against the remaining infantry. Okay, so Ashigarus going in with their Nagi spears there to fight the Hussars. Very nice. Interesting. What's going on here? Looks like the Ashigarus are being picked off. What's the Kinesi's next plan going to be? Also has a straggler Yabazume there too. They just left to die. So he's got veteran Ashigarus now, so he's going to just mass up Ashigarus like crazy. And Brit's Hussars are up to veteran now. Running in with the Hussars there. Shot. Oh, Explorer used the critical strike to take one out. Yeah! Like that. Very nice. Very good setup there. Okay, and now we got 14 Ashigarus with the Nagis. He's running forward with the Yamabushi too, trying to soak up some of the bullets there. Yeah, very nice. Pretty good. Nice wall of Ashigarus you got there. That should hold pretty nicely. Honestly. Very nice, actually. Yeah, Ashigarus are a real tough breed of musket. You don't want to mess with them, man. They just do really, really well. And he didn't even have the upgrade cards yet. They become even more insane with upgrade cards. Alright. Also, meat shielding with the Nagis is a great idea. Gives the Ashigarus more cover to finish off the rest of the muskets. Good turnaround by Kinesi, because when I first saw that army go down, I was a little worried for him, but yeah, nope. Came out in the end. Yeah. How many fishing boats did Kinesi end up doing? So he only did end up doing like one shipment of fishing boats. Still, huge economic advantage. See the score discrepancy there, which is quite good. Yeah, so we'll go on to the next series now. I think it'll be Shake, right? Let's see what Shake's... Shake and Bacon Shake is doing. Shake and Bacon Shake. Shake versus Chapika. And then Izad versus Smoke and Iron. I don't know if we'll get the Izad versus Smoke and Iron. We'll have to see. Okay, so Shake is playing as Ottomans and Chapika is playing as the Portuguese. Just like he did during his series in the preliminary rounds. So Portugal versus an Ottoman. Kind of an interesting one, you know. Basically, you're dealing with the Turtle Civ and then an uber powerful Fast Fortress, Fast Industrial Civ. So, a lot of possibilities there, honestly. Since you know Portugal is gonna be going Fast Fortress no matter what, you may as well just go Fast Fortress yourself as the Ottomans. It's like a freebie, you know. Better now? What do you mean better now? It was always better. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well, yeah, way. Yep. Alright, so Portugal gets a TP, and then Ottoman gets their TP, of course, as part of their build order to get maximum unit shipment timing, so that's good. So, yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see a Fast Fortress, naked Fast Fortress from both sides of the aisle. Both Chapika and Sheikh are going to do that. Right? Now, the question is Ottoman's going to try to fight it out in Age 3 with a Safahi shipment and Falconets, or are they gonna, you know, yep, see, the Ottoman is putting in capitalism right now. That's naked Fast Fortress. They're not stopping for anything. See, the capitalism is the first card. That means they're going for the Fast Fortress right out of the gate, because that means they're trying to get enough gold trickle so that when they do reach Age 2, they just have to throw in the 700 coin and it's like a quick slap right into Age 3. So that's exactly what they're doing there. As for Portugal, they're going to do Feterias, because literally they have nothing better to send for their first card. Like, it's literally their best choice, Feterias, because at least it's giving your town center a trickle of food more than gold, which is something, you know. And obviously, as I said before, every time you age up as Portuguese, You get a covered wagon, so another town center, and thus another trickle. So it grows over time, right? Unless you don't get the town center built, of course, because somebody smashes your covered wagon, which can happen. It's rare, but it does happen. And you don't get the trickle, I guess, sadly. Yeah. Okay, so what's happening now is Explorer's going to be pulling back, trying to get this treasure here. What's treasure's that? 80 food. Peanuts. Peanut butter. Yummy peanut butter. Yep, so that should be a pretty good food treasure to get, honestly. It's Portugal. Let's see if we can get those peanuts very quickly. There you go. Just grab those peanuts now. Almond's already aging up with the naturalists. We did see Batu do that before. Was it Batu or one of the other almond players? I'm trying to remember. Who was it that did? No, it was Chef Sadiste as the Portuguese, right? So what we learned is that naturalist is actually a pretty dependable fast fortress option because, yeah, it gives you 2 villagers, so slightly improves the economy, and then even though the cows are not fed, you can still eat them in their initial state of like 150 food, and it's still worth it because it's, you know, like almost like a 300 food crate eat up or something. I don't know. Yeah, because as you know, villagers cut through cow herdable meat very fast, almost as fast as they do crates. So, yep, generally putting vills on herdables is always a good idea when you can for immediate food relief. Yeah. Definitely. And especially since you're almonds, it's not like you have to spend any food on training villagers since it's all free for you. So that food just goes right into your belly very quickly. So, yep, see the cows start out here with... Oh, they start with 200 food, which is not bad. Then obviously when... Yep, Shake's going to eat that one first. And then, yep, so he's getting about a little slightly over 200 food from each one. So kind of his food situation solved. He's going to go for the 5 Geruks first. And then he's going to go for the 700 gold. So again, the bills first and then the gold. So that should give him really enough time for capitalism to shine in and give him the additional 180 coin he needs for the age up, right? Yep, basically, in whichever gold he can't get, he can just throw a vill or two on to get that gold as well. Yep. It's kind of one of those funny situations, because sometimes we always wonder what the Ottomans are playing exactly, if they're going to go fast fortress or double barracks jam. But when you know the opponent's Portugal, they know what to do. They got a clean break for age 3, so they're going to use it. And in fact, the Portugal has Moss construction because he knows there's even a good chance that fast industrial is on the books too with Moss construction. So you can go to age 4, get the cheaper royal decrees, go get the royal decrees, and then make that your play, because then you can get your big boy units like your bombards, your powered up Safahis, you can get your Nizams, and then you're in really good shape. So yep, Ottoman's totally playing it appropriately here. So are the Portuguese. Yep, going up with the scout, it looks like, so gonna get 4 free cavalry there. Portuguese are already up, so they're actually getting their covered wagon now. Where is he gonna put his? So he's gonna move his out a bit forward beyond the market there, probably to put in position to herd in this bison hunt, which I think is a good move. Oh wow, Arm Explorer made a Moheber from his moss to target the Explorer and provide a bit of extra assistance for the Explorer to go grab stuff. Not bad. So he's going to take that Moheber back and try to look for the Explorer probably. Sticking him in stealth, of course, so it's going to be a surprise if he shows up. Starting out with halberdier shipment, it looks like. Very nice. Oh, wow. It looks like Topeka actually put up a forward town center here, too, right on top of gold and this hunt. So, Topeka is more of an expansionist than the other Portugal we saw, Chef Sediste. So, it's a little bit of a variety here, which is good. Okay, also going to train up Cazadores from his barracks back in his home base. And he's probably going to ship out Dragoons, I would assume, next. Okay, Armins is up in age 3 now. So now they're getting Sublime Port, so they can convert all of this food into wood. What is he gonna get now? Is he gonna get Royal Decree? What's the plan, man? He could get Royal Decree actually, I believe, and get like a ton of Nizams there and just go, damn it, and just wipe them out. Yeah, no, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna get a stable. He's gonna get a foundry. He's gonna get 2 houses. He's probably sticking this in age 3. He's gonna get falconets. He's gonna get another. Okay, no, that's the same foundry. So another. He still has another. Yep, he's gonna get all of the mosque techs probably for training. Get his eco really souped up over there, and then just prep everything that he can here for a good, solid combat. Yeah, that's what it's generally looking like here, pretty much. Yeah, exactly, big time. Okay, so Cav Archers coming in, as well as Falconets. Very nice. Comes 2 Falkies. So he's gonna go Cav Archer Abbas, which I think is a very solid play here, especially against Portuguese, because you do need the Cav Archers in the event that the Portugal does throw down Hussars, but otherwise, you know, Abbas are going to be your main shredding unit here against the Portuguese. You know, the Abbas can beat the Halbs, the Abbas can beat the Cazadores, the Abbas can beat the Dragoons. So, yeah, technically playing it safe, I think. So that's great, actually, really good. Really good what you want to see. Okay, so Ottomans are actually going to move a town center out to over here, but Portugal just happened to be there, so they're going to do their whole Portuguese thing and knock them out over there, which is great. Do we see 6 Abbas coming in for Ottomans, perhaps? Maybe, because he really needs that anti-infantry badly. Also good start to queue up Abbas from his foundry if he wants to. So we got coming in from 2 places, which is great. Okay, so 6 Abbas there, queuing in 2 Abbas from the foundry, which is good. Very nice. He may as well just call Bashi Bazooks out anyways before that town center goes down, just so he can make it as least possible to lose the TC. Because TCs for Ottomans are really great structures because it's a constant supply of free villagers, so it's kind of like losing a factory to lose a town center as the Ottomans in a way, as you're like losing free ego. So Cav Archers scare off the Dragoons. They're going to beat the rest of the Halberdiers, I think. Yep. Cav Archers should be able to beat those Cazadores too. Yep, very nice. Good. Alright. Well, the good thing about Cav Archers is they have hand armor, so they can tank Calbs slightly better than other light Cavs could, like Dragoons, which is good. So Amon has about 10 Abbas gunners. They got the remaining Cav Archers there. Going for the last Moss Tech there, Grand Bazaar, to bring his Vil training rate down by a whopping 15% between all of the techs, which is great. Now, we are going to see Amalgamation coming in for gold, so he can keep up with the Abbas production. Portugal is going industrial age, but stopping the majority of army, besides these 4 Cazadores. That's the good thing about Portuguese is you can turtle a bit with these town centers pretty easily and push your opponents off. What does he have weighing for him in age 4? He's got 2 heavy can, 5 organ, big help shipment. Yeah. Okay, he's actually making halberdiers now, which a little bit cautious about. 'Cause I think you need Cazador in case of the Cav Archers. Because he's going Cav Archer Abyss, obviously, so you need that light infantry there to deal with the Cav Archers, I think, in that case. He's also training up organ guns, too. Which makes me think, is he going to ship in 5 organ guns and send in maybe the K-Shot card here? The Grape Shot card? He could, to get the splash attack up and improve the rate of fire. That would, you know, kind of go interesting there. So, yeah, let's see if that ends up happening or not. Oh wow, yep, a whopping 6 organ guns. And then he's going to ship in 5 more. So he's going pretty heavy on the artillery there. The biggest concern, obviously, is the fact that Abyss deal crush damage, of course. So you do have to be somewhat careful of that, basically. Yeah. But they do get a malice against artillery, too. So it's really like they're doing like 21, 22 damage. Still good. Still good. Because range unit like this, a Cazador is only doing like 1 or 2 damage to an artillery piece. So the Abyss is still a reputable range attack. That's all I'm saying. He's also picking up Revolts to turn them into Rebaldiquins. Basically their guard upgrade there, making them even more dangerous. Very nice. Oh, the Oddman does Culverins. Very nice play there by Shake. Shaking up the competition there. Very good. Comes the Colby's coming down now. Very nice. Ooh. Ooh. Bad. There's so many organ guns, he just shredded the Culverins. And then the Halbs went for it. Oh no, but he has no protection for him. Look at that. The Culverins died this fast, and now the organ guns are dying just as fast. What's going on, man? Now the Halbs going in. Okay. Oh, but the Abyss are shredding everything. Evid! Come on, Evid! Find a bucket of them. Boom! Meat bunch! Like that. Look at that. How fast that is. Wow. Insane. Okay. That was a very uncertain situation because I just didn't know wow that was going to be. But now he's getting in the Safari. He's getting the P-Tards. Things are going to move very quickly in the Army's favor. Especially with the P-Tards get to do what they want. Alright. So Heavy Can's coming in. He is training another organ gun. I think that organ gun is just a dud at this point. He might not even get a single volley out. Hello? Is that, you should have just shot where it was. Well, at least got some damage out, kid. Oh, man. Okay, heavy cans. Heavy, thick cannons. Alright. You'll not defend that, though, with a couple of halberdiers, though. I'm sorry. They're not even guard halberdiers. Like, it's like nothing. It's like zilch nada. Ugh. It's not happening. It's just not happening at all. Crazy. Crazy, muy loco, sí. Muy loco there. Yeah, big time. Tell me. Unbelievable.
Assim?
Yeah. Okay. Oh wow, Shake's going H4. He's probably just gonna melt them with bombards. Yeah, get the 2 bombard card out. That should do a lot of good work there. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, so yep. So we got more people coming in to watch too. So we'll definitely do a good job casting this. People want to stay around, we'll do Ezad too. We'll do Ezad versus Milk and Honey. That should be a good series as well. Very good series. If you really want to stay around, I'll do mini mode too. We'll get through a ton of them then. Yeah, so now it's looking like Guard Cav Archers, Mohaber, Falconry. So he's going factories first. So he's playing it strategically. Because if you get the factories, then you can go for the Royal Decrees, and then you can throw them the bombards afterwards. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Portuguese is kind of spent at this point. Really got no sophisticated counters to anything. Just halberdier spam. Like, it's a little poop on a cracker at this point, basically. Yep, does a snipe shot on the Helb. Here comes the Guard Cav Archers. They could conceivably deal with the Helbs on their own. They might be able to beat this army on their own, yeah. Yeah, especially with the, pretty obvious win there. Now, what do we see in the second game, though? That's a question. That's what I'm wondering about. See what's going to happen in the second game at this point. Yeah, let's pull it in. Scroll down a little bit more to about here. Yeah, this is game number 2, Shake versus Japika. Yeah. Okay, Shake is now running Swedes, whereas Japika still keeps up with the Portugal. Alright. GG. Now, this is an interesting one because, at least from what I remember, the Portuguese have always been capable of some decent water play. Yeah, the Portuguese can get a pretty decent fish boom. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see some decent Portuguese fish boom here. That would be interesting. Yeah. But yeah, no, Swedes are a real danger. You gotta watch out for those Swedes, man. Putting up all those torp houses around the map and like nuking it with all that gold trickle and food trickle from the berries that the torps make. It's a real powerhouse of a civ. So you gotta really, know what you're doing there, basically. I'm just curious, will this one reach the mine or? Yep. All right. So he gets the mine. Good. He even gets a little bit of wood from the tree too, which is great. Yep, basically in this matchup, it's really going to come down to how well Portugal manages economy and booming and can get ahead of their opponent here. Because Swedes themselves are an economic powerhouse, so you really need to plan your stuff out pretty good here, really, to get a strategic push. Alright, so Fitolias again for Portugal, obviously. The Swedes are probably going to go 3 settler. Yep, 3 settler, pretty much. Isn't running blueberries, but he is running Engelberg, which is great for the doubling of the mining rate of those torps. It's called Cav Water. So, this Sweden is considering water as a potential risk. So he's not looking to do a water boom per se, most likely, but does run counter war. Has the two caravels for H2 and then the frigate for H3. So he's prepared to fight water, basically. so your opponent can't use it against you. Let's see if the Portugal has water. So Portuguese Skirm Goon water. So the Portugal is running a water deck, and in fact, we're probably going to see it develop around this age right here. Portuguese White Fleet. Each stock will create 4 fishing boats. So that's probably what we're going to see is a Portuguese White Fleet boom. And then potentially adding in rendering plant for a big boost, and then whale oil for gold. So yeah, that'll be fun to see if we see a Portuguese White Fleet set up here. Definitely. Alright, so the naturalists for 2 settlers, and then the cow meat, basically the 400 or so cow meat to help you age up. And then we're probably going to see something like a Portuguese White Fleet in age 3 to get at least 2 or 3 docks down, then have like 12 fishing boats running around eating all the fish. That's at least what it's looking like to me at this point. Yeah, big time.
Sim.
Whale Fundugas.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Whereas Sweden will go up with the naturalist as well, right? Oh, the governor. Going up with the governor? I have seen people go up with the governor in the tournament before, so that's not unheard of. Yeah, typically most Swedes will go up with the naturalists, because what they can do is they can get the 2 villagers, which is good, and then when the cows are fully fattened, you can actually delete the cow next to a torp, and the torp will eat the cow and gather from it just like it would a dead huntable. So, yeah, that's pretty neat actually. It's a pretty cool thing. Now, I wish he would pay attention to his hunts over there and not let him go to waste. I hate seeing food waste, but it is what it is, man. Gotta deal with it. So going with Dominions to get those 4 torp wagons. Gonna probably take one of the mines, like right here. Maybe one of these and just, like, eat them up with the torps. And get the berries, like, really established there, which would be great. Okay, so going Hussar right out of the gate. So, yep, indeed going Cavalry. So can fit about, I think you can fit about 3 troops on there, and then he's probably going to put another one down there, right? Yep, exactly. Quite nice. Five Hussars there, quite nice.
Majestät. Befehl.
Use 1 Hussar to take that native scout over there.
Redo
Very
for
good.
strid. Befehl. His Majestät.
Alright, going with the angle of the ironworks there. Quite nice. That'll double the mining rate that these troops do, which is quite good. And going for massive SAR is always a great idea. Now the problem is that Portugal has reached Fortress Age, and they are going to start to do Halberdiers now. The Halberdiers are going to use their 36 siege to start ripping through all these torps and trying to beat back the Swedes' eco advantage. They're going to negate this mine very quickly. Should be able to move up to the mill when they're in bonk that one as well. And things should move along pretty quickly there. If it looks, yeah. Oh, wow, whoa, 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 look at that. Took out Vil, quite nice. Yep, no Vils up there to worry about. Now, Portugal, what's their next steps? They're going to get their organ guns out, probably mix them in with these halbs, and try to push towards the base. Yep, pretty much. And then send the dragoons into really any protection you can give these artillery from the Hussar massing. Swedish player. Nice in that spot. Very good. Exactly what you want. Nice. Watch out! Watch out! Up! Up! You didn't react fast enough. That's what you get. Hey, at least he's got one. Yeah, he's gonna keep riding you with those Hussars. You gotta like find some way to form them up so you don't let them fall. Okay, so Sweden is gonna age up now. Go to Fortress Age. Under which politician? Let's see. The Exiled Prince for a quick age up. From there, we're probably going to see 2 Falks. Maybe the 5 Hakapolits. Which could be very powerful options. And what else? Could also see, Yeah, I think it's either going to be this or this, personally. Yeah, basically. Portuguese getting more XP from this down to up here. Nice. See if they can get this Torp down as well. How much does he get? He gets about 56 XP from taking out Torp. Not bad at all. Not quite as much as the Manor House, but pretty good. It's about the same cost. It's about the same cost as the Manor House, interestingly enough. Portugal branches off his dragoons because he sees Hussars there and figures, hey, I can take them on, so goes for that. So why is the joint of my finger acting up? It's like, I don't know, a little bit sore now. It's kind of weird. Maybe because I've been holding the mic all night. Yeah. Alright, so Halberdiers should be able to hold the line against those Hussars. Here comes the Hakapolits. So he's going to go mass training of these Hakapolits. So Hakapolits are always going to be a good unit in this situation because they're dragoons, so they're great against the artillery. And Hakapolits, unlike most dragoons, except for conquistadors, has about 1 splash. So they can potentially hit multiple units at the same time. So Hakapolits can be a real dangerous unit to deal with typically. Yeah, absolutely a real threat there, pretty much. Ooh, nice shot there. Try to group up the dragoons, yeah, so you can get multiple damage in.
Saying,
Yeah, I think the Huckapleed has like a little bit more HP but less damage. So it really depends on if you can inflict some sort of splash damage there. That's pretty much what you're looking for there, really. Very, very nice. Okay, so now we're starting to see the fish boom of the Portuguese out of this dock. Quite nice. Once they can get like 2 docks, we'll probably see Portuguese White Fleet potentially being a thing. But right now they're just focused on getting some Cazadores down to deal with the Huckapleed threat, which is growing pretty exponentially. I mean, they got a pretty big stack of these right now. We're talking like 24 of them. Yeah, I mean, the Huckapleed's going to even threaten the Cazadores because they can go splash on. Look how he's like trying to max out his splash attack on and get into these nice hand attacks with the Dragoons, too. Very nifty tactics there, actually. Yeah, quite nifty. Quite nice, yep. Okay, here comes the 10 Jaeger shipment there. It's a contract card, which means not only does it ship you Jaegers, it allows you to train them from your barracks, so you can make even more of them if you want to, which is good. That is down. Let's see if he takes out this Torp as well. Alright, so Jaegers are going to be used to basically snipe these guys from long range to their 20 range. Overall, Jaegers are good because they have the stats of an Imperial Skirmisher, plus an additional 10% Pierce Armor. So they do get 40% Pierce Armor, which is actually quite good. Quite durable, actually. So that's quite nice there, pretty much, yep. So where are we at? So we got Dragoon Skirm on both sides of the field. So we usually add in more Huckapleets. The Portuguese is adding more Cazador from one barracks, but also doing fish boom. So they're thinking long-term economy as well. Though the Swede Torp economy is like way better than what they're doing. You know, you can see the score difference. Once Swede is on Engelberg Ironworks with their Torps, things grow pretty well there. Yeah, quite good, really fast. So yeah, it's quite good. Really good, actually.
Já me sinto mais forte.
Wow. Is he gonna like, no. And so he's gotta make sure he stays close to those falconets though. If he can, should be a good win. Let's see. Falcons on the Cazadors. Completes on top of the Dragoons there. Falconet's still alive. Can chase down the Dragoons now, and now the Falconets are pretty much secured. Portugal is attempting a fort to try to defend its base. We don't see a lot of forts in this tournament, which I find kind of interesting. We have not seen a lot of fort gameplay. Yeah, no, forts can be pretty good. Very nice video, good casting. Awesome to hear it, man. Good to see you as well. Good to hear that you're enjoying the stream so far. Very nice. If we do have 4 people here, I guess we could do Ezad versus Milk and Honey. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do Ezad versus Milk and Honey now. That's the next one. Good win by Shake, by the way. He did a great job there. Ezad versus Milk and Honey. The land of Milk and Honey, Israel. That's right, Milk and Honey. Milk and Honey. This one. Very nice. And then tomorrow we can pick up maybe a mini molt and all this stuff, yeah. So which one is the first one here for Ezad and Milk and Honey? Okay, so we are on the right one, so here we go. We got Ottomans as Milk and Honey, and then Ezad is running Germany. If you remember correctly from the preliminary rounds of the tournament, Ezad was pretty much exclusively the Germans. Where I can't remember if Milk and Honey was just the Ottomans or he did British or something too. Yeah, no, I can't recall. I do recall seeing Milk and Honey do Ottomans, but I just can't recall if he just did exclusively Ottomans or he did something else as well. Yeah, Ezad doing Germany is pretty normal here. Gonna fill myself up with some water so I don't dehydrate. From what I can tell, typically in this matchup, it usually goes in the favor of Ottomans. Yeah. Because the Ottomans can fall back on Cab Archer Abbas, and then that can really wreck the War Wagon Skirmisher comp of the Germans to an extent. So yeah. We'll see what Germany's plan is here against Ottomans. Alright, so Ottomans going Naked Fast Fortress. The deck is literally called Trolling, so he might be trolling us here. He might actually be trolling us. Why? Because he has a 10 Mohaber shipment in there? 10 spies? Maybe. Well, this is actually a decent thing to run in this situation because really all of the German decks we have seen have ran Black Riders, Jaegers. So the Mohaber shipment could maybe be a lifesaver in some of these situations here. Not a lot, but it could potentially be a lifesaver. So, yeah, that's definitely one to look out for. Absolutely. Pretty much, yeah. So that's quite good. Okay, so getting the A5 wood treasure's pretty nice. For Ottomans. Germans getting in their 2 settler wagon shipment. That is a very powerful shipment, as I've said before. Settler wagons have the gather rate of about 2 vils. So really, it's like getting a 4 settler card in for Germany there, which is quite nice. Yeah, it's very powerful. Right. So did the Ottoman, the German guys, yep, he did get his hunting dogs from the market, so he's on par with that, basically. Sticking to the script, which is good. So what does Germany run? Okay, so he is running 1v1. So he's got 2 Yunnan, 2 Skirmisher, War Wagon, Mercenaries. Yeah, this seems to be what majority of the decks look like. For all the people playing Germany in this tournament, it's like nothing. We haven't seen too many crazy builds at all. It might be because the players here are so on their feet and always aggressive, fighting, going rah, 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 that they have to stick to a standard competitive deck that has tons of crates and units to, you know, not get cooked. which I think is pretty reasonable. I might crash. Game becomes laggy. Just get some better Wi-Fi, kid. That's all I can tell you. Alright, so he's going quartermaster, 400 wood. Same with Evans. Yes, 400 wood. Sad face. That's not good. Alright, so we're going to see a naked fast fortress from the Arctic player. Going right up into Safahi, Falconet. That's our play. All I can tell. Comes the 700 coin. Very nice. And then it's going to follow it up with the 700 wood so we can build a stable, foundry, whatever he needs in Fortress Age for that. Does have a stable, so he is actually, he's going semi-fast fortress it looks like. Yeah, stable barracks. He's going Jan Delhi. Jan Delhi against Germany. Oh, okay. Well, the Germany's also getting a barracks here, so potentially we're going to see something going on with that. Going 6 settler waggies. No, not 6 settler wagons. That would be cheating this early, but 3 settler wagons. So basically, 3 settler wagons has a value of 6 settlers in gather rates. That's a big economic card to get. So it's going to start out with pikemen to deal with these delis. So now, though, has to garrison the TC and try to fight back a bit with the Ulans. Get those settler wagons in that town, sir. Get them in the hole. Because if you lose a settler wagon, it's like losing 2 bills. He's gonna lose a settler. Ah, man, here comes the piqueros, though. The pikemen. The piqueros. In Espanol, you call them piqueros. The pikemen. So that's gonna be good against the delis. Just shove them off. Let's just play. Well, okay. Yep, sounds like a plan to me, man. That's what I would do. Just play the game, man. You have to restart, and do it again. That's all you can do. Absolutely.
Auftrag?
Ja?
Bereit.
Some more yellows here, very good. 700 wood coming in now.
Bereit.
You can potentially get a stable now, get another barracks, because now you're doing with Janissary delis, so you gotta have something to do with those Jans. You're gonna need some crossbowmen for that. Just saying. Okay, so stacking the Jans like crazy. Did he get his 5 Jans shipping in? He did. Okay, he also got his deli shipping in too. Yep, so he's command age too now, it looks like. So deli shipment's coming in now. Fortunately, Germany is a little bit undercut here with just pikemen. Can't really engage effectively. He can only shove them off a bit. So yeah, he has to get archer. Archer's requirement. You gotta get crossbowmen here. If you don't get crossbowmen, it's not gonna be great. It's gonna be really bad. Yeah. Quite bad, actually.
Auftrag.
Pull off there, right? Correct. See? Okay, that's a lot of hand cap. I'm feeling a little concerned for you right now, Reset. Just telling you. And then mixing the Jans in too, so he's like tanking the pipes. That's, pipe crossbowman shipping coming in. Why has he got the supper wagons out? Get these guys in the house. Get them in the hole. Can't lose these. He's gonna lose them. Oh man. You're lucky he's not targeting your settler wagons right now. You're so lucky, dude.
Jetzt gemacht.
He's not targeting the separate wagons. Very, very welcome. Find the Rulons. The crossbow coming in. Okay. I don't know why Milk and Honey didn't target the separate wagons. He sort of just boop, 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 and just taking out like 2 or 3 of them. Because that's like losing like 6 villagers. That would have been huge. Nope. He still hasn't set the waggies. He's still in the fight. Still has 14. He's at his 14 crossbowmen and about a couple pikemen there. So Germany is still poised to be able to fight back now. Unfortunately, which is not good. This pro level or semi-pro level? Just asking. Oh, it's Prabhu Ruben Thomas. It is pro level. Yep, pro level. We've already made it past the preliminary rounds in the tournament, so all the people you're seeing now are relatively strong people, you know. In the preliminary round, we saw a bunch of wacky builds of people that, you know, kind of knew what they were doing. Some people didn't know what they were doing at all, but now we've got all the real people here, all the toughies. You know, Ezad, Minimold, Kinesi, Shake, all the big names you see on the ESOC tournaments. Those are the types of people that you're seeing here now, pretty much. Rebnak, any of the big name Age of Empires 3 people are basically in this. I was even in it, but fortunately, since I don't practice a lot of DE, I kind of got swept under the rug by Batu and a couple of the other ones, basically. So the stable is down. Very nice. So, crossbowman. Very nice. Okay, the pikemen coming up from the side there. And a good protection with the pikemen. Good formation. Okay, so now you gotta push back. This is a tough one to call here. I mean, because these handcap are gonna make it really tough. Okay, every time the delis come in, the pikemen go alley-oop, and they come and swing them. Quite good. Crossbowmen can just sort of blast off all those infantry, which is great. GG. Oh, good comeback by Ezad there. I was a little worried for Ezad. He wasn't going to be able to pull that one off. Yeah, no, that was a good pull by Ezad there. Quite good. Got this weird fly flying around on my mic. It's annoying. It keeps flying in my face and everything. Get away from me, man. I'm trying to cast you. Yeah. So where are we on now? Scroll up. See, there's 5 of you here, which is great. If you can all stay here, we might do mini molt. You know, if you want me to do mini molt versus Anubis, and you promise to stay, you might be able to do that. You know, it's up to you. Up to you. What time is it? It's only 12:44. Yeah. Okay. So now we got Milk and Honey versus Ezad again. Ezad is running Chinese, and Mini Milk and Honey will do the Mexicans. So we got a Mexico versus China. So one thing we're going to see in common probably is a grab for the trade route. So China is going to go for the trading post over here. Kung Fu Ezad. And then, yep. Carlos Salazar Iturbide will get his TP over here now. So, once you get a TP as Mexico, you kind of know that revolt is probably going to be on the menu. Probably. Not 100%, but it's probably going to be on the menu. Yep. Somewhere down the line. And China, you can tell sort of where they're going to go based on what they get at the consulate through the T-export card. It's the first card you always send as Chinese, because it's such good value. Gives you a consulate, 200 wood value. 100 export, enough to actually get an alliance without really cheapening it with diplomatic intrigue. And then it even gives you a export trickle for the rest of the game too. So it really serves you really well. Here comes T-export. Nice. If you see them go for French, then they're probably going to go for a porcelain tower. If they go Russians, then they're probably going to go either Summer Palace or, in a rare case, they might go White Pagoda. White Pagoda. I can tell you right now, we are going to see White Pagoda in this round of 64. Because remember, I co-casted a series, I think it was with Kaiser Klein. And he went with White Pagoda in his game. So I'm going to be going over that again with you just for the sake of review and making sure I cover everything on the channel. So that'll be quite good. Looking forward to looking at it again. I went over it with Phoenix and we had a great time looking at that. So I'm happy to look at that again. Should be good. Alright, so going the French. Alright, going with the French allies. That means we're going to get a porcelain tower set up with the Chinese. Sort of the break-in-me division build that you would typically do. Thanks, fam. Please refer me as Stupid Bot if you can. Sort of like Viper, Hera, Leary from AoE2. Sorry, I don't follow AoE3 scene. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Alright. So I'll just call you Stupid Bot, of course, then. Because that's your name. Alright. Sounds good, man. Yeah. Yeah, this has been a pretty good tournament. This tournament is by the Player Killers clan. Basically, it's all the top brass. You know, you had Julian K in here, Kaiser Klein, Azamp, EZ, Kinesi, all the big people you know. King Toro, Moon, really all skilled people. I was even in it. You know how skilled I am. Alright, so go. Oh, French Consulate with Summer Palace. That's a rare combination. Look at that. A Summer Palace with French Consulate. That's cool. Alright, so going with 700 wood on the Mexico side. So the Mexico is going to go for a revolt. They went up with the Miacola. The Mikokoakan age up there for the fishing dock thingy, since it is a water map, Saguenay. So let's see where the Hacienda is. Where's the Hacienda? So it's mid-map. Okay, so we see a saloon, so it's going to be Baja California. If you see a saloon, Baja California. If you see a barracks, it's Central America. So it's going to be Baja California. How many settlers is he on? He's on about 11. So 11 filibusters. Getting the stagecoach in now, it looks like. Prepping for it pretty good. So here comes the filibusters. Gonna ship in 04 in investment. Ship 600 right into your stockpile so you can start doing outlaws. Start making some banditos. Frontier post wagon. So he's going to get that up. Very nice. Right, this one is unfortunately occupied, so it's going to be up to the filibusters to sort of siege their way through this one to get to it. There. Nice. Spot action. Yep. Okay. So he's got the whole trade route. So I'm wondering now, is he going to go for the trade monopoly? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a big question. Because he could technically go for annexation at any time. Now, because I think, yeah, he's got majority of the trading posts down. So he can go for that right now. Let's see. Yep. Very much so. Oh, he's going to go for robber barons first, I think. For the factory to add to his income. Then he can potentially think about that. So where's he on? So he's got about 9 filibusters still and 9-10 banditos. So he's doing pretty good there. EZ is going Fortress Age with the Fusion Academy. He's going to get a batch of weapon visitors out of that. And then he'll be able to potentially ship in one of these major cards here. Yep. He is shipping in a Chukunu, so he's got a bit of skirmisher there to pick off the filibusters. Just with the banditos. He could send step riders against the banditos. That's another option. Okay, so the village is down, so he's... Yeah, try to house him by taking out the villages, man. Take the villages. He is building... He's building a war academy up there. Let's see. Bandito... he just got a badge from the Summer Palace down there, and now he's got step riders on top of his banditos, which is a little annoying. Buster's got him in the melee, trying to cut him with his bayonet. Nice. Now we got banditos there, trying to play out the Chupano. Now we can go for another village. Good. The problem is the other village is way up in this neck of the woods, so it's going to be a little annoying there, honestly. Big time. Taking out another village will grant Mexico quite a bit of XP for another shipment, though, which is good. It's down. Got some cuatreros now, some cuatreros. These are good dragoons because they have the lasso that does about a whopping 2 splash. So it's like, does a lot of damage. It's got 2 saloon now, 2 cantina. Cantina El Gato de Monte and Cantina El Tío Pepe. So quite a bit of cuatreros there. What can he get? He can get Walker's Gain for 7 outlaws. He can also go for... Oh, a good number of stuff, yeah. Soldier of Fortune is always a good one to get eventually because it helps you to get gold from killed units, which is always good. Okay, so you got banditos. He's also going to start queuing up Shinanko riders. He's getting hand cap too. Interesting. I think we saw the Baja that was going up against Revnak try to develop a stable as well. So yeah, probably. I should start Vanilla D sometimes. I have base game with all campaigns completed. Oh yeah, that's a good suggestion actually. I totally recommend that for you. That'd actually be a good move for you, truthfully. So yeah, big time. Quite nice. Alright, so you got 3 Chinancos here, you got the Cuatreros, and then you have a good batch of the Banditos, see? Quite nice. Alright, so more Chinancos coming in, see? Very good. So now, get those lasso attacks in, try to do as much splash as you can on the Arquebusiers. Try to get a little bit closer with the Banditos so you can throw the dynamite. Oh, yep, blobbed it with the cab though, so it wasn't as good. Getting rid of some of this cab, which is great. Chinancos is going to have to be your frontline unit to deal with the skirms. Okay, so what is Izak going to do now? So he's sent his intervention in. Huh. Did he time that? Or, yeah, he got red coats. Nice. He's gonna go territorial army with the Chengdao and the Arquebusiers. Almost gonna get a flying crow. Yep. Alright, so it's mostly just outlaws and Chinancos at this point. Let's see which one can make it work. Run the Chinancos at the Arquebusiers. Alright, he's gonna come up the side with the red coats, so be careful. I'm in melee right now with the bayonet. Okay, that's not good. Just picking off the red coats though. Yeah. Chinancos, got to target the Chengdaos. Go for the Chengdaos, man. Training to Vahana. Okay, watch out. You're right on top of the chains, man. You can't do that. You can't be doing that stuff. It's not good for your stats. Really not. Pull back a little bit. How's his eco doing? Is he doing alright or nah? He's slowing. He's slowing down a bit now. Still just got a few shipments to send, like Walker Gang and some of those, but yeah, it's a bit tough to call.
It'll take more than that to keep me down.
Also, he lost the trading post there, but he has the native one here now too, to make some Cree CBDs. So again, a little bit more economy from the Cree CBDs, obviously, which is good. He's going for Shanankos again because he really just wants to down his Arquebusier skirmisher numbers. That's really what he's trying to go for here, pretty much. Yeah, exactly.
Estoy listo.
¿Qué hace falta?
Yep, it's always good to have 7 extra outlaws in your stack. But it does, yeah, it looks like he's burning up his resources though, because he's got to keep the factory on food for the Shanankos, so he's not really able to get a lot of gold for his Bonitos either. So it's kind of a challenge to say how he's doing, really. Big time. He could try going for the Quaker gun card. See if he gets like a heavy can or something. That could be good. Okay, so Chengdao coming in there. Good. Okay, he's got meteor hammers. That's annoying. Oh, he got some gunslingers. That's always good against the meteor hammers. Oh, did he get? Yep, he did get Soldier of Fortune there, so he's gonna get a ton of gold there. GG. Alright, so it looks like Izad was able to overcome in that situation. Very nice. Very, very good. Okay. So now, let's see here. How many of you is still here? 5 of you? Alright. We could look at Mini-Molt together now, if you want. Let me pull this down. Let's go to Mini-Molt. Mini-Molt versus Anubis. So they got the games right here, or let me see. Alright, so this should theoretically be game 1, game 2, game 3. Right? Alright, let's do that one now. Mini-Molt versus Anubis. Okay, so Mini-Molt is running Chinese, and Anubis is running the British, right? So if you remember correctly, back in the preliminaries, Anubis ran a pretty strong British, so this could be a pretty big thing here for Anubis. He might be able to pull off a pretty strong Brit in this matchup. He had a pretty good run of deciding how to boom up quickly. He was pretty quick on his feet with his musketeer timing and everything. He was quite good, so I can't say for certain if Mini-Molt will be able to beat Brits or vice versa, so we'll have to just check it out. Yeah. Alright, so China does get a trading post down. Good to know. Good luck. Yep, good to always say that. You too. Yeah. So here, looks like I'm gonna look for treasures now at this point. Let me see. Ooh, that's 85 basswood. That's good. That definitely helps the Brits out because that could go right into a manor house. That's quite valuable. If you could get like a ton of wood treasures of Brits, talking free villagers basically, because as you know, building a manor house gives you a free settler. So get a ton of wood from treasures. We're talking free vills early, which is really astronomical to the game for you. You know, it really helps you out. So China's going to go T-Export, just like we saw with EZAD in the previous match. Alright, so Brits going to go 3 settler. Principiante. I remember this deck name. So basically you got your 5 resource crates, longbow, musket, got your attack cards. H3, you got Yeoman. So you do have Yeoman as an option. Yeoman, quite good. Falconet, Hussar, musket, longbow. So yeah, it's pretty good setup. And then you even have your 3 rocket push here, and then your infinite 2-1 here, and then your gentleman of the pike. So very strong stuff, I would say. Let's see what Minimo gets out of his consulate. So he's going French consulate there, which is probably going to be Porcelain Tower Wonder. But as we saw last game, it is possible to run French consulate with the Summer Palace too, though it is pretty rare, you know. I think EZAD was the only case I've ever seen of running French consulate with the Summer Palace. I might have... Oh, Manor Boom. Yep, Manor Boom is basically the idea... you see this house here for the Brits? The Manor House? It's not a regular house, it's called a Manor House. It costs about 140 wood, so it's slightly more expensive than a normal house. And there's a reason for it. It gives you a free settler when you build it. Right, so the idea of manor booming is getting to 20 manor houses as fast as possible so that we can get 20 extra villagers on the map. Right, so if like your opponent is around like 29 villagers, you can be at like 49 villagers and your score goes through the roof. Yeah, so really it's the Brits' responsibility to get as much wood as they can early on, like you see them doing right now in the age-up transition, to get that wood for the manors. And another trick you do, get a market, research gang saw, which is your first wood chopping tech, and that can soup up your wood rate a little bit more so that you can actually get a ton of manor houses, which is really good there, basically. So yeah, quite good. It's typically what you want to go for there, honestly. And typically with the age up with the Brits, they go with the governor because it gives them 200 gold that can go right into musketeer production, and then when they build their first barracks, they can put the outpost near the barracks and it becomes almost like a blockhouse with the Russians. So it really sets up really nicely. Anubis discovered 110 food. He is like happy as a clam for that, so he's really enjoying that. Brits are now going to get in their 700 wood. They can either spend it on more manor house production for more free bills, or they can get a stable, they can get a second barracks, they can even get a batch of longbowmen out, which is good. Oh, like Mites Kaserne for Germans in Wars of Liberty. Exactly. Yeah, in Wars of Liberty, Germany has that bonus, the Mites Kaserne house. Same concept. Only in Wars of Liberty, I believe that the Mites Kaserne is only 135 wood. They decided, I think, to keep the legacy cost for the manor house with the Mites Kaserne. So it's actually slightly more strong in Wars of Liberty because it's based off of the Asian dynasties' housing costs, whereas here they ended up eventually nerfing the manor house to 140 wood, so you know, your timing for the manor boom was slightly delayed. Yeah, it's not a huge difference, but Wars of Liberty Mites Casernes are slightly cheaper. Yeah. Doesn't Brits go Virginia Company or something for cheap manors? They can, but it's totally optional. We did see somebody do that tonight, Moon, who is also a Wars of Liberty player, go for the for the Virginia Company, but the problem is you have to send it as your second card in Age 1, and it delays your ability to send 700 wood. Unless you're very lucky and you were able to get enough XP treasures that you can finagle it in. Yeah. So it's possible that you can actually start with Virginia Company, but the problem is you're down to 3 villagers and it affects your age up time. If you send it as your second card second card in Age 1. It reduces your ability to send your resource crates out, which you might actually need to set up production buildings, so that's an issue. So Virginia Company is kind of a situational card that sometimes you can do, sometimes you can't do. Yeah. Pretty much have to pick and choose when you send it. Pretty much, yeah. So, yep, we're at sort of the stage in the British setup where they're going double barracks here. Looks like he is going to go Fortress Age with the Mohawk Statesman. That's usually a pretty solid age up because they give you some free tomahawks. Not the ones that you get with the Hottish Ice, mind you, but actually the native side. So that means that they actually deal hack damage at range, which will mean that they will melt step riders without even going into melee. It's a really tough unit, yeah. So it eventually delays military. Yes, in most situations it does. Yeah. Only, like I said, best situation for you to fit into Virginia Company would be send your 3 villagers first, get very lucky and get a really good 120 XP treasure like the Antelope one, and then essentially be able to fit that in Age 1 and still get your crate timing on par. That way your defenses are consistent. Like, get a big treasure like this, the Jackalope one. That's what I was saying. Like a 320 XP. This is a really good XP treasure. If you can get this in early for whatever reason, you could totally fit in Virginia Company and get a really phenomenal boom. Because what we saw what happened in the Moon series against Batu, he went with Virginia Company, but he was so inundated trying to make manor houses that Batu stuck a double barracks on him with musketeers, and then he timed an Age 3 push where he got him into veteran muskets, backed it up with trained skirms, had 2 falconets, kind of just overrided the entire boom that Moon was able to establish just by pressing him with muskets. And what's worse is he kind of kept him in the dark by distracting him with a group of muskets, sticking him into a tight defensive formation. It's one-shotting his vills, like really stamping out the advantage by doing that alone. But from then on, just, yeah, it was really, really bad situation for Moon, unfortunately. And that was on today's stream too, so if you want to go rewind back and see it, you can check it out. Yeah, so it looks like Anubis, though, is going Age 3, so he's going to get veteran muskets. He's shipping in 2 falconets now. He's actually setting up pretty good here. But let's see what China's up to. So China actually did go for, you know, they did Porcelain Tower and Summer Palace. That's kind of a strange one. We don't usually see that a lot. No, that's weird. You usually don't see them skip the Confucian Academy in Age 3. Because the addition of that free artillery is actually quite good. 7 hand mortars. I'm actually pretty shocked by the number of people in these China matches who lack the 7 hand mortars card. Because a hand mortar shipment can be really good for saving you from falconets. Because the hand mortars can, you know, be put in this village in the back, keep it safe, and they'll just like pop the falconet here and they'll pop the falconet there and you're done. Right? And then if you can keep them alive, then they can be used later to actually siege the enemy's buildings too. So actually it's a really good tactic for you to go with. So let's see if that works. Yeah. Got out. Ooh, nice. Let's see if we can attack this falconet now too. Oh man, that's scary. got the hussars right underneath his mortars there. That's spooky. Also, this tomahawk's doing a decent amount of damage to his hand mortars too, with his hack attack of like 16. So that's not good. Oh man. Looks like the Brits are doing great here. They're pushing in pretty deep with these muskets. They got some hussars there, you know, diverting. And then they still got a falconet too. It's waiting off here to the side to be used for something very powerful there, yeah. Pretty much. So that's good. So now let's see here if you can come in and start attacking this town center, which would be great. That's good actually. Yep, it looks like you will be able to start sieging on those towns there right away, pretty much. Yep. Try again. The 10 arquebusiers shipment in, quite good for holding off musket. Because thankfully now this falconet is so weak here. Really all you have to worry about is the hussars when you're making skirms, which is good. Okay, so Anubis does send in his 10 longbowmen shipment. Is he going to get Yaoman at all by any chance? Who knows? If he does get Yaoman, that could be huge boost for him. And the range up on the archers as well as the multipliers against heavy infantry. Yeah, quite the push there pretty much, yeah. That's strong.
Yes.
Veteran Hussar. Hasn't gone veteran on the longbowman yet, though. Okay. Trying to figure out here what the next step is going to be. Oh, China's out of food. That's serious. Whereas Brits, since they're the British, they're constantly able to supply in more troops. Yep, 55 bills. That's what I was telling you about. Once you get all those manor houses done, they got all 20 of them, right? No, they haven't even got them all yet. They still have 7, so they could like breeze right into, yeah, like 62, 63 bills. That's kind of serious, you know? That's a huge boost. So that's quite good for them there. TC was stopped over there. Quite bad for China.
Yes.
So longbows coming in with the hussars and muskets. Quite good. So it has a tomahawk left, which is impressive. So all China can do at this point is try to just force him back with mass arquebusier. But the veteran hussar puts that in real jeopardy. Alright. Does have a few protecting Chengdaos with the territorial banner army, as well as the batch of intervention redcoats too, just like Izad used in the last game. Veteran longbowman coming in. Now comes in the actual 10 longbowman shipment, so that's got a ton of archers there. Nice. Oh, that's just the 6 longbowman, so he's sending H2 stuff at this point. I would have sent in Yaoman myself, you know. Just get that extra range in there. It might help you out. Might make it more likely for you to take out a chain now too. Should be great. Pretty good actually.
commandment.
Ooh, Manchu. Now, the Manchu is usually one of the most powerful plays you can play as the Chinese in your deck. As Manchu, they're a Cav Archer, mercenary ones. They're basically like an Imperial Cav Archer. So they will shred these Hussars. If you can get rid of the Hussars, get a fight between Arquebusier and Musket, that would be probably the situation that I would want to do there, basically. Yeah. So longbows and crossbows are like Age 2 skirms. Will Wool get grid hotkey system, or is that too hard to code in? I believe hotkeying in Wars of Liberty is kind of complex. I believe there's people like Alucard and stuff that have figured out how to add certain hotkeys to the game, but yeah, I think the developers are probably the best resource for figuring out hotkey stuff typically. They can usually get in the basic ones, but I know for more complex stuff, hotkeying can be a little bit tricky. Yeah. Especially since it's the legacy game and it would require a lot of working, and yeah, no. Because here's the thing, not everybody plays Definitive Edition. Definitive Edition is only for people with like newer systems and hardware. There's a ton of like lower income and old school people that still play Asian Dynasties and never even bought the game. So for them, they might want the old hotkey system because that's what they grew up with. So yeah, I guess it's better to just leave it the same for them because most of the people in Wars of Liberty are indeed the more budget people that don't play the. But there is obviously a lot of exceptions to that rule, so yeah. Pretty much that. What was the other thing you wrote there? Let me see. Yep, longbowmen and crossbowmen are really considered skirmishers, so they're part of what we call in Definitive Edition light infantry. So in Definitive Edition, light infantry is a skirmisher. Anything with the light infantry tag is, you know, basically good against heavy infantry, good against light cavalry. That's what a skirmisher is. In Wars of Liberty, of course, they're more direct about the tag, and they just outright call it skirmish. But in Definitive Edition, it's just light infantry. So sort of the opposite of heavy infantry, which is anti-cavalry, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so good game there for Anubis, by the way. You did great. You really pressed your opponent good there. Solid. So now we're going to move on to the second game in the series here between Anubis and Minimote. Scroll this down. Very good. Should be quite nice. Should be game number 2. Very good. GG, well played. Alright, so Anubis is now playing France. We have seen Anubis play France. He's also quite good with this Civ too. But he's going up against Ottomans now. Minimote playing Ottomans. So that could be kind of tough, you know? Whenever we see an Ottoman in play, things can get really tense really quick. Yeah. Ottomans, I think, probably has one of the best win rates of this tournament, so majority of people when they pick Ottomans are gonna, like, get an easy win. The only exceptions to that rule have been cases like running Dutch and a few other civs like that, basically, here. So, yeah, basically that. Pretty much, yeah. So, we'll have to see right away what France is going to run in their deck, and also what the Ottomans do, too. So, both civs in their standard build orders build trading posts. France just hopping to get theirs first, which is going to give them a bit of an edge. Ottoman's going to get theirs second. Right. One thing to check for the Ottoman player is if he gets capitalism versus his shipment there. Because that's not always an indicator, as we saw in the last time we saw Ottomans, but typically is a sign, okay, we're thinking maybe fast fortress of some kind. So that's one thing to look out for. Alright, France is going 3 CBDs. Good choice. Get some economy there, which is good. Yep, Ottomans are going for capitalism, gold trickle out of the gate. So there's a good chance they could be going fast fortress, you know. picking up that extra gold, so by the time they're bringing in the 700 coin, they're already at the stage that they can go for that straight up fast fortress that they need and go right for it. Yep. Animote got a native warrior, which is cool. So where's Minimote? Oh, he got a tomahawk. That's not bad. That could be handy. Absolutely. Especially if France opens up with stable hussars, which we've seen a lot of Frenches do in this tournament. $90 food. Quite nice.
Evet.
Naturalists going in there with 2 settlers and cows. As we've seen before, that's actually a pretty substantial fast fortress asset, because not only do you get extra vills, which helps you out in the long run with your villager seconds and your progression of your economy, but the cows themselves, by the time you eat them right away, we're already looking at a little bit over 400 food, so you can easily get them pretty quickly and get a nice steak out of them, which is quite good. Definitely. Alright, so Ottoman's getting the market up over there. Good. 3 Uruks coming from the Ottomans. Quite nice. Here comes in the hunting dogs, which is always good.
Hazır.
Evet.
Going back to France, they're going up with the Core Master for 400 wood. That seems to be what they always do. It's always a good play, because you can put in a barracks, stable, marketects, you name it. Very flexible. Again, placer mines. Yep, typically with France, you should have at least hunting dogs and placer mines done by the end of, your age 1. It's typically a good goal to go for as part of the build order. Really helps you out, because CBDs, the French villagers here at the Courrier de Bois, they have a higher base gather rate than a standard settler. So if you can get market techs on them early, it actually really helps you out compared to like a normal bill. So that's why hunting dogs and placer mines are so important for the French, is because their bills are just naturally built to gather better. So those techs end up becoming more important. Yeah. So we're definitely not seeing an H3 for France. They're going for CBD and then wood. So going to be playing more H2 combat wise, unless they decide to cancel out that wood and go for gold. Yep, so the France is going to get the barracks up first. We see it right over here in this spot. Going to likely do musketeer. That's generally what France does in these situations, is start out with musketeer. Does Ottomans here differ majorly from wool, or is it just Jan Safahi Abbas? So that's actually a good point. Ottomans in Definitive Edition, for the most part, they have a very similar roster to Wars Liberty. They got the Janissary, Abbas Gunner, Safahi, Cav Archer. They actually have the Delis and the Humbaraces, which Wars of Liberty also has. Yeah, that's kind of cool, right? So Ottomans in Wars of Liberty and Definitive Edition were actually more similar than Ottomans are to the Asian Dynasties Ottomans, because the Ottomans here have the Humbaraces for Grenadiers, and they have the Delis for hand cav, and they also have the Nizams as well. But the Nizams in Definitive Edition are actually a lot better, because in the Nizams in Definitive Edition have different modes that give them different stats. So if you put them in the stagger mode, Nizams will gain crush armor and gain multipliers against siege troops and artillery. If you keep them in the normal mode, they actually have a range multiplier against heavy infantry and a melee attack against cav. If you put them in like the defensive mode, they actually gain range multipliers against cavalry, which is pretty good, Yeah, no, Nizams in this game are great, but the Nizams in Wars of Liberty are poop. Utter poop. Disgusting, filthy poop. Yeah. That's all I could say about that. But yeah. So this Ottoman is going up fast fortress with marksman. This gives you about 4 Abbas gunners. Really good age up reward. So that can go right in with the Safahi shipment and be a good wombo combo to hit your opponent with. So yeah, I'm saying in this situation, mini mold is looking a lot better setup, honestly. Because Abyss Safahi, compared to the Chinese thing that he was doing before, it's going to hit a lot harder and be a lot stronger, pretty much, yeah. Definitely. There's also a few more differences here, too, in terms of Royal Decree to play compared to Ottomans in War's Liberty. Royal Decree play for Ottomans in the 5th edition is a lot stronger than War's Liberty because you actually get 3 of Royal Decrees in the 5th edition, but only 2 in War's Liberty. In War's Liberty, you only get Janissary one that gives you just plain Janissaries, and then one that gives you plain Bombards. In the 5th edition, you don't get a Janissary one, you actually get one that gives you Nizam Fusiliers, and actually allows you to train them at your barracks instead of just getting them from the home city, which is really good. Gives you a really good stack, basically. And then adds it to your permanent military. In the case of the Bombard one, it actually makes it so that Bombards actually cost less population space. So you can actually have more Bombards or actually fit in more military. And then they add the third one that works by giving you Safahis and actually gives the Safahis hand armor. So they actually can fight almost like an assault cab in War's Liberty almost like the honor guards, you know, with like the Greeks and the Serbs and the Bulgarians, you know, those assault cabs in War's Liberty that have both hand and pierce armor. Yeah, that Royal Decree will turn Safahis into sort of like that, but still retain their splash attack and everything, making them really deadly. Yeah, so in fact, we do see 5 Safahis here right now. Anubis does go Musketeer, but he unfortunately doesn't have him up to Veteran yet. He is going to pivot towards H3 units, so he's going to kill Dragoon, he's going to ship in Dragoon, so he's going pretty heavy on the anti-cavalry there, as you can tell. Which is a pretty good play for that situation. That's exactly what you want to do. That'd be quite nice, yeah, quite good. Alright, so here comes the Dragones. Definitely going to be a good asset here, for sure. Back up. Tight. Tight. Watch out for that splash. It's like getting a splash of water on your face. Gets everywhere. Don't want. Remind the Abyss Gunners too. These guys are deadly. You gotta watch out for those as well.
J'ai repris des forces.
Oh man. Take out Bill there, not bad. Wow, that's a lot. Took out like 5 bills there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good there, Anubis. You're holding your own pretty nice. But unfortunately, here we are with the fast industrial from the Ottomans. So he's got his Royal Decree up, but he just needs mosque construction to make it complete. Once he gets that, things will be going pretty good his way. Yeah. We'll find out though. We'll find out. Find out if Minimo can get the get the mosque construction and then be able to afford those Royal Decrees at a very good cost there. Yeah. Am I doing wool Bulgarians correctly? I do hunting lodge and I take wood, gold, treasure, furs. or collect 25 wood plus gold with 1 bill to get hunting dogs in age 1. So, I think that is reasonable, because if I remember correctly, Hunting Lodge gives you 400 wood. It's like your quartermaster. Am I correct? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I think in that situation, going with the Hunting Lodge is the right play. If you can fit in, if you can fit in the 25 wood and gold bloodhounds, I think that is an appropriate choice, honestly. Because it's a very cheap hunting tech and it just makes things go better for you. Yeah. And do you run the Kazarma card that adds the 40 population to the barracks? So you get the barracks turned into like mega houses? Because if you run that, you know, I think if you do that with the Hunting Lodge, you should be in pretty good shape for population, to the point that you never need houses again and you can just go full macro and get a market and stuff. And that's kind of what you want to do with Bulgarians in a 1v1. Really just get as many Opalshenets as possible and then just convert them to either Scythemen or Hajuks based on your situation. If you need to just fight infantry, just turn them into Hajuks. If you need to like go for a siege and cut them down, turn them into Scythemen and just go for a full siege, you know. Typically I find you're going to go Scythemen first and then go Hajusi second. It's typically the strategy you want to go with there. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so going with Bombards first, looks like. And then we're probably going to see Royal Decree after Royal Decree after Royal Decree coming in here. It's going to be pretty scary here, pretty much. Yeah, I forgot about that card. Oh yeah, you need the Proganga Kazarma card. That's kind of critical to doing good Bulgaria stuff. And then you have the second one too, that gives you a trading post wagon and a barracks too. If you combine that in as well, it can sometimes be a good setup, typically with Bulgarians. This is the one I'm talking about. It gives you the Nizam's New Order Infantry. Gives you like a ton of Nizams right off the bat. They're all upgraded to guard. Tough unit. Look at these guys. Scary stuff there. Yeah. Very scary stuff there. He's got them in the defensive mode, which gives them crush armor and anti-cavalry at range, which is brutal. Absolutely brutal, especially against these dragoons. These dragoons will get shredded by that. So dragoons here gonna be going up against this, the Kalpikulu Sifahis that now have the hand armor. Plus he's got all these bombards here. Now 6 plop instead of 7, so doing quite good. France is also in industrial age, but they're stacking culverins. He should try to get these up to culverin royales, because you need all the stats you can get against bombards. Yeah, he really should be going culverin royal, but he's going Royal Decree with the Grenadiers. Getting the old guard from the church, quite nice. XD. Nobody expects that. Nobody expects a French Norman and fast industrial. Of course they expect it. Look at all the old guard he's got. Look at all these Grenadiers he's stacking now. Crazy. Alright, so you had to stick it back on standard mode, so we get the anti-infantry multiplier in there, which is good. Okay. Oh man, look at that stuff. Crazy. Oh, look at him shred all those infantry. Wow. Whew. Put that can down. Very nice. He's gonna get that bomber too. Ooh, good. Good work. Boom, bad, boom. I gotta get a factory. Not bad, man. Not bad, Anubis. You survived the assault. Okay, well, what do you do now, man? How much bills is he on? Is he on, how many bills? 28. Do not compute. That's crazy, man. Insane. Unbelievable. Well, there's no telling what happened there. So, what happened? Did somebody disconnect or something during that match, or out of sync or something? I have no idea. I have no idea at all. But one thing's for certain, whatever happened, they decided to do a third game here. So, yep, the third map for the tiebreaker in this tournament is Mongolia. So, we're going to get to see a second Mongolia tonight. The first one was the Captain Link series, and now this is going to be the next Mongolia that we get. I watched this game live. Goon gonna do big mistake now. Patch error. Nope. Just the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition developers making a horrible game recording system that's beneath the quality of the legacy game. That's what it is. That's literally the whole situation, man, because I can tell you right now with Wars of Liberty and Asian Dynasties, 99.99% of the recordings work with no out-of-sync errors. But in Definitive Edition, you literally are gambling with the dice that something's going to go wrong. It's kind of messy. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I think I would have assumed they would have kept working good, but hey, it is what it is. And what it ends up doing is it ends up making it worse because you can have less and less casters because casters with less hardware can't cast because they're forced to do it live because live won't out-sync, and then their machines can't handle the live because it has this other bug called slow-mo, which we run into that like slugs the game down like crazy, and you know, it's just a constant death ball of stuff. So yeah, kind of obnoxious, really. Yeah, so we got Minimolt playing as China again, giving it his luck again, and now Anubis is doing Spain. So Spain build a trading post as part of the build order, and then Minimolt is building their trading post there. So both sides getting a TP. Chinese monk has stunned the lion, and he's gonna get a wood treasure of 40. Not good, but it's something. Definitely helpful. I think always getting wood treasures early on with China is helpful because with the Chinese, it's a really tight build order to build a trading post and then a village. So whenever I find wood treasures, it's like finding gold in a gold mine. You know, it's great because it just helps you to get that transition between trading posts and village very easily without stopping my villager queue, which sometimes happens when things are really unlucky, and it really hurts me badly in the macro. So that's kind of a good thing there, basically. Quite good, indeed, yeah. So capitalism's coming in for Spain as card number 2. In Spain, you're always going to be able to get 2 cards in Age 1 as long as you have a trading post. So the call is get the vills first so you can maintain equal vill numbers and macro and then get the gold trickle in just so you can sprinkle in the extra coin. It'll help you if you want to go fast fortress, if you want to go musket start. It'll help with that as well. Also, love the eating of the herbables there. It's always a good thing to do, since herbal gather rate, if I remember correctly, is faster than huntable rate. So if you can eat herbables, go for herbables. It's just great. Going up with the governor. Hello, governor. To get 200 gold and a outpost wagon, which is always good for setting up muskets or setting up the fast fortress. Whereas China went with French consulate again, and they're gonna go. I didn't actually look at Mini Molt in the first game to see if he actually started with Porcelain Tower or Summer Palace. So I'm gonna be okay. So he does go Breaking Me style Porcelain Tower. And then it looks like he does follow up with a Summer Palace in Age 3. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting play, I won't lie. It's definitely something for sure. Comes the age up right now. Quite nice. Here comes the Mercado. See? Very good. Oh man, the fight of the Mongol scouts. Wow, look at that. Spain lost his explorer there. Quite interesting. Comes an outpost. He's gonna use it defensively, it looks like. Very nice. Alright, so what's his Spain? So this is a counter Spain deck. Interesting. Good faith agreements? Consulate armies improvements arrive 50% faster. Improvements cost less, and brigade shipments receive a moderate discount. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay, starting with diplomatic intrigue and then gonna go for the 700 gold. Okay. Fascinating. Interesting choice. So he's going to break relations, and then he's going to probably switch to British, right? Or is he going to go with the Germans? The Germans is another option, I would say. Potentially. Okay, so Spain is going fast fortress. Pulling in their wood now, so they can get the barracks, stable, setup going. Very nice. Going up with the scout for 4 free hussars. Pretty solid. And now they gotta move the herdables in so they can probably eat some more of them, right? Or are they gonna wait for them to fatten up a bit? Might be worth it just leaving them there for a little bit and letting them fatten up, and then you can go chomp 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 on them and get a ton of speedy good food from that, which would be great. Yeah, very nice. So here comes the barracks coming down, very good. And another barracks there. So double barracks. We're probably going to see Skirmisher Rod, yeah, from the Spain. Those Brits. Brits are going Expeditionary Army, getting a batch of redcoats out. Then they're going to get their 700 wood. And it looks like they're getting ready to build their summer palace right now over, let's see where that's going to go. Oh, now they go Confucian Academy, so... Was the Summer Palace intentional by Minimold, or did he just accidentally build the wrong wonder? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Maybe he intended to build the Confucian Academy, he just fumbled it. Yeah, because he seems to be building it now. Or maybe he tried something different and it didn't work. Totally possible, man. You never know. You never know exactly until you try it. Alright, so double barracks up, going rods. We see Roderos. Comes the rods coming right out of the gate. Rods are a pretty infamous unit. They are technically anti-cavalry, sort of like a pikeman, but they move so fast and have a bit of a bare hand attack that they almost act like cavalry almost, you know. Pretty scary unit. Spain will open up with Spanish gold, so playing greedy. Basically, after you send this card, every card gives you a Spanish chest, which I think contains about 330 gold or 335 gold, which is quite good and stacks up over time, especially since Spain receives shipments very quickly as part of their SIP bonus. So, you know, you go 2 Falc, 5 Lancer, 9 Rods, getting gold, gold, gold. Money, money, money. Quite nice. Oh. Well, bro, that was kind of a botched attempt there. Hopefully you get away with all your Hussars. Good. Quite nice. What happened to his Rods? Did he lose them all? I didn't even see. Oh, no, he's going after China's TP. Not a bad play, actually. I think I like that. He's going to be backing him up with more Rods. And he's going to ship in Rods, too. And then he's going to switch to Skirmisher training. So Skirmisher Rods, just like I predicted. Can go pretty good, you know. The Rods sort of act as both your pikemen and your cavalry in a way. And then the Skirms, obviously your anti-musket shredding unit. And can technically go toe-to-toe with the Skirms. Well, actually, no. Veteran European Skirms beats out Arquebusiers one-on-one, so they're actually better in that matchup. So yeah, quite good. Yep, the Rods have to retreat now and get out of dodge. Did lose one and one almost died, so they're gonna have to retreat now up there. It's important. Look at all the Rods he's got. He's got like a ton of Roderos. Really stacking these up here, man. Then get some more skirmishers. Going for 8 Rods now. He's going heavy on the Rods. What's up with all the Roderos here? He's like really banking on getting tons of Rods here, looks like. This is crazy. I'm assuming he's going to get veteran on these, I hope. Veteran on these at least. Yeah, try to get veteran on them. Does he have like... Yeah, he does have Archaic Infantry Combat, so he does have that. Interesting. Yep, here comes Veteran Rods. It's going to make him a little bit better, too. Quite the armor upgrade when you see him go to Veteran. Look like real conquistadores then. Okay, so what's the plan here with the Rods? Trying to figure it out. Ooh, meteor hammers around his skirms, right in his spawn. Look at that, that stinks. It's both of these units shred skirms. It's unfortunate he got 4 of them only. Add to his mass. And he's got Hammers pushing his base with really no defense. Kind of did the banana split to Anubis' army there, which is not good. Okay, so the Rods do have to engage now. Pull some off. Okay, he's going to keep eking at him too. It's a little bit easier with Meteor Hammers because Meteor Hammers have range. They can actually use 4 range to like swing their stuff at the bills. So now we see the Rods go after the Disciples. Where are the Rods going? I got 5 Lancers there. Very good. Anubis knows he messed up, man. It's never good when you hear that response. Oops. Yeah, never good when you hear that response. Definitely not. Quite good, yeah, indeed.
See?
Estoy herido y no puedo moverme.
Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? ¿Sí?
Oh, nice. Take out the TP. Yeah, definitely, Nubis is on the back pedal now. He's just got his 4 Lancers shipping a bunch of skirms. Whereas China has a big hulking artillery piece. Also getting Meteor Hammer shipment. Did he get another batch of Forbidden Army? It doesn't look like he did yet. No. Get it? Oh, he went to Industrialate, so he's gonna get guard honored Meteor Hammers. Very serious, because again they have 4 range, so kind of a scary hand unit to come across. Never a good thing. Definitely not. Also, again, the big boy 17 Arquebusier shipment, that's pretty big. That's a huge one. Okay, so Lancers are going to go for the top flying crow. Up. Go for it. Just do it. Just do it. You're going to lose them anyways. Yeah, man, if he just committed to the fight, he could have just taken that out. He was 1 hit away. Really, 1 hit away from him. Yeah, GG. Yeah, he looks like he was screwed anyways, but, oh, not good. Not good at all. Definitely. So, yeah. Good games today, I would say, for sure. Absolutely. So, tomorrow, I plan on finishing these up tomorrow. I have to get ready for work tomorrow for my day job, so I'm not going to be able to do the rest of these tonight. Got a ton of them to do, by the way, so we have to do this one, do this one, this one, this one, and then these ones here, and then this one. So we'll definitely finish them up tomorrow, I think, because I think we just went through the lion's share of them tonight. So yeah, we'll go through the rest of them tomorrow night. And then for the rest of the week, what's planned? We got another order of dues in Showcase. I got gotta do a Wars of Liberty casting day because people submit a ton of stuff that I'm gonna get through. We're getting back to the point again where I'm in debt of getting Wars of Liberty recordings done, which is awesome. I love it. Haven't felt that way in a long time, so that's good. And maybe continue the Age of Empires 2 campaign for Macedon. Yeah, I think I'd rather do that than the Age of Mythology one first. Yeah. Also, I gotta see when that Pac-Man World 2 repack DLC is coming out, because I want to complete Pac-Man World 1 Wave Pack before that comes out. That's something I kind of wanted to do goal-wise before it came out. So, yeah. Definitely on that day, we'll complete a bunch of challenges in the game, too, that I didn't complete on my first 2 plays as well, if I can. But, yeah. Anyways, signing off now. See you tomorrow for the finishing off of the round of 64 games. And then next week, we will do the round of 32, provided they get all the recordings done. If they get them all done, yeah, we could totally do round of 32, which would be great. Maybe we'll do that one day. Who knows? Depends on how much recordings they got. It's also going to be a Best out of 3 series, so it's not like we're looking at Best out of 5s just yet. When Wars of Liberty stream? When's Thursday? When's or Thursday? Depends on when Gafoss gives me the Order of Goose an update with the latest Hollow Girl plushies to play with and do a skip with. If he gives it to me on Wednesday, we'll probably do it on Thursday. If he doesn't give me it on Wednesday, then we'll just do the Wars of Liberty stream on Wednesday to go over tons of game recordings. Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me. So yeah, definitely. Yep, I gotta get ready for work. So see you in about, how long would it be? Like 15, 16 hours from now? Yeah, basically. Less than 24 hours.